towards sustainable and inclusive transport, driving Tanzania towards a sustainable and inclusive transport. Dr. Tafadhali naomba usimame tu hapo kidogo. Wamenidanganya, nimeomba kupigia makofi lakini ule ni uchoyo. Lakini au labda tumechoka. Mabibi na mabwana, to let you know, every single time you clap you're also losing calories. It's your body being fit. Ukipiga makofi ni kama kuendesha baiskeli. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's try that again. Najua mlikuwa mnanitania tu. Ladies and gentlemen, to the stage for the first presentation today, makofi kwake Dr. Mary Mashoke. Thank you very much, Dr. Mashoke. Karibu sana.
Hello. Good morning. Kazi na utu? Okay. It's my pleasure to be among the presenters participating in this conference. I congratulate the Ministry, Latra, Chairman, Professor Ahmed Amel, and other members of the board, and distinguished delegates. Thank you. I know that at the end of this presentation, it will mark a very good, sustainable many logistics plans to make sure that we have inclusive and sustainable logistics to solve the challenges which are impending in our government and the world as all. Thank you. I start with the outline. First, I'll pass through the background. Why sustainable transport and inclusive transport? We need to know why sustainable. Is it essential for us? And we know that without transport, it's like separating fish and water. I can ask you here, did you come here without using your transport? Suppose it was vague, it was possible for you to be here. So why sustainable transport and why inclusive transport? Number two, definition of sustainable and inclusive transport, driving sustainable change and policy innovation. And we can see some of the case studies of what has been done, key challenges and strategies to make sure that we have sustainable and inclusive transport. Next, please. Next slide. Okay. Now, when you are talking about the Tanzania transport landscape, Tanzania serves as transport serves as the backbone of our economy and the national development, underpinning economic activity, social integration across all essential services. Once you are talking about traveling, we are talking about going to school, social services, economic activities. All of us, we depend on what? Transport, which is sustainable and inclusive. And you can see that the road network accounts for more than 90% of those people who are using it, underscoring the heavy reliance on road transport. Currently, we have seen the changes on recent SGR, which is using electric power, at the end of the day, minimizing the whole issue of emission. Despite these advances, the sector remains major contributor of national greenhouse gas, with transport accounting for approximately 50% of carbon dioxide output. Why sustainable transport? Sustainable land transport is essential for addressing major global challenges. We know that we have the major global challenges, for example, climate change, urban pollution, resource depletion, and public health. Tanzania being among part of it, we cannot say that we are outside of that area. Also, we have been affected with also global challenges. As a result, we need to have sustainable transport. The transport sector accounts for nearly a quarter of global energy-related greenhouse emission. So, shifting from transport sector, it will underpin broader sustainable development objective, enabling economic growth, considering communities and supporting health ecosystem. So for us, if we make sure that we have a broader sustainable development, automatically we'll move in a certain issue which we need to be like other developed countries. Why inclusive land transport? We say inclusive because some of the group are marginalized. For example, we are talking about women, disabled, and children. So by having inclusive transport, automatically every person will be part and parcel. Remember, in transport, all of us, we are users. We are talking about the drivers, we are talking about those people who are walking, who are cycling. So having inclusive transport, automatically each and every person will be part and parcel. And once we are talking about maintenance and other stuffs, every person will be responsible. So reducing inequalities, enabling social participation, and equity transport will support gender rights, economic inclusion, and a better public health outcomes. Yesterday, you had a very good presentation on the participation of non-communicable diseases, that having sustainable transport, automatically, it will enable us to move and do that. We need also to support our health areas by making part and parcel of exercise, walking, just a few to mention. Now, let us see the definition. What is sustainable and inclusive transport? When you're talking about sustainable transport, we are referring to mobility system that seek to minimize greenhouse gas emission and environmental impact. We are talking about mobility system that seek to minimize greenhouse emission, environmental impact, while ensuring safety and affordability, improving energy and resource efficient by providing equitable access to mobility for all. So the part of sustainable and inclusive, we know that each and every person will be part and parcel, that at the end of the day, we'll have sustainable transport land logistics, which is what? Greener one. Driving sustainable change and a policy. Having this mini conference, I was thinking myself that I thank Latra, Minister of Transport, for arranging this conference, because it works hand in hand with the vision of 2050 that underlines the importance of transport reform in achieving the sustainable development goals, especially those related to climate action, reducing inequalities, and the sustainable communities. Marking this Land Transport Week, it's aligned with World Sustainable Transport Day, reflecting Tanzania's commitment to rebalancing economic growth with environmental stewardship. That Tanzania is not, maybe we are not in Ireland. So everything which is being performed in the world, also we need also to act. Because without acting, also will be affected. So having mark of this Transport Week, it shows that we are acting upon the regulation or the resolution which has been made in that United Nations minute. Let us see the case studies of the issues which have already done in Tanzania. We're trying to do to make sure that at least we have sustainable land transport. For example, we have compressed natural gas. We have seen the presenter who was presented on Tuesday, the Moffat group. We are talking about electrical buses. All the issues is that we are trying to reduce the emission which are prevailing in our day-to-day many cars which we are driving. Then introduction of electrical vehicles is among the case studies. We have seen the digitalized transport system, that everything is in our hand, to make sure that we are trying to reduce the environmental challenges which are predominant daily. Then we have the issue of multimodal integration. It's where you can see the way BRT has integrated the transport into a single one, that there is no need of every person driving his or her car. For example, I can provide the example on Tuesday. I arrived here at 9, but when I went back at home, I arrived at 9 p.m. because every person was driving his or her own car. But suppose our transport system will be modernized, that every person can use this multimodal integration transport, for example, the public one, that thing of congestion and other stuff, it will be, it will be a dream. We cannot have that thing. Then we are talking about the standard gauge, SGR. This is among the case study initiative which have already been done. So by having SGR to intercity, also we can think of having maybe connectivity of rail to, instead of using single cars, so that can use also rail, for example, that one is from Gongo Lamboto and the one which is working up to Mabibo. Now let us see the key challenges. What are the key challenges in Tanzanian context to make sure that they are impeding, they are challenging the sustainable development? The first one is the environmental issue, that the transport-related emissions pose direct threats to quality and climate. So this is among the challenges. So to get rid of it, we need to have what? Environmental friendly, transport system, which is what? Sustainable for every person. Then another issue is social, which is persistent accessibility barriers which affect women, people with disabilities and rural population. That is why we are talking about inclusiveness, that we cannot leave any person in that area. We are talking about economic area being among the challenges, insufficient and reliable public funding, regulatory compliance, and then clear private sector roles, slow infrastructure development. That these challenges, if will be worked upon, I'm sure that the whole issue of sustainable and inclusive land transport will be, taken off accordingly. Now let us see the impact of promoting sustainable and inclusive land transport. If we as Tanzanians will promote sustainable and inclusive land transport, the following will be seen. First, environmental sustainability, that reduce greenhouse emission and improve the quality and minimize congestions. Secondly, public health. The whole issue of talking about non-communicable diseases, which is based on our lifestyle, we're not doing exercise, maybe just a distance from maybe where we are working, we are using car or boda, we'll forget about that issue. Then we are talking about economic development. As we say that transport is the backbone of each and every economic sector. So by having a very sustainable and inclusive land transport, at the end of the day, our economic sector will be boosted up. Then the last one, we are talking about social inclusion, that improved access to marginalized population with universal design and affordable pricing, narrowing the urban, rural, and rich poor group. Yesterday we had a discussion. We were talking about non-motorized transport. Some of our colleagues posed that, okay, we are talking about improving here in town, but how about the rural area? We have forgotten them. They're just walking. They don't have that proper lanes which are allocated maybe for, we are talking about walking places. So through social inclusion, that even the marginalized area in rural will be accommodated, having sustainable and inclusive land transport. Now let us see the strategies for improving sustainable transport in Tanzania. The first one is enhance safety, road safety via infrastructure upgrades. In this area, we need to insist much on safety, not only maybe for drivers' behavior, but checking also on our vehicles. Because we are the one who are boarding those cars, we are the one who are using the road, even if maybe you are not in that vehicle. But once maybe you are walking outside, automatically, if there is no safety, you'll be what? You'll be among the person or people who will be affected. Then we are talking, second one, promote active and inclusive mobility. Making sure that we promote active and inclusive mobility, that without forgetting different group. We are talking about disabled, we are talking about women, we are talking about also children. They have their participation. If maybe we involve them based on their needs, automatically we'll have sustainable transport system. Because different people have different needs. And I remember one of our colleagues, it was on Tuesday, he was talking about participation of women, that we need to have at least different areas which are located based on our needs. Another issue is support rail transport expansion. We need to support rail transport expansion not only in SGR, but also in intercity. Because taking example of 900 maybe buses which are moving daily to intercity, by having SGR, it has sorted that area. But also in urban areas, for example, Dar es Salaam, Arusha, Kwanza, where there is increased urbanization, we need also to expand and think about having that rail transport expansion. Another issue is address congestion strategically. By this area, we have the problem of congestion. No need of using force and whatever, but we need to think, okay, what causes this one? If somebody maybe will leave our cars and use public transport and make the environment to be conducive, automatically nobody will be forced maybe to board the public transport because the environment will be conducive. If the buses are clean, if I know that if I board that public transport, I can use Wi-Fi, I can do all my activity very safely. As the presenter who had presented on Moffat, automatically, nobody will be forced. Automatically will move and shift from our traditional way of using different areas and then minimizing congestion. Another area is use safe people-centered design. We need to insist on safety. A number of us, we are looking on other issues and forgetting about safety. Safety is very essential in every area, because without safety, we lost a number of people. So even the designing of our infrastructure should consider this area. That, okay, for those people who are waiting maybe to exchange from one mode to another, they need to be assured that in that bus stop, there is what? Safety. So our plan and whatever, we need to integrate with different institutions and localities to make sure that we use safer system people-centered design. Then building local capacity and institutional strengthening. We need to have proper training and disseminate information. For the time being, we know that we have different technologies which are emerging. For example, on Wednesday we had we have the panelist presentation. One of us asked that, okay, we had drivers who have failed on that interview in the Arabic countries. So that was lack of having new technology. The only thing is to make sure that those groups which are related with transport issues are being built up with capacity, training, several training and dissemination of information concerning the new thing which has been arised. The last one, promote public-private partnership innovation financing. That we need to have a clear, essential mechanism of make sure that we are raising up our financing, because we cannot work the government as is alone without public-private sector. PPP in different areas has worked very much to make sure that we have proper channels of making sure that we are searching for financings in order to have sustainable and inclusive development. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, another hand of applause, Dr. Mary Nyoni, Mary Mashoke, for that keynote address. And I do believe that a lot has been covered. Now, what we're going to do, before I ask her to take a seat on the stage, I'm going to ask us collectively to give a hand of applause to the strong, incredible women that have shown face from the very beginning, showing the power of inclusivity within the sector. Tafadhali tuwapigie makofi kwa pamoja. Makofi yaliyoshiba kwa kweli. Because there was a time in this country that this was a sector that did not have as many women in it. But sasa hivi, it's a completely different story, inspiring generations. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next panel of the day. Dr. Mashoke, tafadhali, may I ask you to sit up jukwani. You are moving on directly to the panel discussion. We have a great panel discussion, which Dr. Mashoke will also be involved in. Now, the panel discussion, celebrating women in land transport, celebrating women. We're celebrating women, and of course, in celebrating women, tunafanya kwa vitendo. We have incredible women with us here today, and we're going to celebrate them. Like, not only celebrate them, we're going to learn from them as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call the panelists before I call our esteemed moderator for this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, to the stage, a hand of applause. Deputy Chair of the Latra Board, makofi kwake, Ms. Tumaini Sila, mabibi na mabwana. Karibu sana. Ladies and gentlemen, also to the stage from UDISM, Dr. Jacqueline Masaki. Karibu sana, Dr. Jacqueline. All right, ladies and gentlemen, also to the stage. Once again, we heard from her before, Miss Noni Mukhlafuli. Miss Noni, karibu sana, all the way from South Africa. Tumpigie makofi, mabibi na mabwana. Wanasema kwa queer people kufika hapa. Ladies and gentlemen, also to the stage, representing Bravo, Ngobile Ngwena, karibu sana. Ngobile Ngwena, karibu sana. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the panel we were supposed to have from #MySafari, Ms. Zena Msonde, who is the CEO, but she will not be with us this morning. However, this is already a very strong panel this morning. Ms. Noni Mukhlafuli, Ms. Ngobile Nkwena, Ms. Tumaini Sila, Dr. Jacqueline Masaki, Dr. Mary Mashoke, Ms. Zena Msonde, who's not here with us. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to give a roaring round of applause to the moderator for this session. Ametoka kitengo machachari kabisa ndani ya Latra. Mabibi na mabwana, naomba tuanze kumpigia makofi ninavyomleta jukwani. Tunamleta kwenu Engineer Moses Nyoni. Makofi kwake mabibi na mabwana. Engineer Moses Nyoni, Latra, karibu for your panel.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, colleagues and partners. It's my pleasure to welcome you, as the MC has addressed, in this exceptional panel where we are going to discuss on the contribution of women in our land transport sector. We explore one of the most powerful forces that are reshaping the future of mobility as leadership, innovation, and influence of women in the sustainable land transport. Across the world, transport systems are evolving rapidly, but true sustainability cannot be achieved by technology alone. It requires diverse voices, inclusive policies, and an ecosystem where women are not just beneficiaries, but drivers of the transformation. So today, we bring together these exceptional panelists who have broken the barriers and led innovations and championed safer, greener, and more accessible mobility solutions. Their experiences in various sectors in the land transport have proven that when women are included in this sector, the communities thrive, economies grow, and systems become more responsive and resilient. Once again, I would like you to put a round of applause for our panelists as we are going to start one by one. We are going to explore from the issues relating to governance, relating to logistics, and issues relating to communication. And we are also going to check on how individuals who have been brought up in these panels have taken leading roles in their areas of jurisdictions. So can we please put our hands together for the panelists? Women. I was given this session, no wonder why, but my first question to the organizers, of course I'm part of the organizing committee, was why do you choose me to head this panel? But it is all about gender, and so far when we talk of gender, we talk of women empowerment, but in this conference we have had sessions where women have taken a major role in presentations and discussions. So in this particular panel, to balance the gender, I was brought in. So I am the minority here. You have outnumbered me, but I think we are in the same scale of a gender balance. So I will just go to quick review on whatever we have experienced in our careers. And my first question, I will just throw it straight to my boss, Madam Sla, in the area of role of women in shaping the sustainable transport. What is your comment on the current trends on how women have influenced the transition of the sustainable land transport in Africa and globally? I'll give you 2 minutes for that. You can just...
Thank you, my chair, Nyoni. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the question. I will have two different answers. One, yes, it's true. Women are, shaping the sustainable development in Africa and in the world. But these efforts are individual. You'll find individual women struggling. There are also a group of women organizations that are advocating for inclusiveness in transport. There are also international instruments that are also supporting the involvement of women in transport area. So to me, I would say, yes, we're talking about sustainable transport. When we talk of sustainable transport, it's not an issue of women. It's an issue of sustainable transport. So at least we need to, yes, agree with you, Chair, that there are women, although few, because we need to note that this sector, transport industry, is male-dominated and has been male-dominated. And women, few of them are rising up, slowly penetrating the industry. So these are individual efforts. There are also women organizations in Kenya, in Nigeria, you mentioned in China, in India, you know, women organizations that are driving the industry towards inclusion of women. Some are, you know, advocating for gender-responsive policies, transport policies. Some are advocating for inclusion of women in leadership in transport area. But again, others are also supporting women through mentorship, training, so that they all participate in the industry. That's one. And then these are a few. But as I have said, this is the issue of transport. Sustainable transport is not an issue of women, it's an issue of development. So nationally and internationally, we see that there are instruments that have been adopted by international fora, as well as Africa region, advocating for inclusion of women in sustainable transport. The instruments such as Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW. There is a Beijing Platform for Action. In Africa, we have African Union and African Charter of Human and People's Rights. We have now MDGs, Millennium Development Goals, and others instruments that are, you know, they have known, they have come to realize that without making inclusion as a part of national and international movement, then there will be some of the groups left aside. And these are women, these are children, these are elderly people, and these are also, you know, people with disability. So it is an issue of sustainable development and not an issue of women.
It's an issue of sustainable development,
exactly, and not
an issue of women. I will come back to you, Madam, quick. I'll just go to Miss Ngobile. When I think I pronounced it well, I see none you are nodding. I did it right, eh? Yeah. Miss Ngobile, yeah. In the issue of breaking barriers in a traditional male-dominated sector, we have seen you have excellence in this transport and logistic field. You have taken a top tier in one of the leading organizations in logistics in our country, Bravo, as a group CEO. What has been your personal experience in navigating these gender stereotypes in line with the transport sector? Can you share that experience?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning to everybody. So I've been with the Bravo Group for the past 12 years. Initially, I started off as the Group CFO, and I transitioned to the Group CEO. So from my personal experience navigating the gender stereotypes in the transport industry, I can say that it has been extremely challenging, and however, to a great extent, it has been very empowering. Everybody knows that the transport and logistics industry is typically a male-dominated industry, and more often than not, as women, personally, most of the time I find myself being the only woman sitting in meetings, sitting in the boardrooms, and before you even say a word, already people, they perceive that, no, she cannot do anything, no, she does not know anything. I'll give an example. A couple of days ago, we had a meeting with TRC, and as we walked into our boardroom, we handed over our business cards to our host, and when he picked up the business cards and he started addressing us, he looked at my CFO, he's male, and he's like, "Oh, you must be Ngobile." And we laughed about it, but generally that's how it's always been. So you find that as a woman in the industry, your competence is questioned even before you even speak. When I was thrown into this role, the whispers were, she's not tough enough to handle this, she cannot manage the operational pressure, she cannot do this, but boy, were they wrong, because at the end of the day, the only thing that you have as a woman in the industry is to prove that you can. It's unfortunate that I have to work twice as hard as all the other men in the industry, simply just to get the credibility which comes, it comes naturally when you're a man. You just are given the credibility that you are able even before you show. So as a woman, you always have to show the results first to show that you are capable of doing it. And I'm proud to say that Bravo Group is the only woman-owned, woman-led organization that has moved things in the transport industry. We are the only company that has got the open access on the rail for Tazara. We are working with TRC. We are the only company that has been doing rail shunting from CFS to port, and we have done it. So yes, so as a woman, you always have to work twice as hard. You always have to prove yourself. But if that's the way it has to be, then so be it.
I'll go with that. As a woman, you have to prove something so that to showcase that you are capable. Thank you, Ms. Ngobile. I'll just take a quick jump to Dr. Mary Mashoke. Doctor, I have followed your presentation. You talked of inclusive transport, where you highlighted that economic and social and gender issues are part of it, and we have to reduce inequalities and enable social participation in order to drive this agenda. I will just ask you one thing. What do you think that are the leadership qualities that have helped you succeeded in the land transport ecosystem, that have helped you as a woman? Also borrowing from what Ms. Ngobile has addressed, that what do you think that you, as a woman, you have shown as an individual that these are the issues that have made me be able to navigate in these stereotypes?
Thank you. As my colleague has already put on forward, looking on from the institution where I coming from, looking on the issue of participation and inclusiveness, the government and the institution at large has tried a level best to give us room of showing that we are capable of doing things. For example, nowadays we have a number of women who are Chief Executive Officer. Now we have seen a number of people, women who are driving locomotive, for example, the SGR and train. We have seen a number of women who have been empowered. They are driving, BRT buses. So all our initiative to make sure that we are part and parcel in this inclusiveness area on the transport sector. So I congratulate the government and the leaders which we have for giving us chance. And we encourage the young girls that if you want to move a step further, attach yourself with leaders so that you can be mentored and aspire what you want to become. If you want to become maybe engineer and whatever, make sure that you link yourself with those people who are expert on that area, the guru one. Thank you.
Thank you. If you want to become successful, you have to connect to the gurus. That's what I got from your short response. I think now it's time for our youngest doctor, Dr. Masaki. She's an engineer and a transport specialist, of course. I'm so admiring your career pathway. I read some of the articles when you were in America. You did a very great job in pursuing your career as a transport engineer. One question for you, Dr. Jacqueline. You think on the same issue that I've asked Dr. Mary, because you are all in the academic field, what leadership qualities do you think have helped you? Not only leadership, but as a profession, what qualities have helped you to navigate and to succeed in this transport sector?
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying the session so far. And I'm very excited to be on this panel and among these amazing women. And I think this session is very important given how important transportation is and as well how important women are in the world. So I'm excited for this. To answer the question that has been provided about leadership skills, especially for women to succeed in transport, based on my experience so far, as well as the exposure I've gotten so far, I can say when I'm talking about the leadership skills to succeed, we always talk about, if we are selecting a leader, has to be, well-informed in the area where they are going to lead, as well as they have experience. So I found that having a good exposure in that area is one of the skills that has to be considered in women. And I've seen that in my journey where, actively seeking a broader perspective against even or more than the local perspective that you have can really help you in leadership as well as in tackling different challenges. But secondly, I've seen also resilience, being in a male-dominated sector, especially in transportation, you're always being questioned. So being resilient in what you are doing, not showing just loudly by speaking, but by actions, by performance, by outcomes that you are providing, can really speak out on how, as a leader, you are in this sector. But also I have seen in collaboration. We know transportation is one of the sectors where it's just not a one discipline, it's multidisciplinary. It involves different sectors. So being able to have quality where you can collaborate with different institutions, different disciplines, different researches, it's one of the very important aspects. But lastly, but if not least, is being solution-driven mindset, being able to really think ahead, doing things better and innovatively. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Jacqueline. I will go back to my friend, Noni, all the way from South Africa. I met you several times. I have seen your energy when you are dedicating your efforts to do your job, and I was passionate about that. Can you tell me, you are working in a company that is dealing with the rail in the production of equipment and components. Do you think, as you scan this agenda, what practical steps can institutions take to ensure more women reach their leadership roles, as of in your own perspective and as a global aspect?
All right, amazing. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think Ngobile touched on it when she spoke about her experience entering the room. I think maybe what we need to go into is to think, if we got into this room and everybody was wearing black, everybody would have the same mindset. Everybody would think it's okay to wear black. It will only change if a person enters the room and they are wearing red. Then it will shift mentalities to say, there is an alternative to the reality that we're actually exposed to. So in saying that, I'm saying if we are sitting with boards and leadership teams that are male, that are all male, we will not be able to shift mentalities. What we need to do is to be more inclusive, including more females in leadership roles, to make sure that we're able to augment and change perspectives from the top. Unless we change it from the top, we will not be able to change our reality. And a couple of years later, we will still be having the same conversation about inclusivity and trying to accommodate females in male-dominated industry. One of the words that I don't like saying male-dominated, because we need to shift our mindsets from thinking that way. Practically, what we need to do is we need, one, yes, to shift mindsets. We need more.
Oh, sorry.
We need more women to be included in boards of decision making. We need women to be represented in the decisions. I mean, we talk earlier on, Dr. Mashoki was speaking about making transport safer. How are you going to make a transport system safe if you are not making the people that will be the beneficiaries of the system sit in the board that is making those decisions? One of the analogies that I've recently come to learn about, I was sitting in a women's cycle, a circle where young women are leadership, people that are in leadership at the moment are trying to inspire and mentor each other to the next level. And one of the speakers that came there is a woman that is an ex-CEO of one of the biggest transport companies in South Africa that is leading at the moment. She spoke about an analogy about how economies were grown and driven in the early days, and how that would be done is a person with cows would then borrow the less fortunate individual a cow, and by virtue of that they would milk it and then benefit from the cow until the cow produces. Then they would return the cow, and then they would also be, the onus would be on them to then impact the change, extending it to the next person. With that analogy, or at least borrowing from that analogy, I'm saying to everybody that is here, we need to borrow a female a cow. It is not enough for us to say we need more women to be sitting in these boards to be making decisions when the women are not equipped sufficiently enough to take up those opportunities. So I'm saying borrow a female a cow. What does that look like? It looks like education. It looks like intentional education and not just policies that are being made at government or institution levels. It's speaking about mentorship that is intentional, not just filling space and time with us having talks with these women and not making a tangible change. It means us sponsoring a female. That means holding them by the hand and making sure that tacitly you are making the difference. How many women have you impacted?
Thank you, Madam Noni. We are running short of time. I will just take a quick scan of the remaining question. In 1 minute, I will start with Madam Tumaini as we begin. We have discussed from all different sectors here, as we have lined up. What is your advice that you would like to give to our young girls who are now in the schools, in the universities, trying to aspire their dreams in joining the transport industry? What would you like to say to them? And then we'll pass the mic. I would like to get this, the response on the same question to all of the panelists.
Yeah. Yes. To young ladies, women, this is the time. You need to come forward because of the conducive environment that is already available. Innovation. Nowadays, technology is driving the way. So we are no longer into manual things which were used to be difficult for women to do, but we are now into innovative way of doing things electronically, and there is a lot of innovation, and women are there. If you are able to do your computer science or something like that, then you are able to join into the industry. So come forward, and conducive environments such as policies and other available opportunities, it is now the time for you to take it up and come in and join. It's now free. The road is more clearer than it used to be in previous, I would say maybe it was during Stone Age, but now we are in the era of innovation and technology. Thank you.
The road is more clearer than it was in the past. Miss Noni, on the same issue.
Thank you so much. I think from my perspective, it's not sufficient for us to speak to young females without addressing or redressing the issue where we are concerned. I think as policy, as decision makers sitting around this room, we need to be enabling to the females to make the change. We need to make sure that there's more Ngobiles, there's more Nonis that are represented in the board and in the leadership of the businesses. And by virtue of that, then these young women will automatically have mentors that they can look up to, that they can emulate. If they have nobody that looks like them at the helm of businesses, the likelihood of the females joining the sector or the business environment is unlikely. So I think for me, more than anything, more than us trying to speak to the young females, what are we doing as the business unit, as the government, to make the change and not just leave this to be a policy, another policy over another policy? Thank you.
To make the changes in the policies and legal frameworks. Ms. Ngobile.
Yes, thank you. So my advice to the young females who want to venture into the logistics industry, first of all, do not limit yourself before the world even tries to, because stereotypes, they'll always exist everywhere, but they should not define you. You should be defined by your competence, you should be defined by your resilience, you should be defined by your courage to enter into any space that is predominantly male. And as young ladies out there, you should know that the sector, it needs you, it needs your innovation, it needs your discipline, it needs your leadership. So do not be afraid, do not try to be one of the boys. Being female is not a weakness, it is actually a strategic strength. So embrace it, use it. In this world that is male dominated, your only currency to success is your competence.
Thank you. Dr. Jacqueline.
Thank you, Chair. So to answer this question, I just try to reflect and remember myself as a young lady and trying to dream being a transportation engineer one day. So as a saying, there's a say, dream it and you can achieve it. So what I can say to young ladies, young female ladies, to dream about it, dream boldly that I want to be here, I want to belong here, but also build those skill sets, because that will be your selling point, you know. You'll be able to stand in the room and speak confidently because you know what you are speaking about. But also being your mindset to be innovative, always thinking innovative, but lastly also to seek mentorship. You know, there are people who have succeeded in this area where you can reach out and get involved with them and build those skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mary. One minute.
Okay, thank you. Addition to what my colleagues have been, spoken, my advice to young girls, please volunteer yourself. Do not think about being paid to everything. If you want to aspire and become maybe a logistics, having a big company, volunteer yourself so that you can learn. And at the end of the day, you will be equipped with what is in that industry. And then another thing also, you are the only person who can break the whole issue of male domination in the transport sector. For example, maybe your parents have forced you to study some of the subjects which are not related with science and whatever. Aspire what you have. Make sure that you are breaking out that issue by showing that you can do. There is a saying which is saying that wanawake wakiwezeshwa wanaweza, but you can enable yourself because you are strong enough. That is why if you educate one woman, automatically a number of people will be educated. Believe yourself, trust yourself, because every person is here because of us women. Thank you.
Thank you. As we come to the end of this panel, I just have one word to say. If transport moves economies, then women move transport. Thank you for listening, and thank you for our panelists. And back to you, Master of Ceremony, thank you for bearing with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, another great hand of applause to a panel expertly moderated. Thank you very much, Engineer Nyoni. May I ask the panelists and the moderator to stand right in the middle of the stage for a group photo. Tunapiga picha kwa pamoja. Such incredible things that have come out of there. For those young women who might be watching this video later on, just remember the things that you have been told. Let your voice be heard in action. Focus on outputs and outcomes, not just empty voices, but simply make sure that you focus on outcomes, be solution oriented. We've talked about boards literally having women in leadership, very important. Talked about intentionality over empty speak, the importance of mentorship. Being bold, this is the best time to join because basically you're standing on the shoulders of giants. It's not as hard as it used to be, but at the same time, stereotypes exist, but they should not define you. And then, of course, Dr. Mashoke ended and closed expertly with the power of volunteering and making sure that you're exposed. Ladies and gentlemen, another hand of applause for that panel. I do believe we could have taken a lot longer because there's so much wealth of knowledge in there. As you all know, this beautiful gathering has been facilitated and made to happen by the coming together of different sponsors. We have heard from some on the first and second day, and today we have the pleasure of hearing from others. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause to Mr. Louis Wang from Yutong to come and speak to us for a short remark. Makofi kwake tafadhali, mdhamini wetu kutoka Yutong, Bwana Louis Wang, karibu sana.
Asante sana. Distinguished member from Latra and the Ministry of Transport and the representatives from transport sectors. Good morning. I'm Luis from Yutong Bus Company, and it's my great honor to participate in the first Sustainable Land Transport Week and witness the global public transport industry moving towards a new stage of sustainability, electrification, and intelligence. Currently, there is a growing global call for environmental protection and sustainable development. As a significant source of energy consumption and carbon emissions, the green transformation of the transportation sector is of importance. Yutong, as a leader global bus manufacturer, has long integrated green DNA into its development. Our understanding of green travel goes far beyond zero or low emission for vehicles. It is a systematic project encompassing technological innovation, product upgrade, operational optimization, and even full life cycle management. Firstly, technological innovation is a core driving force behind green mobility. Yutong has long been committed to the research and application of new energy and clean energy technologies. And we invested in cutting-edge fields such as pure electric vehicles and hydrogen fuel cells, and improving the energy efficiency, driving range, and safety performance of our products. Our goal is to use leading technology to make every Yutong bus a mobile green node, providing efficient and convenient service while minimizing our environmental impact. Secondly, we are committed to build a green mobility ecosystem. Currently, Yutong has sold over 220,000 electric commercial vehicles globally, with a cumulative operating mileage of 50 billion kilometers, reducing carbon emission by 31 million tons, and is equal to planting 160,000 hectares of trees. Yutong will always uphold the concept of green and sustainable development to make the world a better place, and will continue to regard energy conservation and environmental protection as an important direction for the company's development. Think eco, move green. Let's do it together. Thank you for listening. Asante sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, another hand of applause to Mr. Louis Wang. Louis Wang from Yutong, makofi kwake tafadhali. Na timu yao kwa pamoja. Right now we're going straight into a presentation. Now the presentation will be from the head of ICT, as you see him, from Latra, Mr. our engineer Eliud Kataraya. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation will be enhancing ICT solutions for sustainable land transport, the role of Latra. We've heard a lot about technology, about innovation, ICT, and here we have the head himself to take us through a presentation. So please be ready to take notes, be ready to engage. Ameshafika jukwani, so sina haja ya kumpandisha. So lakini kwa pamoja naombeni makofi yaliyoshiba kabisa. Head of ICT, Latra, karibu sana, engineer.
Good morning, everyone. The chairman of the board members, and distinguished guests, protocol is observed. I would like to thank God for the opportunity to present before you all, and today I will just quickly take you through the role of Latra in enhancing ICT solutions for sustainable transport. So if you look at the very first screen, you see there is like an AI thing, and it's the panel that we'll get into after this one. Everything today is converging towards AI. Just like the way internet took over everything, now we are heading towards the AI side of things. So in this presentation, those are the areas that we will get to look into, and I'll try to be a little quick to try to manage the time that we have. So please don't blink, because you're going to miss some of the slides if you do so. So let's try to reflect on the last 20, 30 years. What was the case for transport in our country? If you look at the pictures shown, you get to understand where we come from, and try to imagine the level of use of ICT solutions back then, and try to imagine the role of the regulator at the time. I was lucky enough to be born in a family where my father happened to be a transporter, so I understand there was no regulator. We could just pick any route where we could find more passengers, more cargo, and we were totally out of control, but IT was nothing to do with the way we used to work. Would that have worked today? The answer is no, because the demand, the level of interaction, and the level of mobility is a little higher. So it would have been with lots of challenges, and we have changed. Now there are plenty of ICT solutions, and we expect even a greater shift by the time we get to 2050. So what are the available ICT solutions today around the world? We have the Internet of Things. We have gadgets in almost everything. We human beings are transmitting some data signals through our phones. Vehicles are doing the same. The traffic installed in our road systems are doing the same. And this has made it, has led to the production of a significant amount of data, which is actually a required resource or input to implementation of AI. And we have GPS tracking, which is now almost in everything. Even our phones can track us. Cars are being tracked. Almost everything is now tracked. And this has a lot to do with contribution towards the sustainable transport. I'll tell why on later slides. And we are able today even to tell of the traffic status through just the maps that are available in our phones. You know, if you try to say, maybe I'm going to Mlimani City, and you go to map and then you ask for direction, you will be able to see even a suggestion of several routes. And if you see the red alerts on the route, it means that place is congested. Why are we able to get all this information? It's because there are so many gadgets that are transmitting data. In other countries, you'll get even advisory, a trip advisory in terms of you need to walk from this point to the other point, and then board a bus or board a metro, then board a train. It's all suggested with times, and this is because of the use of the general transit feed specifications data, which in the country are also heading towards the same direction. There are, again, plate number recognition solutions. These are all over around the world, and they help to get to understand the vehicle and the vehicle details. We are also working towards that, and there are ticketing solutions. These are some of the solutions that are there for the transport, ICT solutions. There's vehicle to everything. Vehicle to everything, nowadays a vehicle communicates almost with everything. And so you say vehicle to pedestrian, the vehicles are communicating to pedestrians in many ways. You see, when I get to call maybe a Bolt, an Uber, just as a person, not only not as a pedestrian, as a passenger, but even pedestrians are identified by the intelligent traffic systems that are today installed in our roads. So, and these can communicate to the vehicles, and this is why the self-driving vehicles are possible today. There are intelligent parking systems which will suggest to the vehicles or to the travelers on where to go park. These apps are all out there in the world. And the self-driving cars. These are actually trying to... I got an opportunity to get into one of these in one of the cities, Shenzhen, in China. When you try to look at this car, the car has a smart screen on the inside, and this car can identify zebra marks. It can stop, and it is showing the direction where it is going to go. It has to wait for vehicles to finish moving. It is somehow having the intelligence of a human being in navigating on the roads. And this will identify a pedestrian as well. This is where the world is going. Now, just let's have a moment to get to the feeling of this one. This guy was very, very funny. You'll see there's a time when the car actually chooses to overtake, and he starts dealing with the phone, and he will try to record the car we are going to overtake. And he's free. The car is now speeding up. We are overtaking a very good car, which is also going really fast. And this is happening today in the world. That's where technology is taking us. But are we ready for this? The same car, we got off the car, and then we went outside the car, and the car started parking on the other side of the screen. This is the car, no driver on the inside. I was just trying to record it. It has the human intelligence to go forward and then come back and get to a point where it will get to park as if it is being driven by a human being. See on the seat, no one is seated there. What is this going to do to us? It's going to save our time. It's going to transform the way ICT solutions are making our lives better. Electrical vehicles in some countries, almost half the number of fleets are using, some cities are using electrical vehicles. We are proud to have one of our own here developing the same. Mobility now has become a service all around the world, and you can call. You don't have to go to bus stops to get transport to move from one point to the other. You can just call a Bolt, choose the one you want, be it a Bajaji, be it a car. It will come pick you and drop you to where you want to go. In the past, before the use of ICT solutions, if you look at those tourists who would come to our country, they would try to move around with maps. And we were kind of astonished how these people are able to move around our towns with maps and pens and pencils. But we are doing this today by being led by applications on our phones. So there is a lot more. Intelligent traffic systems in the city of Pittsburgh, it has reduced the commuting time by 25%, and by 40% the urban traffic congestion. Similarly, we have intelligent cameras which are able to identify drivers' behaviors, and these are contributing to the safety in road transport. If the driver is tired, yawning, as a distraction, not with a belt on, there are those intelligent cameras to do that. So what have we done in Tanzania? And before I talk on what we have done in Tanzania, let's look at what is guiding our way towards what we are doing. We have the Tanzania Digital Economy Strategic Framework 2024-2034, which was launched last year by Her Excellence, the President. And we have the DIRA 2050. If you look at areas being addressed and the targets being addressed, it shows that we have to enhance ICT solutions. It's not an option. It's actually among the key drivers to take us to sustainable transport and real development. So, as Latra, we have taken a lead in implementing some of these solutions that we said are all out there in the world. We first have developed a core system for doing almost everything that we do. We at Latra, we have one of the target, which is to ensure that we enhance the capacity of Latra to do its business, to do its responsibilities through the use of ICT. So internally first, we have already decided that we are going to use ICT to enhance our capacity to execute our regulatory functions. So this is one of the systems, and it's actually the main system. It's the second version of the system since we first automated the process of doing regulatory work. And this system, like almost all the licenses that we issue, all the permits, all the interaction we have with those that we are regulating are done through this single system. It has also a mobile app which is available on Android and iOS, and all the services that we offer are available right there. We have a vehicle tracking system. You all know about this. We are tracking all the public vehicles that are intercity buses. And now we are looking forward towards expanding this coverage. We have a passenger information system, which is a product of vehicle tracking. And it's actually a product of the data that we have and data models that have been developed to be able to give a prediction of the next arrival of the buses based on the location that they are transmitting data at. And through the same, we are able to give you a chance to track a particular vehicle. If you're on board a bus, you don't need to ask where you're at. You can track a specific bus. You get the last 10 data sent by that vehicle with regard to location and speed. We have implemented a core e-ticketing system. This is where you can now get your SGR tickets actually from here. You can get your bus tickets from here. It's a core portal, and we also have a mobile version of the same, which is present on the Android and iOS stores. We've implemented a solution of assessing drivers for registration, which is also automated. The same marks whatever competences they have, and we are now piloting the implementation of intelligent cameras. So we get to get a full picture of the vehicle and the plate number, and the same camera takes the data towards other systems and does the analytics and informs us of anything that is not right with that vehicle. So there are so many more solutions. I cannot talk all of them, I cannot list, I'll mention all of them right here, but some are initiatives done by other stakeholders. So these are some. I understand we'll be able to get these PowerPoints, and there are a lot. So we are also dealing with stakeholders in implementing all these solutions. What are the challenges and opportunities that are there in enhancing ICT solutions? So we are lacking some supportive infrastructure to deploy and implement all the ICT solutions. We still have some limited payment channels and options, and we don't produce devices internally, so they are kind of expensive. We have been encouraging to form the formation of transport associations so that it is easy to create systems to control the payment options. We are still slow in getting that done, but it's something that we expect will help us a lot to automate. It would be the same case as it is for DAT, who now can easily use the automated financial collection systems because they are operating as a single entity with multiple vehicles. There are challenges with regard to cyber security. Now that we are moving towards ICT solutions, the big challenge that we have is what if they are hacked? What if the data leaks out? This is a big challenge, but it's something that we are working on every other day to ensure that we are safe, and there are even more data protection requirements. And physical security issues, we understand if we want to deliver packets by your door, we cannot be sure that you will find your package outside on your door. There's a lot that we need to change in terms of culture to be able to harness the powers that ICT solutions can bring. Slow adaptation of systems, the reluctance, we all understand all what is happening, but it's a gradual process, but we are moving in the right direction. So what is Latra doing to address these challenges and to try to enhance ICT solutions in Tanzania? So we are creating a supportive environment for piloting ICT solution. If any of the stakeholders has a brilliant idea that could take our transport to the next level in terms of ICT, they are invited to our offices. We will give them a chance to do a pilot of their solution, and if it proves to work and feasible, we will adapt it, and we will create even some regulatory framework to allow that to work. We did the same with the Bolts and Ubers when they came. We are doing the same with ticketing solutions. Now we are going on the Dala side. So eventually we will have everything. So we are creating that environment to take us to that direction. So we are doing the coordination. We are doing all that the regulator has to do, and allowing a room for collaboration. And we are also creating core portals for similar ICT solutions. So if you look, for example, at the core e-ticketing system, it's like a core portal, but there are several ticketing solutions that are transmitting data to that single platform, but that platform enables you to access several ticketing solutions through a single portal. The same with vehicle tracking systems. There are so many vehicle tracking system solutions and companies that are installing the tracking devices to vehicles. They are transmitting to a single portal, and that's through that single portal, all the police officers, Latra, and eventually in the future, you, a passenger, can get to track the vehicle that you're in. So we are creating that central environment. Now with AI, we are introducing an innovation hub for the land transport ICT innovation issues, and we expect to get more solutions and incubate more solutions in that. We are now having a data warehouse project where we bring all the transport data into a single place and create an open transport data APIs and allow innovators to consume this data and make our transport more informed and accessible. So there's a lot of efforts that Latra is spearheading towards enhancing ICT solutions. Machine learning and artificial intelligence, we are building capacities, internal capacity, and we are encouraging those solutions. So there's a lot that we are doing. Now, just as to wind up this presentation, my time is running out. We want green, innovative, and sustainable transport. There are so many opportunities out there. We have not yet tapped into the cycling solution. We should have, just like we are having the Bolts and the Ubers, people should be able to go somewhere, key in whatever, pass a car there and take a bike, use it to move around, and then maybe come back and park it. We need to ensure that we are creating the culture that allows all these mobility model to be integrated into our movements. And with that, the way forward is more collaboration between stakeholders. And we continue to coordinate and make sure things are happening, and we continue to innovate. And with that, thank you very much for your attention. That's the end of our presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, makofi tena kwake. In a very short time, you have covered a lot of things. This is my area. So nimefurahi sana. May I please ask you to take a seat in one of the seats, because we're going to be going straight into the panel. Congratulations, Sana Latra, for the incredible work that you're doing. Transport Hub, accelerators, shared API. These are incredible things to hear. Na kwa wote ambao anafanya kazi kwenye hili eneo, anafahamu ukubwa hiki ambacho kimezungumziwa hapa. Jamani, another hand of applause to Latra for truly leading the way. So right now we're going directly into a panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, kuchambua, or to break down a little bit more of what was shared here. And for this panel discussion, may I please ask the following people to come onto the stage before I bring up the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, up on the stage from CarTrack, Mr. Charles Bloom. Mr. Charles Bloom from CarTrack, makofi kwake tafadhali. I do understand that you're also from SA. Makofi kwake jamani, tumkaribishe mgeni. Ladies and gentlemen, from Taima, Miss Mercy Kitomari. Miss Mercy Kitomari from Taima. Tumpigie makofi anavyoingia. Mabibi na mabwana, also from, of course, Latra, we've heard from Engineer Eliud Kataraya, Head of ICT. He will be on the panel. Also from OTAP, Mr. Joachim Ferdinand. Mr. Joachim Ferdinand from OTAP. Karibu sana, Mr. Ferdinand. Makofi kwake tafadhali as he comes onto the stage. From Terra, do we have our speaker from Terra present? From Terra we have a Mr. Daudi, but then if he's not in, he will join the panel once he walks in. We do have somebody from Hashtag as well. Hashtag kama uko ndani tafadhali come to the stage. But we do also have a representative from TRC. Our panelists from TRC, should you be present, please head onto the stage. Hashtag? Excuse me? Hashtag? Aha, from Terra. Makofi kwake tafadhali, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Daudi. Ladies and gentlemen, now for our panel moderator this morning, we were supposed to have Professor Winnister Anderson. However, Professor Winnister Anderson has sent her regards. She will not be with us this morning. But hand of applause for the panel moderator who has been able to come in last minute and not only fill the gap, but completely consume it. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause, Ms. Ngobile Ngwena from Bravo. Ms. Ngobile Ngwenya from Bravo. Makofi kwake tafadhali, mabibi na mabwana. If you have moderated a panel, you know the pressure that it is to come in last minute to make sure that things move. So thank you very much. The panel is Data, AI, and Digital Platforms. Data, AI, and Digital Platforms, improving efficiency, safety, and accessibility in land transport through technology. Improving efficiency, safety, and accessibility in land transport through technology. Ms. Ngobile, the floor is yours.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure to welcome you to this important session on data, AI, and digital platforms, improving efficiency, safety, and accessibility in land transport through technology. So a round of applause to our great panelists who have been able to join us today. Jamani mmechoka? A round of applause. Yes, thank you. Without wasting much time, I think we will dive straight into the questions for the panelists. So this is address to each panelist. I think you have 1 minute each to address the questions. So I'll start with the gentleman right next to me. The first question is, how would you describe the current scope and maturity of digital technologies in Tanzania land transport sector?
Thank you again for consideration to this panel. The maturity, to describe it, I think I would just say we are on the right track, on the right path. We are adapting the global available solution at ICT solutions at a very high pace. If you look at what I actually presented, when I was talking about available ICT solutions, that was at a global level. And then I came to the point where I presented what is happening in Tanzania. You come to find out that most of the solutions we have implemented. So we are ready in terms of ICT. We are only challenged in terms of infrastructure and the cost of devices, data. If we put this over, enforce them to full scale, it could overburden our stakeholders. So we are taking a step at a time. We know the government is putting in a lot of efforts to the infrastructure. So, but we are at a very good, some countries are actually learning from us. In terms, for example, vehicle tracking system, which we have implemented over the last 7 years. Several countries around Tanzania are coming to learn from us. So I think we are in a very right track. We are up there with the best. We just need to do a little more on our infrastructure to fully capitalize on what we are capable of doing. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think I'll give each one 30 seconds to actually give us the snapshot.
Good morning. Thank you for that. I think from our perspective at CarTrack, we've seen a major shift in the public sector with Latra and the work they're doing. But the private sector still leads the way quite a bit at this stage. But from what I've seen over the last few days, what I've seen in the last couple of years with the Latra's work in that, I think it's only a matter of time till they're up there and they're going to provide that kind of information that's looking for. So I think we're moving in the right direction at a rapid rate now. I think we can be very proud of that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I think, what I've seen so far, it's quite high level of improvement. But now I think it's time for public and private sector to have access to open APIs to be able to integrate faster, because sometimes it's what is making the process of many other innovations to be integrated into current systems, especially when it comes to e-mobility.
Thank you very much. We have made a significant step, from my perspective, looking at on the side of ticketing. We have moved the sector of transporters from manual ticketing, paper ticketing. Now there is an electronic ticketing which is being issued. And as Engineer Liud have said there, we are now having real-time data of who is going where, at what time, with which bus. So there is a significant step, but also this is also to congratulate the involvement of private sector, and Latra has done a very good job to ensure that private sector is also involved. And I think there is a high and a very prospective future towards technology and towards automation in the travel industry. Thank you.
Okay. I can say that each agency has made the progress, but most systems don't yet talk to each other. we can see that Latra tracking system, the town road asset map, their system advancing in parallel, but most systems don't yet talk to each other. So if we can make them integrate to each other, I am sure that we can unlock a full potential in this.
Thank you, everyone. So our panelists, they've already set the scene and painted the picture of where Tanzania is in terms of digital transformation in the land transport sector. So the next question, I'll direct it straight to TRC. So how is TRC integrating digital systems such as e-ticketing, signaling, and freight tracking to moderate railway services? Do we have someone from TRC? Okay. I've been hijacked, ladies and gentlemen, so please bear with me. Okay, so moving on, maybe car track representative. Okay, thank you, he's here. So what role of telematics and real-time vehicle tracking play in improving fleet safety and efficiency?
Thank you. You know, car track's been in Tanzania now about 20 odd years. Initially we started off with just the very basics, and we've realized very quickly that we need a lot more information out there to provide good services and what clients are looking for. It basically boils down to about 5 or 6 main items. Number one on our list is the improving of driver safety. That has got to be on the top of everyone's priority when you're looking at this kind of information. We've got driver scorecards, we look at driver behavior, and then most importantly, we've got to start bringing in the AI. AI into the cameras, so we can start working on fatigue, pre-warning the driver and the companies or responsible people that we are heading into dangerous zones. This also helps with breathalyzers for people driving under the influence of alcohol. You know, driver safety, passenger safety, and obviously asset safety is got to be main focus. Moving off that, we move into the increasing of optimization and efficiencies for companies. We're looking at real-time tracking, making sure they're on time, coordinating deliveries, so suppliers and customers can understand what's coming up and when they're going to get there to plan. Thirdly is the lowering of the cost. Transportation is getting more and more expensive. Fuel prices are going up. And the only way to stay competitive is to manage your fleet costs. Fuel, after hours working, downtimes, all these things, mechanical wear. If you have the right kind of system in place, you are able to manage these things. And our system is providing that information with you all the time. Cost per kilometer is there for you. Following that, I reckon it's got to be the better compliance and accountability from the right stakeholders. The information is there. It just depends on how you want to work with it and deal with it. The next point would obviously be the safety of the asset itself in recoveries. Tanzania is still lucky, I think, and like a lot of other countries. Vehicle theft is not a massive problem like in South Africa and some other countries, but it does occur here. With us, we've got our own dedicated recovery team to do recoveries, cross-border recoveries from our sister companies, so that makes a big difference. And then all this stuff that I've spoken about now leads into the final and one of the most important aspects is the improving of our customer service from our point of view, and obviously you from a transporter into your customers. So I think that's where the main focus has got to be and how we're driving the business.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I can personally attest that telematics have played a big role in improving the safety in the roads. I know now that there is a system where drivers can have breathalyzer tests. If you are intoxicated, the car will not be able to start. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite right.
Great, yeah.
Yeah, it's what's actually even better, it's connected into the AI camera as well. Yeah. So the moment the guy is breathalyzing, the camera's taking that video footage and reporting it straight away. So in case there's someone else taking the test it's also predetermining it. You know, so it's really got much more advanced.
That's great. Thank you so much. I'll throw the next question to a representative from Terra Technology. We have Terra Technology, right? So what innovative transport engineering or digital systems are being introduced to improve transport infrastructure performance?
Okay, thanks so much for your question. When we say that it are being introduced locally or are being introduced globally? So I will answer this question in two perspectives, both globally and locally. To start for globally, we can say that they have made progress in AI. We can say intelligent traffic light monitoring system. Right now, our traffic light system are hardwired and pre-programmed at the time of installation. When the green light is given 60 seconds, it's 60 seconds. When red light is given 20 seconds, it's 20 seconds. So you may find that there is a lane which has many vehicles, but there is a red light, and there is another lane which is empty, is given green light. So you may see that there is you may cause a traffic problem. So how will we tackle this? We tackle this through intelligent traffic light monitoring system. They make decision based on the number of vehicles present on the road. Yeah, that's my first point. My second point, we can say we can introduce the digital twin. When I say the digital twin is like a mirror. We can take like Morogoro Road there. We can simulate it, and then when engineers say like maybe when we add like a flyover, will it increase congestion or decrease congestion? It's like we're simulating before starting building right now. Okay, another point I can say is road that talk, smart sensors. We can see in countries like Singapore and UK, there's a road, there's a smart sensors in road that actually senses the car present in them and whether there's a deformation in roads. So we can fix the road before the actual crack has happened. So let me move locally to see what our agency has have introduced here in Tanzania. First, I can say fleet management, car tracking, and video telematics. We all see now Latra has introduced a vehicle tracking system department. They monitor the vehicles. They know where the vehicle is. It increases productivity. Yeah, that's, I can say that's my first point.
Thank you, Terra Technologies. We have 2 minutes, so I'm afraid I'll have to cut you short. But I'm glad that Terra Technologies has actually taken the challenge to make, to move towards more local engineering innovation. So please keep out the challenge and let's see how we go. Okay, moving forward, I think we have a representative from OTAP, right? Okay, so OTAP, how's the digital ticketing and payment integration transforming mobility and customer experience in Tanzania?
Yeah, so as I've said in my first response, there is a significant growth and there is a significant advancement in that sector. You know, back in the days, and most of us here who have been in those days would probably attest to that, we used to have a travel anxiety, you see. When you want to travel, you have to go to the bus stands 2 days, 3 days before your travel date. You'll have to reach there and struggle to identify which bus you want to travel with. You also have to identify which office to book your ticket. You'll also have to identify the person who is selling ticket to you, if that person is actually legitimate. You'll have to buy a ticket, you'll have to go back home, you'll have to come on the day of travel. And on the day of travel, you'll be told the bus is not there, and you'll be told that the ticket is fake, and you'll be told XYZ, right? But right now, with digital technologies, what we have done in this market is you have, first of all, we've removed the travel anxiety, okay? Second thing is you have an access to all the buses which are available in this country through online. So as for the customer experience, the customer is able to see if he wants to travel with Shabibi or BM Coach or ABC, he can select the bus, he can select the seat, he can pay for the ticket and get the ticket instant, and tomorrow he will find the bus at the bus stand. That is a significant growth that digital ticketing has done, and also it has complemented on the side of the transporters themselves. They used to not know where is the cash collected. Is it with Juma, with John, with whoever? But right now they know I have 1 million in Shekilango and 2 million in Arusha. So this has really improved, and we are looking for more advancing features on digital ticketing and a more aggregated solutions to make sure that everything is in one place. Thank you.
Thank you. From OTAP, I think we have come a long way since the old days of buying tickets by the stand, so it's really great progress. Moving on to hashtag. Hashtag. We don't have anyone from hashtag. Okay. Taema? Yes. All right. So we'll move straight to Taema. So what key enablers, policy, standards, and local capacity are essential for technology-driven mobility solutions to succeed in Africa?
All right. So thank you for this opportunity as I'm here as Taema, but also Tree. I'd like to mention Taema is a Tanzania Association for Electric Mobility, meaning, can I switch to Swahili, please?
Yes, by all means.
Yeah, so kwenye magari ya umeme ambao nadhani yana carry ujumbe mzito zaidi kwenye hii conference yote kuhusu kusogea zaidi kwenye sustainable transport ambao ni magari ya umeme. Tuna chama chetu ambacho kinaitwa Taema. Kwa hiyo kama mtu yote ana biashara ya magari ya umeme anakaribishwa kujiunga. Inabidi nitoe hiyo point kwanza. So kwa jinsi ambavyo AI inahitajika haswa kwenye magari ya umeme. Kwanza kabisa tunawashukuru Latra kwanza kwa kutupa ushirikiano hasa sisi ambao tuko kwenye biashara ya magari ya umeme, kutualika kwenye maonyesho mbalimbali ambapo tulishiriki pia kwenye maonyesho mwezi wa 6, maonyesho ya mazingira, tukiwa tunaonyesha magari yetu ya umeme, charging stations na vitu kama hivyo. Kingine ni kwamba adaptation, ili magari ya umeme yawe adapted kwenye hii kwenye industry ya Tanzania, lakini pia kwenye sekta yote ya usafirishaji, AI inahitajika, na inahitajika ili kuweza kufanya network communication. Ndio maana hapo mwanzo niliongelea kwamba inabidi tuwe na open APIs, ili sasa kwa sisi ambao tunafanya biashara ya AI tuje Latra tuweze kujiunganisha na platform ya Latra, especially kwenye mambo ya kuchaji, network ya kuchaji, kwa sababu huo mtandao wa kuchaji magari lazima unafahamika na unaeleweka kwamba kuna umeme na kuna access na kuna socket ngapi na ziko sehemu gani. Kama mtu yuko Mbagala anatakiwa ajue, okay, nikienda eneo gani Mbagala naweza nikachaji, nikienda eneo gani Mloganzila naweza nikachaji, eneo gani Bagamoyo naweza nikachaji, pia na huku mijini. Kwa hiyo kwa AI ni muhimu kwa ajili ya kuwezesha network ya kuchaji, ili sasa tuweze kusukuma mbele hii sustainable transport. Lakini pia hizi digital platforms ambazo zitakuwa na AI zita improve sana charging, lakini safety ya madereva, ambao sasa huku kwenye usafirishaji watumiaji wengi ni madereva wa pikipiki. Kwa hiyo with AI itafanya sasa kuwe na more safety, na ita limit zile manuva wanazofanyaga barabarani, Kwa hiyo itasaidia kwa upande mkubwa sana tukiweza kuutilize AI kwa upande huo wa safety. Lakini pia kila kwenye magari ya umeme tayari yanakuja kama na smart platforms. Kwa hiyo tayari kuna umuhimu wa hizo digital platforms ziwe zinasomeka. Pia sasa labda Latra pia sisitize wanaoleta magari ya umeme zile platforms ziwe zinasomeka kwa lugha ya Kiswahili na Kiingereza ili watumiaji waweze kuzitumia vizuri. Ni angalizo tu na ongezeko hapo kwenye hilo swala zima la AI. Lakini pia nitaka kumalizia my statement kwa kusema AI tusione kama luxury, ila tuone kama ni kifaa ambacho kitaleta safety, efficiency na kitaleta better decision making, especially kwa ajili ya magari ya umeme na pia kwa kutunza mazingira na kwa kukuza uchumi, kwa sababu tunajua kabisa kwa wanaofanya biashara ya umeme, ya magari ya umeme, hasa pikipiki na bajaji za umeme, wanapata punguzo ya cost of operation kila siku by 90%. Kwa hiyo inasaidia sana yule dereva anatumia 3,000 kuendesha kilomita 100 badala ya 25,000 kuendesha kilomita 100. Kwa hiyo hizi AI ni vitu ambavyo vinatusaidia sana kwenye maisha yetu ya kila siku na tuzitumie kwa ajili ya kuimprove maisha yetu instead of otherwise. Asante.
Thank you so much from Taema. I think from this entire panel discussion we've been able to establish that digital transformation in transport is not just on paper, it's reality, it's happening. So I'm afraid we're out of time. So to wind up this panel discussion, I'll invite the head of ICT at Latra to give us the closing remarks for this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would also like to thank all the panelists for your great contribution and the moderator. My conclusive remarks would be that as a country, we are on the right track in terms of adopting ICT solutions, and we have every reason to make sure we enhance the use of ICT solutions in transport sector for better services, reliable and safe and safe transport services. And we cannot run away from AI and data because it's more like saying no to the internet in the world that we have been living in the last maybe 5 years. And we are doing everything as Latra to make sure that emerging technologies are adopted in transport, and we actually invite all the stakeholders. If you have an idea, you think it can help us to take a step forward, you are all invited to our offices. We don't know it all. We collaborate with stakeholders to bring the best for the nation and to make sure that we are not left behind as a country. So we encourage innovators. For the students, we had lots of students from NIT. We are going to be starting gradually the Land Transport ICT Innovation Hub. So if you have a brilliant idea and you think you just lack the environment to execute that, you can visit us and we will look into that and we'll see if we have a room for you to play part in transforming Tanzania in terms of digital transformation. With all that said, again, thank you for listening to us all attentively, and thank you for a great session, moderator.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to the audience for your engagement, and I'll hand the mic back to our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause to Ms. Ngobile for running that panel expertly at last minute. Jamani, tumpigie makofi. Ameingia na kweli ameweza kufanya kazi nzito. Thank you very much to all the panelists as well. Please do stand up to take your group photo right in the middle of the stage, tafadhali. And of course, we do see that it's a very balanced panel. Ladies and gentlemen, tuwapigie makofi kwa mara nyingine tena. To all the young people in the room, kwa vijana wote humu ndani, natumia Kiswahili ili tuelewane. Kama tulivyosikia kwamba fursa zipo lukuki upande wa Latra, usione kabisa kwamba kuna changamoto kubwa sana ambazo hauwezi ukazivuka. Humu ndani ndio sehemu ya kupata tatuzi kuendana na hizo changamoto ambazo unazo. Hapa una head of ICT, mkuu kabisa wa kitengo cha ICT, na tumeweza kusikiliza na kujua kwamba ni fursa gani ambazo zimo ndani ya Latra kusaidia kupiga hatua kuhakikisha kwamba suluhu yako ambao umeiwaza, ambao umeibuni, inaweza ikaingia sokoni na kusukuma gurudumu la maendeleo. So hapa ni nafasi ya kupiga moyo konde na kusema kwamba yes, this is my space. Vijana unasema yes, unajambia yes, siwezi kutoka bila kitu humu ndani. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into a few quick presentations, but before the presentations and the breakout session that's upcoming, ningependa kumkaribisha mmoja wa wadhamini wetu. As we said from the very beginning, we're celebrating partnerships. We're celebrating the spirit of Ubuntu, the spirit of togetherness. Now one of our partners is Bas Bora, mabibi na mabwana. Kwa short remarks, ningependa kumkaribisha Mr. Jackson Majaliwa, Operation Manager Bas Bora, kuja kuzungumza nasi. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Mr. Jackson Majaliwa, Bas Bora, karibu sana. Tumpigie makofi mabibi na mabwana. Unajua makofi pia yanasindikiza na encourage mtu anapopanda jukwaani. Asante sana.
Habari za asubuhi mabibi na mabwana. Mbele yenu hapa ni mdhamini wa haya maadhimisho, na ningependa kutoa kidogo elimu au kile ambacho tunakitoa sisi kama Basi Bora, ili tuweze kupata ufahamu nini maana ya Basi Bora. Na ningependa kutumia lugha ya Kiswahili ili niweze kumaliza kwa haraka zaidi. Kwa majina kama nilivyojitambulisha, naitwa Jackson Majaliwa, natokea kampuni ya Basi Bora, ndiye mkuu wa kitengo cha operation zote ambazo zinafanyika Basi Bora. Basi Bora ni nini? Basi Bora ni jukwaa la tiketi za mabasi mtandaoni. Maana yake nini? Huna haja ya kwenda kituo cha mabasi au kumpigia wakala wa mabasi kwa ajili ya kupata tiketi. Sasa hivi mambo yamerahisishwa. Kupitia Basi Bora unaweza ukakata tiketi ya basi mtandaoni popote pale ulipo, ukajaza tarehe ya safari, ukajaza unapotoka, unapokwenda, ukachagua siti, ukajaza taarifa zako, na pia kupata tiketi ya basi hapo hapo kwenye simu yako. Ni rahisi sana. Mfumo ni rahisi sana. Unatembelea tovuti ambayo ni www.basibora.co.tz, au unaweza ukadownload application ya Basi Bora Play Store au App Store. Kwa mfumo wetu hauhitaji kujisajili, ni mfumo rahisi. Unachotakiwa tu ni kuwa na bando lako na mambo yote unayamaliza pale pale. Mfumo wa tiketi unaupataje? Utapata kwa njia ya SMS, ambayo baada ya kuwa umefanya malipo, SMS itarudi ya tiketi yako ambayo itakuwa na details zote za tiketi yako. Na mfumo mwingine wa kupata tiketi, kama utajaza email kwenye taarifa za abiria, utapata pia tiketi yako kwa njia ya email. Sasa ningependa kuelezea pia kitu ambacho kinaleta utofauti, au kitu ambacho tunakifanya kimebadilisha muonekano wa hii chote, wa hii shughuli nzima ya usafirishaji, sasa upatikanaji wa tiketi. Cha kwanza, mfumo unabadilishwa kuanzia utendaji wa ofisini. Maana yake ni nini? Zile tiketi za karatasi ambazo zilikuwa zinakatwa, maana yake sasa zinakuwa ni mwisho. Hakuna tena kukata tiketi zile za karatasi ambazo zinakuwa zimeandikwa kwa mkono. Kwa hiyo mfumo mzima unabadilika kuanzia utendaji wa ofisini, utendaji wa maagenti, mpaka kuja kumfikia abiria. Kwa hiyo tiketi yoyote ambayo itakuwa imekatwa ofisini pia online pia itakuwa imepotea. Mfano labda tiketi siti, labda siti namba moja labda imekatwa ofisini, atakayeingia online ambaye yuko sehemu yoyote ile anaweza akaiona hiyo siti imeuzika. Kwa hiyo siti moja haiwezi kauzika mara mbili. Hiyo ndo faida mojawapo ya tiketi ya huu mfumo wa tiketi mtandao wa basi bora. Kingine ambacho ningetaka kukielezea hapa, kuna mfumo mwingine ambao tumeuanzisha hivi karibuni ambao tumeintroduce katika maadhimisho haya ya wiki ya usafiri endelevu mwaka 2025. Kwa sababu tuna makampuni mengi ambayo tunayahudumia ya mabasi, hii ni fursa kwa vijana sasa wao ambao wako hapa, vijana wa chuo, nimeona vijana wa chuo mko hapa. Hii ni fursa sana sana kwenu. Tumeongeza wigo wa upatikanaji wa tiketi. Kama tulivyozoea, unaweza kupata tiketi online, ukaenda kituo cha mabasi, ukaenda stendi au ukampigia agent ili kupata tiketi. Lakini kwa sasa hivi mfumo wetu tumeintroduce huduma inaitwa wakala binafsi. Wakala binafsi ni nini? Mtu yoyote aliyepo humu ndani, kijana yoyote, mfanya biashara, una kibanda cha M-Pesa, una supermarket, ni kijana upo nyumbani au upo mtaani au una ajira, ni fursa hii ya wakala binafsi tunaitoa kupitia basi bora. Wakala binafsi na maanisha nini? Mfano, una kibanda cha M-Pesa, kwa sasa unaweza ukauza tiketi ya zile basi ambazo zinapatikana kwenye mfumo wetu. Utawasiliana nasi, tutakupatia usajili, tutakufanyia usajili, tutakupatia akaunti ambayo kwenye hiyo akaunti utaweza kuuza tiketi ya zile basi ambazo zimeunganishwa kwenye mfumo wa basi bora mikoa yote Tanzania na ukajipatia kipato. Inafanya kazi namna gani? Utakuwa na kianzio cha nauli ya ile tiketi. Mfano, tiketi ni kiasi cha tiketi labda kutoka Dar kwenda Dodoma ni 30,000. Ina maana kwenye ile akaunti ambayo tutakuwa tumekupatia utaweka kiasi cha 30,000. Utakapoweka kiasi kile cha 30,000, abiria amekuja au umepata mteja anasafiri kutoka Dar kwenda Dodoma kwa kiasi cha ile shilingi 30,000. Utakapouza ile 30,000, ile tiketi inapotoka kuna kiasi ambacho kinabaki, tunasema commission. Mfano tumekubaliana labda commission kwenye 30,000 ni 2,000, ina maana ile 2,000 itabaki kwenye akaunti yako. Ile 2,000 itakuwa imebaki kwenye akaunti yako. Kwa hiyo ile 2,000 inakuwa ni faida kwa utakapoenda kuongeza salio tena kwenye mfumo wa basi bora au kwenye ile akaunti yako ya basi bora, ile inahesabika kama faida kwa sababu mtu atakuwa amekupatia keshi, utaenda kuweka tena 30,000, na maana kwenye ile akaunti yako ya basi bora tuliokusajilia itakuwa ni 30,000 na 2,000, na maana ile commission yako inabaki. Unavyoendelea kuuza zaidi na zaidi, ina maana ile ni kipato unapata na unaweza tena kuwithdraw na ukaendelea na mambo mengine. Kwa hiyo ningeomba au presentation hii vijana tuchangamkie hii fursa. Nitapitisha pia hizo flyers, mnaweza mkazipata au mnaweza mkatembelea banda letu pale kwa ajili ya kupata elimu zaidi kuhusu hii fursa ya wakala binafsi. Asanteni sana na tuendelee na mkutano. Asante sana.
Asante sana, makofi kwake Bwana Majaliwa kutoka basi bora. Na kama mlivyosikia, fursa zinazidi kutiririka hapa kwenye shughuli yetu. Ladies and gentlemen, mabibi na mabwana, kama of course vijana mna maswali yoyote zaidi kuhusu basi bora, wako hapa na mtaweza kuzungumza moja kwa moja na mkuu kabisa wa kitengo cha operations Mr. Jackson Majaliwa. Baada ya hapo ningependa kutoa tu a quick update of how tutaendelea na ratiba yetu. Wakati nafanya hivyo, ninaomba msaada wa laptop hii ambayo iko jukwani, naona imejifunga kidogo. Lakini ladies and gentlemen, sasa hivi tunaenda moja kwa moja kupata presentation fupi sana kutoka kwa DART. Baada yake tutasikia kutoka Kune Climate Foundation, na after that tutaenda kwenye breakout rooms. Breakout rooms itakuwa 2, kutakuwa kuna moja hapa na moja itakuwapo kule Mikumi. Tukifika kwenye kipengele cha breakout rooms, nitaomba tuende haraka iwezekanavyo because hii session inatakiwa kuchukua dakika 20 tu. Inamaanisha sisi kusimama kutoka na kuingia chumba cha Mikumi kuanza mjadala, kumaliza na kurudi hapa inatakiwa iwe ndani ya dakika 20. So tukifika kwenye ile time ya breakout session, nikisema tu kwamba naomba tuende kwenye breakout session, nitaomba tuwe as sharp as possible. Baada ya hapo, of course, sasa nimeshampandisha jukwani, so sina haja ya kumpandisha tena, lakini kumintroduce kwenu mabibi na mabwana, driving sustainable urban mobility through the DART BRT system. Makofi kwake Engineer Katondo na Mbiza, Operations Engineer DART. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present this presentation, because I'm here to represent the Rapid Transit Agents. And according to the instruction or the guidance I have to present within 10 minutes. So I don't know, because it's a lot, because I have to share the transformation journey of the Dar es Salaam towards sustainable mobility via the Dar Rapid Transit. But within 10 minutes, I will try my best, and to do so, if you can allow me, please, I wish to proceed in Swahili. Maybe I can summarize a bit. So if it's okay, let me proceed with Swahili. Kwa kiujumla ni kwamba tunazungumzia transformation ya Dar es Salaam kuelekea kwenye sustainable mobility kupitia mradi wa mabasi yaendayo haraka. Na kiufupi ni kwamba Dar es Salaam ilikuwa inapitia changamoto sana za usafiri, na miongoni mwa options ambazo zilikuwa zinafikiriwa kwamba tutatatua vipi hizi changamoto, kulikuwa kuna options nyingi. Ilifikiriwa kuwa na metro, ilifikiriwa kuwa na light rail, lakini pia kukawa na perception za BRT. Zikafanyika comparisons, mwisho wa siku ikaonekana kwamba BRT inaweza save the purpose within Dar es Salaam, but at least at a reduced cost compared to other modes of transport. Kwa kiujumla hiyo ndo reasoning behind, na utekelezaji wake ikawa ni kwamba ili tuweze kuimplement hiki kitu, maana yake lazima tuwe na wakala wa serikali ambao utasimamia implementation ya huu mradi, lakini pia kwa ushirikiano na sekta binafsi. Kwa kiujumla, kwa ufupi ndo hivyo. Na ili kuendelea, tukizungumzia DART, kimsingi DART imeanzishwa kupitia government notes ya 120/2007 ambao kimsingi ilikuwa na vision ya kuestablish a modern, efficient, safe, accessible and affordable mass transit ili kukabiliana na changamoto za usafiri ambazo tulikuwa nazo hapo awali. Lakini tukizungumzia purpose yake inaenda beyond transport. Kuna aspect ambazo tayari zimeshakuwa presented kwenye presentations zilizotangulia, kwamba unapokuwa na sustainable mobility, manake unafanya watu waweze kusafiri kwa haraka, hata wale ambao wanaelekea katika mazingira yao ya kazi inakuwa ni rahisi wao kufika. Kwa kiujumla ni kwamba pia ina support national development, lakini pia tunapokuwa na sustainable development, sustainable mobility, unapoboresha usafiri, manake kimsingi pia unakuwa una support mambo ya health, public health pamoja na climate goals. Kwa maana kwamba unapozungumzia sustainable mobility pia unaboresha teknolojia pamoja na tuseme teknoloji nzima ya vifaa ambavyo unavitumia kwenye hizo transport. Kama ambavyo tunaangalia daladala zimefanya kazi kubwa, lakini unakuta sehemu kubwa ya magari ambayo tulikuwa tunayatumia yanakuwa yanachangia kwa kiasi kikubwa kwa maana teknolojia yake, lakini ujio wa BRT ndo kama hivyo tunavyoona sasa hivi phase 2 tuna mabasi ambayo yanatumia CNG ambayo ni teknolojia ambayo pia ni rafiki katika swala la mazingira. Kwa kama nilivyoeleza kwamba why sustainable urban mobility matters. Watangulizi wameshazungumza. Tukizungumzia swala la urbanization ambayo ni changamoto pia kwa miji mingine ya Afrika, ni kwamba kadri miji inavyozidi kukua inatengeneza changamoto kubwa sana katika transport system. Kwa maana kwamba ile rate ya urbanization haiendi sambamba na rate ya kutengeneza miundombinu ya transport katika miji mingi ya Afrika, ambao ni changamoto pia ambao tuko nao sisi Dar es Salaam. Kwa mwisho wa siku najikuta mnakuwa na congestion ambayo kimsingi inachukua muda mwingi wa uzalishaji, kwa maana kwamba mtu ulitakiwa utoke nyumbani kwako ufike mapema kazini ufanye kazi zako. Kwa inatengeneza changamoto nyingi, lakini pia upande wa impact za mazingira kama ambavyo nimeshazungumza kwamba without sustainable mobility ni kwamba unaweza ukawa na pengine hata teknolojia za vehicles ambazo tunazitumia mwisho wa siku pengine zinasababisha emission kwa kiasi kikubwa. Kwa mfano tuzungumzie tunapokuwa na let's say hatuna mass transit, kwa maana kwamba ile modes ambayo ina uwezo wa kusafirisha watu wengi at par. Mwisho wa siku ni kwamba utajikuta kuna movement za magari mengi sana ambayo yanaingia mjini. Na ukizungumzia scenario ya miji mingi ya Afrika tunaonunua magari ambayo ni second hand, kwa maana kwamba hata uwezo wake wa kupollute unakuwa ni mkubwa. Umeona? Kwa kadri magari yanavyozidi kuwa mengi mjini, pollution yake pia inakuwa ni kubwa, kwa impact kwa mazingira pia inakuwa ni kubwa. Lakini pia tukizungumzia sustainable urban mobility ni pamoja na kuwa na infrastructure za NMT. Kwa maana kwamba kuna wale ambao wanasafiri lakini hawatumii vyombo vya moto, kwa mfano magari na nini, umeona? Ukizungumzia kwa mfano changamoto ambazo nimezisema, mji unakuwa watu wanakuwa ni wengi, magari pia yamekuwa ni mengi, lakini miundombinu mingi ambayo unakuta tulikuwa nayo pengine kabla hata ya BRT, unakuta maeneo mengi ya barabara ilikuwa ni kama vile yamesanifiwa kwa ajili ya kuwezesha magari kumove. Kulikuwa hakuna consideration ya watembea kwa miguu, waendesha baiskeli. Umeona? Kwa tunaposema kwamba jiji sasa linapambana kwenda kwenye sustainable mobility ni pamoja na kuhakikisha kwamba jiji letu linakuwa inclusive. Kwa maana kwamba una design kila utakachokuwa na kidesign unakifikiria katika uhalisia, kuhakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anakuwa na uwezo wa kutimiza yale mahitaji yake. Kwa watembea kwa miguu wanakuwa na sehemu zao, ambapo japokuwa pia katika uhalisia kuna changamoto zake, kwamba unakuta tumesanifu miundombinu ifanye kazi hii, lakini mwisho wa siku kutokana na uhalisia tulionao muda mwingine unakuta wafanyabiashara, umeona, wanavamia zile njia, bodaboda, changamoto ni kubwa. Kwa hiyo tunapozungumzia sustainable urban mobility ni kwamba kuna ulazima. Sidhani kama ni issue ya kusema kwamba ni option au ni luxury, yani ni necessity, kwa maana kwamba ina provide room ya kuwafikiria watumiaji wote wa barabara. Unakuwa na NMT lakini unakuwa na hizo motorized modes zingine. Na kwa kusema tu kiufupi, sehemu ya mafanikio ambayo tunaweza tukayaona upande wa sustainable mobility, tukichukulia BRT kama mfano, moja wapo ni hiyo issue ya inclusivity. Jana tulikuwa na discussion, nikawa najaribu kufanya reflection, na ambayo ningependa hata na ninyi wenyewe mjaribu kujifikiria kwamba hebu tujaribu kufikiri kabla ya BRT awepo mtu mwenye hitaji la kusafiri kutoka let's say Mbezi anakuja Posta, ni mtu mwenye mahitaji maalum anatumia wheelchair. Kabla ya BRT huyo mtu alikuwa anasafirije? Yaani wewe una wheelchair yako, unafanya movement zako kila siku, huwezi kutembea, huwezi ukapanda kuingia kwenye daladala katika ile mtu mwingine wa kawaida, una wheelchair yako. Je, zamani walikuwa nasafirije? Kwa sababu kwenye daladala hakuna provision ya kuweka wheelchair. Kwa option ya haraka haraka, watu ambao pengine hatujashuhudia hivyo vitu vilivyokuwa vinafanyika, ni either alikuwa analazimika aache wheelchair yake apande. Sasa akipanda akifika Posta let's say amefika gerezani, baada ya hapo alikuwa anatokaje? Yaani ile last mile ya kutoka kwenye kituo kwenda sehemu nyingine alikuwa na move vipi? Kwa hiyo ni changamoto ambayo tunasema hatuna namna ya kuepukana nayo, kwamba we need sustainable mobility ambazo zina take into account mahitaji ya kila mmoja. Na kama ambavyo nimezungumza, kuna misingi kama mitatu ambayo tunaweza tukasema kwa jiji la Dar es Salaam kupitia mradi wa BRT tunaweza tukasema ni kama foundation for sustainable mobility, ambao mojawapo ndo hiyo integration ya NMT, ambapo tuna hizo exclusive lanes kwa ajili ya watembea kwa miguu, we have exclusive lanes kwa ajili ya cyclists, lakini pia na motorized na BRT peke yake kwa maana ya ku improve their safety na vitu vingine. Lakini pia msingi mwingine ni modes za utekelezaji wa mradi. Mradi unatekelezwa kwa ubia kati ya serikali na watu binafsi, na ni sehemu kubwa ambayo imefanya huu mradi pia ufanikiwe, kwa maana kwamba serikali yenyewe inajenga miundombinu, afu private sector wanakuja kuinvest kwenye operations, ambapo kwa sehemu fulani kuna manufaa fulani ambayo yanapatikana. Kwa mfano upande wa capital mobilization, serikali haina haja ya kutenga budget kubwa kufanya kila kitu. Ni kwamba unaruhusu private afanye sehemu ya vitu vingine ambavyo wewe hela ambayo ungekuwa nayo pengine ufanye kila kitu unaweza kukielekeza sehemu nyingine. Kwa mfano tumejenga miundombinu. Kama serikali ingefanya kila kitu, maana yake ingeweka tena budget ya kununua mabasi. Lakini ukiengage private, manake private yeye anaenda kuchukua lolo ya kununua mabasi na kuja kuyaendesha. Kwa hiyo umepunguza gharama. Lakini ukiangalia upande wa teknolojia, kama tunavyoelewa, muda mwingine unaweza kukuta serikali haipo kwenye position pengine ya kukimbizana na technology. Kama ambavyo mnaona tuna basi bora hapa, tuna watu wengine ambao pia wameibua vitu ambavyo tungesema serikali ifanye peke yake, ile speed ya kuendana na uhalisia pengine ingeweza kuchelewa. Kwa hiyo unaweza kukuta kuna teknolojia ambayo private tayari wamesha advance, ikawa ni benefit kwa kushirikiana nao. Kwa mfano kwenye hiyo mambo ya ITS, mambo ya automated fare correction system, real time passenger information, nimesikia kuna mtu ameyataja hapo. Kwa hiyo tukizungumzia BRT ya Dar es Salaam, tunaweza tukaiona ni kama modo fulani ambayo kimsingi pamoja na changamoto ambazo wote tunazielewa, ni ukifikiria vizuri kwenye kichwa chako, ni modo ambayo tunasema ni sustainable. Changamoto ambazo tunaweza tukawa tunaziona, na mpaka sasa hivi tunapozungumza phase 1 imesitisha kwa muda huduma zake, ni changamoto ambazo ni za kawaida, lakini kama tukiweza kuziratibu vizuri na kila mmoja akatimiza wajibu wake vile inavyopaswa, hii ni modo nzuri. Na tumeshapokea wageni zaidi ya kutoka nchi zaidi ya 15 kwa ajili ya kuja kuangalia ni namna gani sisi tumefanikiwa kutekeleza huu mradi. Kwanza hata ile kushughulika na zile informal transport, kwa maana kwamba daladala tu kukubaliana na kwamba kupokea huu mradi kwenye miji mingine wameiona kama ni changamoto kubwa sana ambayo imepelekea wao kushindwa kutekeleza mradi kama huu. Upande wa phase zinazofuata, phase 2 tayari iko kwenye operation, nadhani hapa naweza nikaskip tu haraka. Lakini pia upande wa msingi mwingine mkubwa ambao tunaweza tukasema kufanya urban mobility kuwa sustainable ni pamoja na miradi ya TOD, ambao kimsingi ni tumeshaainisha maeneo kwa ajili ya kujenga hizo centers ambazo kimsingi zina faida kubwa upande wa public transport, kwa sababu zina increase hizo mobility na zinatengeneza demand, kuhakikisha kwamba BRT haitegemei zaidi tu kwenye nauli, kwa maana kwamba unakuwa na improvement zingine ambazo unazifanya kwenye corridor, zinakuongezea fare, lakini pia zina opportunity fulani ambazo unaweza kuzipata kukusanya mapato na nini, ambao kimsingi anaweza kusaidia kuendesha mradi bila kutegemea nauli peke yake. Kwa hiyo huu pia ni msingi ambao umesaidia, na endapo ukitekelezwa vizuri na wenyewe unaweza kusaidia huu mradi kuwa sustainable bila kutegemeana na nauli tu peke yake kuendesha mradi kwa ujumla. Kwa hiyo kimsingi, kwa kumalizia, tunaweza tukasema kwamba kujenga miji ambayo ina sustainable mobility ni kitu ambacho kinawezekana. Kama kweli tukiwa na dhamira ya dhati, wananchi na serikali tukajicommit kwamba hiki kitu ndicho tunachokitaka, hiki kitu kinawezekana na ni modo ambayo inaweza ikawa ni ya mfano hata kwa majiji mengine. Ila kitu ambacho ningetamani sana ni kifikishe kwa wadau ni pamoja na ile dhamira ya dhati. Ukiuangalia mradi kimsingi, wengi tulioko hapa tayari tumeshatembelea miradi mingi kama hii. Tumeona ni namna gani miradi kama hii inaendeshwa. Unakuta kuna changamoto ambazo zinaweza zikatokea kwa sababu tumetembea, kila mtu anaona, anajua, anasema ise huu mradi ni wazo zuri, lakini why? Mbona demand ipo kubwa sana, lakini kwa nini inaonekana mradi haufanyi vizuri? Inarudi pale pale kwenye commitment kwamba je, tumejicommit sisi kufanya huu mradi ufanikiwe? Nitolee mfano upande wa Latra. Nataka nitoe ombi kwa Latra. Upande wa kuendesha huu mradi kuna majukumu ambayo yani tuseme Latra kama regulator, yeye ndo anaoversee ule mradi. Sisi kama wakala wa serikali pia tuna roles zetu. Tunapokuja kwenye swala la nauli kwa mfano, BRT duniani kote nadhani ni moja tu ambayo iko China ambayo ina uwezo wa kujiendesha peke yake, yani bila kutegemeana na let's say subsidy. Kwa maana kwamba operation cost ni kubwa sana. Kwa hiyo unakuta muda mwingine inatakiwa kama nauli, watu wamefanya computation kupitia models na nini, inakuja labda let's say nauli inatakiwa iwe ni shilingi 1000. Inapoenda kwa Latra anaweza ka-approve nauli ambayo ni less than shilingi 1000. Lakini nyinyi realistically mmeona huu mradi ili ujiendeshe nauli inatakiwa kiasi fulani. Kuna vitu wanaviangalia, labda uwezo wa wananchi na nini, mwisho wa siku wana approve nauli ambayo iko chini ya kile kilichoombwa, lakini hakuna compensation ya kile kilichopungua, ambao kwenye majiji mengine miradi kama hii inafanikiwa kwa serikali kustep in kufili ile gap ambayo imepungua kwenye ile nauli iliyoombwa. Kwa hiyo ni waombe wadau Latra pia tushirikiane, tuone namna gani tunaweza tuka-address hiyo changamoto kama kweli tuna nia ya kufanya huo mradi uwe sustainable. Tofauti na hapo, tutakuwa tunaleta mabasi, baada ya muda mtoa huduma anashindwa kuyaendesha, yanakufa. Ni kwa sababu ya hizo changamoto. Operational cost unakuta ni kubwa kuliko uhalisia ambao mapato anayoyapata. Nashukuru sana.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Mabibi na mabwana, let's give him a round of applause. Nadhani kulikuwa kuna mambo mengi ambayo nataka kuyazungumzia, lakini muda umebana. Kweli tumpigie makofi ya kipekee, because truly he's managed to squeeze a lot of things into a very short time. And of course umewacha Latra na changamoto au a way forward. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, sasa hivi tunaenda moja kwa moja kama tulivyosema, we have a very rich day. Mambo ni mengi ya kuzungumzia na ni lazima tuhakikishe kwamba tunaondoka hapa tunasema full nondo. Tunayo yote ambayo yameandaliwa na Latra, hawajapoa kabisa, wamehakikisha kwamba sessions zimejaa kabisa. So of course at this point, mabibi na mabwana, ningependa kumkaribisha anayepanda jukwani hapa Bwana Charles Kainkwa. Bwana Charles Kainkwa ni project manager kutoka Kune Climate Center Foundation. Tafadhali makofi kwao, Kune Climate Center Foundation. Bwana Charles Kainkwa, naomba uanze kujizungumzia wakati nasaidia kusit mitambo.
Habari za saizi. Kwa jina naitwa Charles Kainkwa. Mimi ni project manager kutoka NGO inaitwa Kune Climate Center. Topic inaonyeshwa, natakuwa nizungumzie kuhusu carbon accounting, lakini nilitakiwa nifanye na mwenzangu ambaye yeye ndio mtaalamu ambaye ana uzoefu wa kuingia ndani kidogo, lakini nitatoa kama introduction kidogo ya kwa nini carbon accounting sana sana kwenye upande wa transportation of goods or freight transport. Kama nilivyoelezea jana, Kune Foundation ni NGO Kama nilivyoelezea jana, Kune Foundation ni foundation ambayo ina mwanzo wake kabisa ni Kune and Natural Company ambayo yenyewe inafanya freight transportation in Europe. So wakati anaendelea kuandaa, labda nielezee kidogo kwa nini transportation. Transportation ndio ambayo ina percent kubwa ya greenhouse gas emission zinatoka sana sana kwenye upande wa transport na sana sana upande wa road transport. Kwa hiyo sababu kubwa siwezi ku
Ladies and gentlemen, mabibi na mabwana, tumepata changamoto kidogo ya kimtandao, lakini inatatuliwa. Kitu kikubwa sasa hivi ni tunaangalia kuweza kuswitch a few things to make sure kwamba our presenter is as comfortable as possible. So kumradhi, naomba utupe ruhusa kidogo tuweze kuset mitambo alafu nitakuita so you have a full presentation. Like I said yesterday, sometimes it's beautiful when technology works, but when it doesn't, it can be a little bit frustrating. Asante sana. Jamani, tumpigie makofi, and thank you so much for being a trooper. Alright, mabibi na mabwana, sasa hivi tutaenda moja kwa moja kwenye the different breakout groups. Breakout groups ziko mbili kama ilivyosema. Ya kwanza itakuwepo Mikumi. Baada ya hiyo ya kwanza kuna breakout session nyingine ambayo inaendelea hapa ndani ya SIKU. So the first breakout session ambayo iko Mikumi, na kwa wote ambao tumefika juzi na jana, Mikumi iko hapa. So tutatoka wote mlango huu au kwa pale, na tutaenda kwa mujibu wa lifti ni second floor. Sasa sijui kwenye upande wa kitechnical kitaalam, sijui kama second floor nitakuwa nimepatia au ni mezzanine. Mwenyekiti utatuambia ni mezzanine, ni second floor, ni first floor, because kwa hapa zote zinafanya kazi. Lakini utakwenda one floor up, Mikumi iko upande ule, lakini vijana au timu ya protocol iko tayari kuhakikisha kwamba unaweza kujua tunapoenda. Session ya Mikumi itaongozwa na Engineer Nyoni. Innovations in components and equipment manufacturing for sustainable land transport. Innovations in components and equipment manufacturing for sustainable land transport, building the green backbone. Building the green backbone, hiyo itakuwa Mikumi. Humo ndani tutakuwa na wazungumzaji kutoka Yutong, Mr. Louis Wong. Tutakuwa tuna mzungumzaji kutoka JTP Auto Limited, Dr. Amar Shangani, na tutakuwa naye Miss Mercy Kitomari kutoka Trio. And of course, kama nilivyosema, itaongozwa na Engineer Nyoni. Ladies and gentlemen, kwa wote ambao mtaenda Mikumi, I will ask you to stand up right now. Tafadhali naomba tusimame tuelekee kule. Na wale ambao watabaki hapa SIKU, ambayo the other breakout session inaendelea, inaitwa Addressing the Sustainable Development Goals Through Land Transport, Establishing Carbon Footprint in Transport Operations. Addressing the Sustainable Development Goals Through Land Transport, Establishing Carbon Footprint in Transport Operations. Session ya hapa itaongozwa na Dr. Emmanuel Elifadhili Mchome kutoka Ardhi University. Wale tunaoenda Mikumi, tafadhali tuharakishe, muda unatutupa mkono. Mabibi na mabwana, wale tunaoenda Mikumi, tafadhali huu ndio muda wetu, tutatoka nje hapo na kwenda moja kwa moja. We only have 20 minutes for that panel. Wazungumzaji tayari wako ndani ya Mikumi wakiwa wanawasubiri. All right. The session ni Innovations in Components and Equipment Manufacturing. Innovations in components and equipment manufacturing. So if in any one way or the other you are interested in innovation, to create different products, to create different, you're interested in tinkering and creating whatever components would be used to create the whole systems na kadhalika. This is talking about the backbone. Because hatuwezi kuzungumzia green, hatuwezi kuzungumzia technology, hatuwezi kuzungumzia everything we're talking about without the smaller bits that create the whole. Mr. Louis Wong, I think you're needed in Mikumi because that is where your session will be. Your session is in Mikumi, so you will go outside this door. The protocol team is ready to usher you into the Mikumi room. And of course, it is now 11:37. We will be back in this room at around 12:10 to begin the next presentation. Tafadhali tuharakishe kwenda kule. Ms. Kitumari, your session is also in Mikumi. Ms. Kitumari from TRI. Ninaomba kumkaribisha jukwani mwendesha mada wa session hii ya humu ndani SELU, Dr. Emmanuel Elifadhili Mchome. Dr. Emmanuel Elifadhili Mchome, tafadhali kutoka ardhi. Are you in the room? Karibu sana kuendesha your panel discussion. But then of course panelists kwenye hii session ni tunaye kutoka Kune Climate Center Foundation, bringing you back onto the stage, Bwana Charles Kainkwa. We also have a panelist kutoka TPDC. Panelists kutoka TPDC, tafadhali karibu jukwani. TPDC, karibu jukwani. Lakini tunaye panelists kutoka NCMC. NCMC, tafadhali jongea jukwani. Pia tunaye mzungumzaji kutoka TRC pamoja na Totoa. Mr. Charles Kainkwa, please to the stage for the panel conversation. I'm going to ask TPDC, the speaker from TPDC to the stage, tafadhali. Speaker from NCMC to the stage. Speaker from TRC as well as Totoa to the stage. And this session is to be moderated by Dr. Emmanuel Elifadhili Mchome, Ardhi University. Mabibi na mabwana, tuwapigie makofi wanavyojongea jukwani. Ninaomba kamati secretariat, naombeni msaada kulocate my panel moderator, Dr. Mchome. Dr. Mchome, naomba msaada kumlocate Dr. Mchome ili panel iweze ikaendelea moja kwa moja. But of course, as we are waiting for Dr. Mchome, sina budi lakini kuanza ku-engage the panelists who are already on the stage ili tusipoteze muda. Lakini Dr. Mchome, tafadhali naomba msaada kumtafuta Dr. Emmanuel Elifadhili Mchome kutoka Ardhi University, who will be moderating this panel titled Addressing the Sustainable Development Goal Through Land Transport, Establishing Carbon Footprint in Transport Operations. Yesterday we heard, and I believe the first day, we heard that in this topic when it comes to SDGs, ni moja tu ambayo it does not directly touch the conversation at hand, which is life. Life in the sea, life in water, that particular SDG, but all 16 SDGs zina touch onto this topic. As we wait for the main moderator for this session, allow me to start engaging you. Mwenyekiti, ninaomba niendelee ku-engage wakati tunamsubiri mwendesha mazungumzo rasmi. All right, just very plainly, generally, could you please let us, just tell us what your thoughts are around this whole concept of establishing carbon footprint in transport operations as it regards to the SDGs. The SDGs, sasa hivi is 2025, and we are supposed to accomplish the SDGs in 2030. Have we made headway? Have we not? What are the things that are happening right now to push us towards the right direction, as well as what are the gaps? So basically, just give us a general thought process towards the topic at hand. Karibuni sana. We're going to start with you, Mr. Kainkwa.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. I will start by giving overall idea of a SDG, but also relating it to some of the things, especially connecting it to emissions. Like, for example, there has been a lot of introduction of a lot of EV in Tanzania, but also in Africa generally. Some of the countries, like for example, Ethiopia, are a little bit forward than us, whereby their e-mobility policy no longer allows for new vehicles to come. I see a vehicle, the internal combustion engine vehicles. So instead, they are now pushing for electric vehicles. But I think generally for Tanzania, we have done a bit on our side, like for example, a new e-mobility framework. But we need to push more for e-mobility. There are a few, like for example, our neighbor Kenya, they are about to launch e-mobility policy. So I think also we need to push for that rather than the framework. But I think we are in the right direction with the number of EV that we have in Tanzania. But we need to do more, as I gave the two examples of Ethiopia and Kenya. So yeah, that is, thank you.
Hello? Yes. So we have done a lot, but there's still room to do more, comparing with, of course, our neighbors Kenya and Ethiopia. Asante sana, karibu sana from TPDC. Please do also introduce yourself by name.
Yeah. Thank you very much, MC. Good morning. Yes, I come from Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, that is TPDC. And as a national oil company, we have a mandate of doing the businesses related to oil and gas in the country. And we get involved into the entire chain from exploration to development, production, transportation, processing, and distribution. So we are dealing with both oil and gas, but so far as a country, we have not discovered oil. We only have gas, that is natural gas, which we have discovered. And we have been using natural gas since 2004. It's more than 20 years since we started using natural gas. And as we understand that natural gas is more cleaner, more environmental friendly than the alternative. These are the fossil fuels like the petrol and diesel. So our main commodity that we are trading as TPDC is natural gas, though we are also doing part of oil. So why natural gas? Because natural gas, as I've just mentioned, it's more environmental friendly. It emits less CO2. So reducing the CO2 emission by replacing natural gas with these other alternative fuels like the gas oil and gasoline. So having gotten that concept of being environmental friendly, still using the same idea of getting the fuel for driving vehicles in the country, we start using natural gas on that part of transportation since 2010. Though we start with a small unit, a small station here in Dar es Salaam, with an aim of transforming the country into using the environmental friendly type of fuel, rather than having the petrol and diesel, which are imported, that's one, but also they are more CO2 emission than this natural gas. So we started slowly, and we didn't have market, but through the government initiatives and private, campaigns on the awareness of using natural gas, we created a demand of natural gas in the country for transport transportation sector, where so far as I'm speaking today, we have nearly 12 CNG stations which are capable of filling natural gas to our vehicles. So we fill all types of vehicles, from these normal cars to trucks, buses, and the likes. So we have many customers so far, and now we can say we are counting up to 15,000 vehicles already using natural gas in the country. So that's a very significant move. It's a quite positive move towards the cleaner energy use, especially in the transportation sector. So we are doing a lot. We are still doing more. We are not doing it as TPDC alone, but we are involving the private companies. When we started in 2010, we were doing it as TPDC, as part of the government, but later on we realized that we cannot move it faster if we can involve the private companies. So, still based also on the governing acts and regulation of the country, as TPDC through the Petroleum Act, where we are also allowed it to, involve other parties. We used that provision of the act to allow private companies to play a role in setting up the stations that can be used to, let people of Tanzania use natural gas to their vehicles. So from 2020, we started allowing the private companies, and now we see these numbers, this number of 12 stations that we're having so far in the country. More than 90% of them are, owned and operated by private companies. So there is such a positive and a quite significant impact on to, creating more stations, but also coming from the private companies instead of doing it alone as TPDC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. And thank you so much for being flexible, given the quick change that we've had to make. So I'm going to ask you, considering I've also been bombarded with a panel really quickly, I've taken a quick time to jot down 2 questions directly to you all. When it comes to carbon footprint and data gaps, I'd like to ask a question around that. Is that okay? Yes, when it comes to, the fact of the matter is we cannot improve what we cannot measure. So I'm wondering, what is Tanzania's biggest barrier to establishing reliable carbon footprint baselines across land transport operations? What is our biggest barrier when it comes to establishing reliable carbon footprint baselines across land transport operations? So again, we cannot improve what we cannot measure.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I will answer that question in 2 parts. Number 1 is to give an example of, because as I said, Kune Foundation works in different countries in Tanzania, in the world. So we also work in Kenya, we also work in Western Africa, etc., like so many countries. And the problem of having data is also happening in those other countries. That's why Kune Climate Center is focusing more to partner, one, with academic institutions. Like, for example, the new partnership that we are having with University of Dar es Salaam, just to have a baseline data, especially for the not only for electric vehicles, because that's what we are promoting mostly, especially in Kenya, but also looking at effective driving. So we know that, for example, if you are not effectively driving, you will consume or your car will consume more fuel. That means more pollution. So we are working. We are now at the beginning of establishing the collaboration with University of Dar es Salaam, but also NIT and other like-minded institutions in order to establish baseline data. Now, that is specifically for Tanzania, which has already been done, as I said, in other countries. Like, for example, Kenya, they have gone even far because we, is it in October? Somewhere in October, during Africa E-Mobility Week, there was a partner that we were working with who is called Kabisa. We are still working with that partner, who is based in Rwanda, Kigali. So they did a journey from Nairobi to all the way to Addis Ababa, which was very interesting, using EV only. So it was EV trucks, EV pickup. So they recorded so many challenges, etc., etc. So that can be one of the ways to establish baseline data. Now, as I said, we still have so much to learn from other countries, but also we have an opportunity also to work within Tanzania. As I said, we are collaborating with academic institutions and I can say research institutions in Tanzania in order to do that. So yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think one of the things that you have established is that when it comes to baseline data, we can also think about going outside the box and how to collect it practically. So even the example of how they did it in Kenya in terms of a journey all the way from Nairobi to Addis Ababa, really looking at collecting that data on ground, that is exemplary. So how can we have such practical avenues of establishing such data here in Tanzania? Asante sana. Is this your panel? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the honor of having an additional speaker join the panel, Mr. Joseph Zombwe from Latra, and he will quickly introduce himself and perhaps say something before I come to TPDC. Just a quick introduction, Mr. Zombwe. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. I'm Joseph Zombwe, Manager, Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. Board Chairman, thank you for giving me this opportunity to join in this important topic concerning implementation of Sustainable Development Goal. And actually, as far as Latra is concerned, in our strategic plan, we have a target which is concerning environment. And we have been collaborating with many stakeholders in order to address this issue of implementing Sustainable Development Goal. And with all the 17, out of 17 development goals, only one, we are not concerned with only one, that is life under the sea. But the remaining 16, we are making strategy to implement them effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the example of this, the exemplary of lead by example. Thank you very much. Mabibi na mabwana, I'm going to go straight to TPDC. My question to you, being TPDC is the central energies, is central to energy supply in Tanzania, which we all know, and you've mentioned a little bit too, 20 years, natural gas 20 years in the country in terms of how the government has in many ways done a lot to raise adoption of natural gas usage in the country. I'd like to hear from you. What do you believe? Hello, yes. What do you believe would unlock mass adoption of EVs in Tanzania beyond just import incentives, EV as well as natural gas as a whole? What do you think would unlock mass adoption when it comes to natural gas?
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned earlier, that of course I didn't touch on the aspect of saving in terms of cost. So the most driving factor would be on the cost saving, because you see, when you're using natural gas, you save more than using diesel or gasoline. So it saves you up to more than 50% of cost. So through our campaign that has been, changing Tanzanians, our citizens, to use natural gas, based on that aspect, but it's not only on that aspect, but also on the idea that natural gas is, you see, it's a locally available, commodity. We are not importing natural gas, we are having it locally. And we have enough natural gas reserve. So far we have more than 57 TCF. And since we started using natural gas, we have not even consumed a unit of it. If you are talking of 57, we have not even been able to consume 1 unit out of the 57. So we still have a lot. So we are doing more campaign for most Tanzanians so that they can use natural gas. Maybe the challenge that used to be was on the few CNG stations that we used to have. And many people found that to be like a barrier of changing or converting their vehicles. But as I mentioned, that we did, some efforts to add more stations so that many people can be able to access the service. Not the way it used to be, where one could go to the station and spend 30 minutes or an hour waiting for the service. So through that initiative and in partnership with the private companies to build more CNG stations is now like helping a lot and getting out of that challenge which we used to have on the availability of the service at any time when one needs it. And we are improving on that. Yes, also, we are not doing it in Dar es Salaam. We are planning to take this one beyond Dar es Salaam, so that to have many users or many people using natural gas as a cleaner energy, but also with cost effective. It's less expensive than this diesel and gasoline.
Thank you very much. You actually preempted my follow-up question, because nilianza na swali la kichochezi, lakini I was really wondering if you were to think about the pathways to practical adoption when it comes to a realistic pathways towards integrating cleaner fuels, that's LNG, natural gas, CNG, biofuels, to mainstream transport. What would you think would be the realistic, if we're talking about these are perhaps the 5 milestones we need to be thinking about, what would they be? I will, you've responded, I've left it with you, nitarudi kwako. And of course the question that I'd like to connect with that is, how can Tanzania, you've talked about affordability as an incentive, yes? So how can we balance affordability, infrastructure readiness, and long-term emission reduction when we're thinking about choosing a preferred alternative fuel, balancing affordability, infrastructure readiness, and long-term emission reduction in choosing the best form or the most preferred alternative fuel? How can Tanzania go about that thought process? And this is not just upande wa the government, but also wananchi kwa ujumla, because we have to take ownership of the conversation should it truly be able to have legs. I'm going to go directly to Mr. Joseph Zombwe. Karibu sana once again to the panel. Considering umezungumzia, of course, ni mkuu kwenye upande wa M&E, naomba nikuulize swali ambao limejikita kidogo huko kuangalia upande wa alternative fuels technology and modernization, thinking about incentives, just building on the conversation we've just had. Is Latra considering incentives or regulations to accelerate adoption of cleaner technologies when it comes to EVs, imezungumziwa, natural gas, or hybrid systems for mass transport? Are there any incentives or regulations in place?
Thank you very much for the good question. I would like to say that Latra is working on this implementation of SDG as follows. First of all, in our plan, as I told you, we are promoting cleaner energy use, and we are conducting public awareness to our stakeholders to start to change their mindset and think about using gas and electric vehicles. And in collaboration with stakeholder, as you go to Nazumoja, there is one who is promoting electric vehicles, and there is incentive. So we have decided to sensitize people to go and see what he is doing. And the secondary, maybe during the afternoon, there is one solution which will be presented here from JREE, who came with a solution of reducing fuel cost by 12% and emission by 80%. We noticed him there at exhibition at Mnazi Mmoja. And lastly, in our plan, we think of also advising the government to make amendment to the law, one of the strategies which we allow now. The law allows stakeholders to be forced to follow strategies that will reduce this carbon. For instance, the vehicle tracking system. The vehicle tracking, implementation of vehicle tracking system was able because there is a provision and regulation which mandate Latra to make sure that a service provider cannot do transportation without fitting the vehicle tracking drive device. So the same will be applied to this environmental issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Makofi kwake tafadhali. And we're looking forward. Let's give Latra a hand of applause, jamani. Tunasema tuwapatie maua yao. It's beautiful the fact that it's going to be showcased here as well. Tunajua iko Mnazi Mmoja, but it's going to be presented here.
She's already here.
Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. We're looking forward to seeing that. It's great that we're taking these steps forward. I'm going to ask that we bring this to a close, given our time is running out. But please, for this, do take a moment and share what you feel is really pertinent for us to think about going forward as we wrap up this conversation and this topic. Again, it is 2025, the end of 2025, and we have 5 years to the close of the SDGs. And so then, tunajua tuna vision, dira ya taifa, ambayo inaenda mpaka 2030, lakini kwa 2050, lakini 2030, these next 5 years, what are we going to do to make sure that we're closing the gap as quick as possible? Karibuni sana for your closing remarks.
Thank you so much. So on the side of Kune Climate Center, we are most focusing to duplicate or to scale up what has already, as I said, we are learning from other countries, and then we are we try as much as possible to customize what is needed, and then we do that. So what we have learned is that, number one, we need to do more research we need to collect more data. I'm agreeing with my fellow from Latra that one of the most important things is to capture the data of what cleaner sources are available, or energy sources. And then number two is to do capacity building. So in this case, both in terms of, like for example, if you're introducing a new technology, it will be a good idea to, to publicize it, to make sure that people know what kind of technologies that you are introducing, but also people will be operating it. In this case, because we are talking about transport, that means drivers. So drivers also needs to be capacitated on how to drive the electric vehicle, mechanics, mechanics who will do service to those vehicles, etc. But also the most important people to give, like, to present to them a business case. I think my fellow from TPDC talked about this, that you need to make sure what you are presenting is business profitable in terms of economically viable. So it's very important also to have a business plan which you will get out of that. I think the last thing is policy. We really need policies that would facilitate the technology, or will facilitate what we want to introduce. I mean, that applies to almost every sector. So the transport sector is not different. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Karibu sana, Mr. Aristide Kato.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to mention a few things that I would think not going out of this room without sharing, is that I would like to encourage members to be good ambassadors as we are moving out from this room, that we need to change to using natural gas to our vehicles. I know most of us here have got vehicles, so it's now high time that we use natural gas. As I also mentioned, that it's a locally available thing that we extract from within our country. We are not importing. We are not using our foreign currency to, get this natural gas. So we have it in country. So I encourage everybody to, take part and draw that benefit of having this natural gas in the country, because it's not only that we're having it, but it also saves you cost in terms of what you spend to drive your vehicle. So you can either convert your vehicle, which if you already have it, but you can as well import the one directly manufactured as using natural gas from the manufacturers. So as TPDC, as I mentioned, that we have enough natural gas reserve, 57 TCF. We have not even used 1% of it, so we still have more, and of course we are still doing more efforts of doing more exploration, and we're expecting to get more. So you should not be like, skeptical on whether if you use natural gas, maybe at one time you will run out of it. So we still have enough for generation and generations. And we are sending this service to, as I mentioned, to up country. We are not doing it to only Dar es Salaam. So even if you are in Dodoma, you are in Morogoro, anywhere in the country, we are expecting to have this, this service available to everybody, to ensure that every Tanzanian enjoys or benefits what is God-given to us as a country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. To be advocates of to be advocates ourselves. Asante sana, karibu sana, Mr. Zombwe.
Thank you. As for me, I request all stakeholders from now onward to change our mind and think of using natural gas and electric as source of power. as we have seen that there is many advantages, not only preserving the environment, but also there is reduction of cost of operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause to the panel. Mabibi na mabwana, tuwapigie makofi. Thank you for being adaptable and in every single way. Asante sana mwenyekiti for allowing Mr. Joseph to join us on stage. It was great to have that data aspect. Tafadhali, may I ask you to come to the middle of the stage for a group photo. Karibuni sana katikati ya jukwaa. Mweze kupata picha ya kwa pamoja. Karibuni, karibuni, karibuni. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation that was happening in here, in this room, was looking at addressing the sustainable development goal through land transport, establishing carbon footprint in transport operations. Kumradhi kidogo. Aha. Kiongozi anakuja. Picha itishe kabisa. All right, I do believe that the presentation and the session in Mikumi was also incredible. We are going on directly to a topic that I believe is exactly what several young people in this room should inafurahisha kidogo. Hamna topic ambayo haifurahishi. Sasa lakini sasa tunaenda kwenye biashara, tunaenda kwenye maswala ya entrepreneurship skills. And the conversation or the presentation is being led by none other than the CEO and founder of Kaipi Motors Limited. Kaipi Motors Limited, mabibi na mabwana, Mr. Masood Ali Nyoma. Karibu sana, Mr. Masood Ali Nyoma. Karibu sana, are you in the room? And the topic is transport entrepreneurship skills. Transport entrepreneurship skills is the presentation on stage right now. Hello, hello. As that presentation is getting ready, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to quickly come and ask, may I have a rapporteur to help me? I'm sorry, somebody from protocol. Ninaomba msaada wakati tunaendelea kujisoti hapo nyuma. May I have somebody from protocol tafadhali? Nitaomba unizungushie mic. Naomba nitafutie watu kama wawili. I'd like you to tell me what are your quick takeaways. Kitu kikubwa ambacho unaondoka nacho tayari. Hatujafika mwisho, lakini I truly believe kwamba takeaways ni nyingi, manake mada zimefana na zimeshiba sana. So what are you taking away? What are you telling people? Jana jioni tuliwaambia vijana tulivyokuwa of course Mikumi, tukasema kwamba Latra iko kwenye mitandao ya kijamii. So unavotoka hata kama uko hapa, hakikisha kwamba unatumia your social media platforms to post stuff that will educate the masses. Ambia wale ambao hawamo humu ndani kwamba kuna mambo mazuri yanaendelea JNCC, kuna mambo mazuri yameandaliwa na Latra. So make sure you post something that stands out to you so that other people will be able to follow as well. So tafadhali kama una chochote ungependa kushare really quickly, utaniwekea mkono juu. Aha, kuna hello, hello. Yes, kuna mkono pale.
Asante. Jina langu ni Mary na nitaomba kushare kwa Kiswahili. Nashukuru sana na input yangu iko kwenye last session ambayo tuko nayo hapa ndani kwa ajili ya carbon footprint, lakini generally kwa sustainable development, kwa kuangalia sustainable mobility. Nipongeze sana juhudi mbalimbali ambazo zinafanywa na government institution na private sectors, especially kwenye effort ya kuangalia how we can integrate energy systems na transport operations katika kureduce, katika kucontribute kwenye sustainable development, especially kwenye aspect ya emissions. Kwenye EV efforts ambazo zimekuwa in place, especially we have in place already the policy framework for EV, na tumeona CNG imekuja, na we have received a lot of efforts zikiconvince wananchi kwamba let us now shift and go to the CNG and EV, promising that it is sustainable and we are going to have the healthy environment. I'll join the effort, but also I'll also put my comments that we are shifting to this kind of clean technologies, taking into consideration clean energy like EV and CNG. But when we talk of this, let us look on the life cycle of this energy, on our capacity. Are we in the capacity to manage what is happening in the life cycle on the use of this energy. What is it about the responsibility of institutional capacities? Are we ready to work together in focusing on the development and assisting the community to adopt this kind of technologies? One gap I could say, currently we have managed using the private sectors, especially on the investment on EVs, but now what can we do on the waste management, especially on the disposal of the batteries? Are we having in place already the systems for the collection of these batteries and the recycling? Yes, some efforts are in place for the storage, for powering the storage systems for EV charging, but the main concern when it comes to the environmental impacts, we are now looking on the how are we going to recycle, collect, and work on the concern of the management of the waste from the EV batteries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Makofi kwake tafadhali. I'd say two hands. I'd say two hands. Please make it short and sweet. Kuna tutachukua mwisho hapa. Tutaendelea kuzungumza na nyie muda unavyoenda. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Jina langu ni Raymond. Na kwanza nipongeze juhudi ambazo zimechukuliwa na Latra kutukutanisha pamoja hapa leo. Lakini pia nipongeze all stakeholders ambao wameweza kufanikisha hili. Labda langu moja kwenye upande wa Latra, tumekutana na hizi online applications za renewal za leseni, lakini kumekuwa na changamoto kidogo. Huwezi kurenew hii leseni in advance, lakini pia kwa watu ambao tunatoa huduma ya usafirishaji inakuwa changamoto pale ambapo unakuta inadondokea renewal yako iko weekend. Huwezi kufanya hiyo renewal, so kifupi unasitisha safari. Huwezi kuendelea kutoa huduma kwa hao watu. Kwa hiyo Latra waangalie either kuwe na grace period ya baada ya hii leseni kuisha, au waweze kutoa room ya kurenew in advance. Tuweze kurenew mapema ili tuweze kuwa na huduma nzuri kwa wateja wetu. Asante sana.
Asante sana, nadhani wazo, naamini wazo limepokelewa. Thank you very much. Asante, makofi kwake pia. Mdau ameweza kushare maoni. Tumpigie makofi mdau. Ndio. Namna hiyo mabibi na mabwana, the conversational presentation on stage right now. Transport entrepreneurship skills. The presenter, Mr. Masood Ali Nyomwa, CEO and founder KP Motors Limited. Karibu sana jukwani. Makofi kwake mabibi na mabwana.
Mchana, saa 6. Good afternoon. Kama hamjibu naondoka. Habari za mchana jamani. Nimeingia hapa nimekuta vinachanganyika vi-English pamoja na Viswahili, kwa hiyo na mimi vile vile nitachanganya, naamini hakuna ambaye tutamwacha. My name is Ali Masood, as I have been introduced. You can call me Masood Kipanya, that's how they call me sometimes. But my real names are Ali Masood. I am the CEO and the founder of KP Motors. Yes, I'm the CEO and the founder of KP Motors. It is the first electric vehicle manufacturing company in Tanzania. And it was conceptualized in 2019. Unfortunately, I do not have a PowerPoint presentation, but some of you probably have seen what we are currently doing. The company was registered in 2019, and we started operations in 2020. That's when we started to do our first prototype. I'm here just to talk a bit about transport, you know, the innovation, the green technology, etc. And it's going to be a very brief presentation. Our vision as a company is to be the leading electric vehicle manufacturer in East Africa. We are struggling, but we are going to get there. So how we started, as I said, 2019 registration, And 2020, we started to manufacture the first prototype, which came to be launched in 2022 here in Dar es Salaam. After the launch, we took it to the people and we got feedback. Then we went back to the drawing board. We developed the second prototype and the third prototype. And this year, we've managed to complete the fourth prototype, and we've started to receive orders from the customers. And recently, we got an award in Nairobi, Kenya, as one of the best exhibitors in the East African, kwenye maonyesho ya jua kali wanaita, ilikuwa kule. Sasa, in Africa, fortunately or unfortunately, people don't care much about carbon emission. People don't care much about climate. People care much about saving money. When it comes to electric vehicles, for them it's all about saving money. So what we are trying to do is to go through that channel of providing a cheap means of transportation to our customers, so that we can help them to cut down the cost of running and maintaining it. And our product has come to support what Africans want, and it is going to be very cheap, as I said, because the price is going to be about 10,000 US dollars, which is around 25, 26 million shillings, which for that money you can get a used Suzuki Carry. As I said, people want to save money. They don't care much about carbon emission, but as we are doing it, we are also helping the planet Earth to heal. A typical combustion engine has around 1,000 parts, but electric vehicle does not have an engine. So when it comes to maintenance, you save a lot. Our car that we are building, when it comes to running it, you use around 10% of what you could have used in petrol or diesel. But we have a lot of challenges that are facing us. One major challenge that we face is the competition. As you know, most of these African companies are startups. So the capital, the know-how, the technology, it's a bit difficult to access. And when you look at the continent of Africa, for us, the continent has about 1.4 billion people. For Africans, this is just a number. But for big manufacturers, this is business. They look at us as consumers, and they are ready to provide what they are manufacturing. So the competition here is the fact that big companies are coming to Africa to invest. They have a lot of support that they get from their governments. So I think I am also going to to talk to people like Latra and the government to create some kind of a conducive environment for local manufacturers. They say it takes only 5 years for a company to die because of the lack of capital, etc. So I would like to request institutions like Latra to participate in supporting local manufacturers for the betterment of our country and continent. What we are making currently, it's a small minivan that carries about 1,000 kg or 1 ton, and it takes about 6 hours to charge. And once it is fully charged, you can drive it for about 150 kilometers. Currently, we are manufacturing almost everything here in terms of the chassis, the body. What we import is only the battery and the motor. And we have been struggling to challenge our institutions like VETA, DIT, to manufacture motor and the battery, because it is not a rocket science to make those batteries or to assemble the lithium batteries. So we've been in discussion with institutions like DIT and VETA so that we can, in the very near future, we can start to produce our own batteries and our own motors. Why do we do this? We do this because we believe once everything is being manufactured locally, the money will be staying here within the country. So economically, we will boosting our people. We have a scheme that we are planning also to use to make sure that our cars are being distributed to as many people as possible. We want to start dealing with the financial institutions that once they accept, we will be like giving our cars to our customers. They don't have to pay a full amount. They can pay in installment. But again, we need to be helped. You know, we need to be boosted in terms of the capital so that we can afford to do that. Another thing that I would like also to touch about is the fact that we are currently using our own money. If you go to the bank or any financial institution, they give you about 3 months as a grace period. And if you are to import, let's say, a battery or a motor from, let's say, China or India, it takes up to 3 months to get here. By the time your motor or your batteries are in the ship coming to Tanzania, the bank or financial institution is knocking on your door saying that you have to start repaying the loan that you've taken. So we are at a crossroad. You want to go to the bank to get the money, to fund your project, but at the same time, you are worried about the time, the grace period that you are being given. So it's a tough situation for most of the local manufacturers because of that, the capital and the fact that they have to use their own fund to fund their project. So here, I think it is the right moment for our government and other partners to come in and support local manufacturers. Another thing that I would like to touch upon is the preferential procurement policies for government fleets. I think we need to get, right now when you import the battery or the motor, the cost of the tax that we pay, it's a lot of money. So I think it is best if we can also get support from the government as well. I am not here to cry, but I'm here because if you want people like KP Motors to survive and to create employment for the locals, I think it is best for the government to support. But apart from the government, even the users as well. For so many years, we are used to believe in stuff that are coming from outside. We don't pay much attention to the local products. So it is high time to believe in the local manufacturers. I know the way we start, whatever we do, it is not going to be as beautiful as Toyota, but you also have to think about when Toyota started in 01, they did not start the way they are today. They started somewhere. Even the cars, the Mercedes-Benz that you see today was not like the way it is today. So people have to bear with us. There will be some problems with our products like cars, but we have to bear in mind that we have to be given time to perfect the product. So once you support us by buying what we manufacture, I think we will be in a good position to prosper and create jobs and other opportunities. Because in one car, if you look at our car, we have a lot of parts that we're using, the plastic parts and other parts. So one company can create so many industries, or so many factories through outsourcing. So for us, we believe that if we are on the right track, yes, but we still need support from the people to understand, and at the same time, from the government to make easy for us to practice or to do what we are doing. I'm a cartoonist, so I don't talk much, but I know how to draw. So ladies and gentlemen, I think I would like to end there. I think I've said it enough. MC. So unajua mimi sio muongeaji sana hata kama ni mtangazaji wa redio. Mike yako imegoma.
Imenichezea kabisa. Imenichezea makida au ni kwamba tu Mike pia ilikuwa inakupigia makofi kwa kusema kwamba mkufunzi wa masuala ya kuchora yuko jukwani. Khalila, punguza kidogo speedi.
Anachora maneno.
Anachora maneno. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause to Mr. Masood. Of course, one of the big things you talked about was financing and just bringing to light the actual issues at hand very practically. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to innovating in countries, it's great to see wazao wanafanya mambo makubwa. We're waiting to hear Kaipi in lights when it comes to made in Tanzania.
Yes.
Watu wanaiendesha Nigeria, wanaiendesha Morocco na kadhalika. It's going to happen. Na tunaamini kwamba a lot of innovations like this will come out. Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope you're inspired. If you have any other questions, please do connect with Mr. Masood to get more information about Kaipi Motors Limited. Mabibi na mabwana, tunaendelea na shughuli yetu ya leo. Asante sana. Makofi kwake kwa mara nyingine tena. Kama alivyosema, anajulikana sana kama Masood Kipanya, lakini for the sake of our conversation ni Masood Ali Nyomwa, CEO and founder Kaipi Motors Limited, to show how Tanzanians are multi-talented. We need to tell the world Tanzania is coming. Tanzania is coming. Mabibi na mabwana, at this point I would like to call up two people before we go into lunch. We've got two short, clear, but also pristine presentations. Kama tulivyosema, mada yetu au shughuli yetu leo imefana, mambo ni mengi sana. Tuna mzungumzaji kutoka JTP Auto Limited. JTP Auto Limited ambaye ni Dr. Amar Shangani. Alikuwa kwenye panel conversation in Mikumi, but sasa hivi atakuja for 5 minutes to speak with us. Ana mambo mazuri sana ya kutuambia. So let's all be ready to receive. Mabibi mabwana, makofi kwake Dr. Amar Shangani, JTP Auto Limited. Here we go.
Great, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Shangavi from Jenga Taifa Pamoja Auto Limited. We named it specifically JTP, Jenga Taifa Pamoja, because we believe that e-mobility is the solution to build our nation. Especially after our wonderful projects like the Nyerere Dam, we are generating large scales of electricity, and every Tanzanian should benefit from it. So that's us, Jenga Taifa Pamoja. My partner and I, we have more than 30 years of combined experience in manufacturing and logistics. Very quickly, we have already spoken a bit about why we should be moving to electric vehicles. Not only does it cut our dependence on fuel, but almost 5 to 10% of road traffic is actually transporting the fuel. So we are also reducing the congestion. Similarly, now the cost of generating power through electricity are so low. In Tanzania, we are on average 30% cheaper than the African electricity prices. So why should the average common person not benefit from this? Let's reduce the cost, let's improve our air quality, and let's assemble in Tanzania, just like my colleague previously from Kaipi Motors said. Another thing to add, EVs are safer than fuel vehicles and hybrid vehicles because there is no engine, there is no oil, there is no exhaust. When it rains, people say, what about the EV? How will it survive? It can pass through a puddle. There's no water going inside the exhaust. So as long as the battery's been well protected, you actually have the safest vehicle available. Very quickly, the background of why all this is happening. In 2017, the sales of ICE vehicles, internal combustion engine, petrol and diesel, peaked. Since then, the sales of these cars is going down. And by 2030, it's projected that EVs will outperform and outsell internal combustion engine vehicles. And this is because China is innovating like crazy. That's a dark factory that I visited in China. Dark factory means there's no power, no electricity, just robots working 24 hours. They don't need electricity to work. So the cost of EVs has come down so much that we are now in a position to actually compete with ICE vehicles and provide solutions that can reduce and provide access to an average Tanzanian to a better quality of life. A snapshot of where Tanzania is until 2024, we're one of the largest users of EVs. As the previous presenter said, we care about cost savings. That's why Tanzania has been leading in this space. But it's been mostly 2 wheels and 3 wheels. So your Bajajis and your Pikipikis. That's because there are no public fast charging stations in Tanzania. So one of the things that we are doing as JTP are launching 2 high-speed public fast charging stations with Puma petrol station in December or January, depending on the timeline. But you'll have access to high-speed charging of 120 kilowatts immediately from 2026, allowing the transition to happen. And why is it that costs are going down? Since 2010, the price of a battery went down from $1,500 per kilowatt hour to currently $100 per kilowatt hour. And next year, it's going to be $50 per kilowatt hour. So there is no way we can escape EVs. They are coming, it's getting cheaper, and it's getting more accessible. Similarly, prices of solar. Who remembers buying solar panels, 10 years ago? Now anyone can afford a solar panel and generate your own power at a low cost. So both of these 2 innovations are helping us move and transition to EVs. CNG, fuel, it's all carbon. We will move to EVs and no one can stop it because there's so much competition in that space. A lot of people have talked about it's cheaper to run EVs. And earlier it was said that it costs only 10% of the cost. Here's a very simple example, and that's true. So if you buy a Toyota Vitz, it gives you 15 kilometers per liter. 1 liter costs you around 2,843 shillings. Per kilometer, that's 189 shillings. If I'm going to charge the same car that we are launching in January for less than 25 million shillings, it's going to cost you 29 shillings to charge it. Therefore, that's a saving of 86%. Every one of us should be benefiting from this because this is our power, this is our electricity, and it's paying money back to our grid so that TANESCO can increase their capacity, increase services and access to electricity to all the rural Tanzanians that deserve to have it. So that makes us one of the most appealing countries within the region to innovate in EVs and also export these cars across the region. It's 50% cheaper on maintenance. As rightly said earlier, an ICE vehicle has got 2,000 moving parts. You've got your engine oil, you've got your gearbox oil, you've got your O-rings, you've got your cylinders, you've got your filters, and EV only has 20 moving parts. There is no competition when it comes to even maintenance. And now the technology and innovation is so easy that we can create high quality jobs for our graduates from vocational training centers like VETA, like from CEDO, and provide them opportunities in a new green economy. So what are the few policy? I only have 3 policy slides that I think as a private sector investor I would want to talk about. Charging infrastructure. There's a change and range of charging infrastructure available in the market. Why is this important? Because as we start using more EVs, we need to standardize the type of charging infrastructure we'll have in place. If you remember, Android and Apple phones used to have different pins. And then it was a challenge. I take my charger with the Android phone, it doesn't work in the Apple phone. The same thing is in the case of EVs. You've got the Japanese charging, the Chinese standard, the American standard, and the European standard. What are the approvals for getting these charging stations in place? And what are the tariffs that are going to be specifically for EV charging? We've got countries in our region like Kenya, they are giving 50% discounts to people setting up charging stations because they want people to invest in charging. There are no EVs currently in Kenya either. It's just like Tanzania. But how do we incentivize people to put up the charging so people buy EVs and bring more EVs? 50% is off in Kenya. In Kigali, no ICE motorbikes are allowed in the city center. Ethiopia has banned the imports of all internal combustion engine vehicles. No more diesel and petrol cars are allowed to be imported in Ethiopia. So we need to also move fast. My policy suggestions: adopt CCS to the European standard. It should not be mandatory, but it should be a standard that we as a country should aspire to because it's a safer standard. And also, people that are going to be importing used vehicles are going to be importing them from countries that are on the right-hand side, like Thailand, like Malaysia, like the UK. And these countries follow the European standard. So let's make it easy for Tanzanians to buy EVs by having a standard that actually supports the charging network that we want to develop. Dedicated EV tariff. Can we get TANESCO and EURA to support this innovation? How about national fast charging corridors? We need charging on the Msata Road. We need it on the Tanzam Road. We need it on the Arusha Road. But putting charging stations there is an investment. Can we get special, tax breaks or VAT exemptions? And most importantly, a one-stop approval solution so that it's efficient and we can actually do this very quickly. Another area that I think Latra has specifically got to think about are, can we have different regulatory classes for EVs? That picture shows a green line next to the number plate, which identifies it as an EV. In China, they have green number plates. In other countries, they have orange number plates. By changing the class 1, we can then control the type of fees we pay. EVs don't need to pay the same license fees as internal combustion engines because, yes, we use the roads, but we are not polluting. So how do we support EV transition by actually giving a different class and different licensing fees? If there's a green line next to the number plate, maybe we can pay less or no fees for parking in the city. Lower annual regulatory prices as well. And finally, on the taxes, let's provide incentives such as VAT reductions so that we can have SKD and CKD plants. But most importantly, we are setting up 20 charging stations across the country. It's going to be called Boost, coming in January. And we have low-cost vehicles below 25 million already available from January called Sasa EV. We look forward to working with everyone, with the government, in pushing this agenda and our DIRA 2050. Thank you. And we just need a clear guideline on the policy and regulation, and the innovation will happen itself. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him a hand of applause. That was pristine a presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, JTP Africa, talking about the different innovations that are present already in Tanzania and what they're doing. Mabibi na mabwana, ningependa kushare na nyie ni kitu gani kinaendelea ili wote tuende sawa. Najua kuna wengine mmechoka, mnataka kunyoosha miguu, vichwa vimejaa manondo, vimejaa mambo mazuri sana, lakini ni muhimu sana tuende kwa pamoja. So thank you again, Dr. Amar Shangani, JTP Auto Limited. Right now we're going to have a quick presentations kutoka eGov Authority, AGA, cybersecurity and data protection. When it comes to innovation and all the things that are happening that we're talking about, it opens a completely new door for cyber threats. And so kwa dunia ya leo, kama yeyote ambaye amekuwa mtandaoni, cybersecurity is an important topic. After that, we're going to go into lunch. Lunch yetu itaenda kwa nusu saa. Na tena ili tuweze kumaliza mapema kama nilivyoahidi mwanzoni, it's very important that we take that 30 minutes. Team ya protocol iko tayari kuhakikisha kwamba you are led to the lunch area as quick as possible. Baada ya hapo, tutarudi humu ndani na tutaanza presentation zetu humu ndani saa 7:30. So that is 1:30. Tutaanza presentation zetu humu ndani. Kutakuwa kuna presentation on cable transport kutoka Ritungu Tours and Safari. Tafadhali be ready. I'm asking you to be ready now, so when we come back, we're good to go. I'm going to also ask the speaker kwenye the breakout sessions. We were supposed to have 2 breakout sessions after lunch, but we will not go into the breakout sessions. Tutafanya sessions zetu zote humu ndani. So wazungumzaji wa hizo sessions, kuna Mr. Alphonse Mwingira, President Tanzania Logistics and Transport Association. Tafadhali be ready. You're going to hold your session here. And then also kuna Mr. Masood Nyomwa, tayari tumesikia kutoka kwake, Manpower for Land Transport Sustainability. Wazungumzaji wote, all the panelists, please make sure you're back in this room before everybody else is back. So tuende sawa, and then we're going to go straight into wrap up. Tafadhali mabibi na mabwana, naombeni nisikie makofi kama mko tayari to power through to the end. Aha, kwa hayo makofi naona kama mmelala. Aha. Sasa kama unajua kitu kizuri kuhusu maendeleo, ni unajua kwamba nothing great comes easy. Kama tunataka kweli kuhakikisha kwamba tunapiga hatua ambazo zinaeleweka, ni lazima tuhakikishe kwamba tunaenda na nguvu ya kwa pamoja. Hatuwezi kwenda na nguvu ya wachache. Tunasema united we stand. So mabibi na mabwana, naomba tupige makofi yaliyoshiba kwa pamoja kuashiria kwa Latra kwamba tuko vizuri. Yaani tuko vizuri, hatujachoka. Yaani panda kidogo, bado uko chini nini, lakini panda zaidi. Hiyo sio makofi. Maanake mimi makofi yangu yanawazima wote. Vijana kama hampo. Jamani, maprofesa mkuu, commissioner, tuangalie vijana wanje, mbona hawapigi makofi? Tunajaribu tena kwa mara nyingine, tena kwa mara ya mwisho. Mimi niko najua kama walikuwa wananitania. Kuonyesha kwamba kweli tuko tayari to go all the way to the end. Je, tuko tayari? Are you ready? Sasa mbona kama you're not ready? Maanake mimi hata bila mic nazungumza. Tuko tayari? Tuko vizuri? Tunaenda mpaka mwisho. Basi pigeni makofi. Asante sana. Thank you very much. And with that, welcoming to the stage ambao tayari amefika. Karibu sana. Karibu sana for your presentation this afternoon from eGov. Tafadhali, Cybersecurity and Data Protection. Karibu sana. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Riziki Majengo from e-Government Authority. I am a manager for Security Management Section and the Directorate of Compliance and Security Management. As a manager of Security Management Section, I lead what we call e-Government Security Operations Center, the center which oversee and enforce e-government security standard and guidance compliance to all public institutions. So I'll take you through a very simple but very important session, which is called data security. Cyber security and data protection for sustainable land transport. I have been given a very short time, and due to the nature of audience, I know I'm communicating to land transport stakeholders. Most of them may not have ICT background, but I'll try my best to deliver it in a way everyone can understand what is cybersecurity and data security and its importance to ensure sustainable land transport. My presentation will cover about 7 key areas, and I'll try my best to take you through all those areas. Number one, I'll take you through the real-world examples of cyber attacks which have happened in transport sector. What is cyber security? Now cyber security has been spoken everywhere. I think everyone has ever heard about cyber security, but I'll quickly take you through risk and threats of cyber security, motives of attackers, why do attackers attack ICT systems, and specifically for here I'll talk about land transport sector, and what to do in protecting those systems, and finally I'll take you through the human factor, why human are key when you talk to when we talk about cyber security. If we'll take you through the real-world examples of cyber incidents which have happened, forget about the content there. I'll just pick it. This is about Uber. The first example is about Uber. There is a huge data breach happened for Uber systems around 2022. And this data breach happened because of what we call, at some point, it involved social engineering attacks. Social engineering is some sort of psychological manipulation. A certain teenager was able to access credentials of one of the Uber contractors. Those credentials were sold at, we call dark web. It's like dark market, where some attackers may sell some credentials and so on. So that teenager was able to purchase that credential, and he tried to manipulate the that Uber contractor, who, through manipulating him, was able to get internal access to internal networks of Uber, where he was able to steal or was able to access data of several Uber clients. We also have another example like that one of Hawaii Transport Service. Hawaii Transport Service, you can consider for our case here, is like DAT or UDAT, I can say. Those who are managing public transport services, they own buses and other things there to Hawaii, which is in the US. Actually, they had a very serious cyber incident in June 2024. All operations, actually GPS trackers, network systems, online booking systems, all the ICT systems went down, you can imagine. But actually operations went on through manual operations. That means passengers were not able to book tickets online. They were supposed to go there at the stations manually, and there were so many queues were really hectic. But operations went on in manual way, not as smooth as when the systems were ongoing. Another example is about Ukraine. Ukraine, this was in this year. Ukraine also was hit by a cyber attack, and that was a very sophisticated cyber attack, and it was to their state rail company of the Ukraine. Actually, the same, it distracted the service. So when we talk of cyber attack nowadays, it's not a story, it's a real thing which is happening everywhere. It's happening all over the world. It can happen in Tanzania, it can happen anywhere. So I just try to demonstrate some few practical examples of reported cyber attacks. And this one which I have just mentioned is their companies have reported them. There are so many attacks which companies do not report that they have been attacked. So when we talk of cyber security, in today's world, it is very, very, very important thing, especially in the land transport sector also. Now, so what is cyber security? We have seen those attacks. So what is cyber security? Cyber security is just a practice of protecting computer systems and data from malicious attacks. So in protecting them, you use various tools, technologies, processes, just to ensure that your systems are secure. And when we say they are secure in cybersecurity, we are referring to three things actually. We call it CIA: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. When we say confidentiality, data have to only be accessed to only authorized personnel. And when we say integrity, data should not be tampered. It has to be as it is. It has to be authentic all the time. And when we say availability, data should be available whenever or whatever time when it is needed. So cybersecurity is very, very important. To ensure CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability of ICT systems and data is very important to ensure so that clients, passengers, and other stakeholders can use those ICT systems. And we are protecting, actually we are protecting ICT systems against cyber attacks or cyber threats, and there are a number of cyber security threats. I'll just mention a few ones, like these are threats which can in one way or another affect the security, affect those three CIAs: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. We have threats like malware. Malware are malicious software. These are special software designed to harm computer systems. We have like phishing attacks. Phishing is just psychological manipulation attack, like what happened to Uber. Actually, nowadays, security systems are more modernized. We have very sophisticated security tools. Sometimes the attacker, instead of reaching to a computer system, try to manipulate user so that he can give him or her credentials or some other important things to enable the attacker to enter into your computer system. So this is actually not a true technical attack to a computer system. Instead, a hacker is trying to trick, is trying to manipulate a user so that he can get credentials to enter into the system. And nowadays, this is the most prominent attack when in cybersecurity. I think all of you have at one point received a message like "tuma kwa namba hii" and so on. Those kind of messages are like what we call phishing attacks. Other attacks include DOS. DOS is, we call it denial of service. Attacker is trying to send several requests to your computer system so that a legitimate user may not have access to that computer system. For example, assume we have a SGR system. We have legit users who want to book tickets from the system, but attacker sitting somewhere trying to send several malicious requests, and every computer system has its capacity to handle requests. So the system process illegal or illegit requests, too many requests, and making legitimate users not to have access to that system. We call it denial of service attack. The attacker trying to deny services to user. Actually, there are a number of attacks. Just try to show few, and because of the nature of audience, it's not pure ICT audience, so I'm trying to use languages which everyone can understand. And nowadays we have AI. AI, artificial intelligence, has introduced has changed the nature of attacks. With AI, attacks are becoming more sophisticated. So even the what to call the legacy attacks used it before, now the nature of attacks has completely changed. We have like deepfakes. Deepfake is like, even before AI, there was deepfake, but AI has made this attack to be more and sophisticated. Deepfake is like you are trying to, I think all of you have made some videos trying to imitate if it is someone. So it can even imitate a voice of CEO of Latra, for example, or a voice of a certain person, and people may try to believe it, but actually it's not that person. That's a deep fake. We have AI-generated phishing. Those phishing, because of AI, which can learn a pattern of communication or user behaviors, it can design phishing emails or phishing messages to look like a real from a certain person. So those, okay, those we call AI-based cyber security threats. Now, what are the motives of attackers? Actually, in cyberspace, it's quite different from the physical security. Physical security, you have your physical perimeters, you can secure that perimeter. But from the cyberspace, attacks can happen from anywhere in the world. So you deal with attackers from all over the world. And these guys have motives which you cannot stop them. They have some some for revenge, others needs money, others just for, when we say we call them script kiddies. These are just not kiddies, but these are like students or researchers. They are learning, so they attack your system as part of their learning. In fact, we cannot stop these motives of attackers. Attackers will try to attack our systems. So what I'm saying is, since we cannot stop the attackers, we need to protect land transport critical systems, and we are protecting them through establishing a robust ISMS. ISMS is an information security management system. We need to have a robust ISMS to manage the cyber attack. And the government has put a framework for the government institutions on how to manage cyber security through what we call e-Government Act. Has established, we call them ICT security domains, where public institutions has to comply with those directives from the e-Government Act, in which e-Government Security Operations Center, the center which I am supervising, provides a number of standards and guidelines to ensure security for e-government systems. Also, there are some international frameworks for securing cybersecurity, for securing ICT systems, like ISO, we call it ISO 27001, 2022. It's also a very good framework for securing ICT systems. It is used worldwide as international standard, and it has an amendment which also deal with the climate change also. Other international frameworks like NIST. This NIST is a National Institute of Science and Technology for US, also has provided a framework for securing cyber security. Why you see there are international standards and local standards? Because this area is very critical. That's why even ISO has tried to build a set standards for securing security. And in cyber security, human factor is very critical. Researchers shows about 95% of all cyber security incidents are in one way or another caused by human factor, and this is because of being unaware or level of competence, even integrity. Some people have right access to the system, but due to integrity issues, they misuse the right credentials and everything. Why human factor is important to address cyber security? You see, there are several technologies deployed to secure systems, but if users are not aware, you can see here, ICT people have put a lot of technologies, but users do like click links and other things, so they cause risk to ICT systems. Just to wind up, key, because I had very short time, key takeaway is systems are not secure 100%. We need to enhance security to the system always, and there is no 100% secure system. We have to have robust SMS and restoration mechanisms, like business continuity plan. Should they attack your car, we move to other BCP and continue to operate. And finally, what I can say, cybersecurity is part and parcel of land transportation journey, land transportation path. We don't see it physically, but if the systems are attacked, I think operations will definitely be as normal. With those few remarks,
yes.
I will say thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, tumpigie makofi kwake kiongozi kutoka IGAV. Mabibi na mabwana, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at that point where we are moving out to lunch, stretching your legs, connecting, getting your jaws to work out a little bit. Midomo inafanya mazoezi ya wakati unakula chakula. Lakini kabla hamjatoka, naomba nitoe 4 very quick announcements. Lunch is exactly where lunch was yesterday. Chakula cha mchana tunaenda kukipata pale pale tulipoenda jana na juzi. That means it is the 3rd floor upande hule, na team ya protocol, kikosi cha protocol kiko tayari kuhakikisha kwamba unajua sehemu ya kwenda. Tutachukua nusu saa. Nitaomba ruhusa yenu kuhakikisha kwamba tunachukua nusu saa. Nina matangazo mazuri sana. Cha kwanza ni kwamba kutakuwa kuna site visits. Yani kesho kutakuwa kuna kutembelea site 2 tofauti. Kuna trip ya kwenda BRT phase 2, na baada ya hapo kuna kwenda SGR, ambayo hiyo SGR itapeleka wale watakaohudhuria kutoka DSM hapa Dar es Salaam mpaka Kwala na kurudi. Mabibi na mabwana, hii ni not to miss. Kama unataka kuangalia vile vyote ambavyo vimezungumziwa hapa practically, na kama kuna content creator humu ndani, kama unataka kuweza kuchukua content na kuweza kuangalia practically what's happening, you do not want to miss this trip. Protocol team wanazungusha karatasi. Tafadhali wekeni mikono juu pale ili wawaone. Tafadhali wekeni mikono juu wawaone. Kuna karatasi imekuwa zikizunguka. Hakikisha unaijaza. Hiyo trip ni kitu kama uko hapa na kweli uko, especially vijana, ni kitu ambacho you do not want to miss. Have a look at what the government is doing to progress this part. Tunakutana gerezani asubuhi saa 2 kamili. Na ni transport itaondoka pale kwenye hile tour ambayo tunaanza kwenye BRT phase 2. Tutatoka gerezani saa 2 kamili. Nitaweza kushare more information baadaye, lakini kwa sasa tafadhali hakikisha unajiandikisha. Baada ya hapo ningependa kusema kulikuwa kuna lile swala au ile mada ambayo ilikuwa raised na mdau kuhusu renewal ya leseni na vibali vya Latra. Nitaizungumzia tukirudi. Kuna taarifa imetoka moja kwa moja kwa Latra ku-address yale maoni ambayo uliotoa kwa kusema kwamba maoni sio kwamba tu yamepokelewa, lakini yalishafikiriwa na suluhu tayari ipo. Baada ya hapo niseme kwamba kuna zawadi 20. Latra imeandaa zawadi 20, there are 20 gift packages tofauti na hizo ambazo mmepata, na nitaweza kushare zaidi about that when we come back from lunch. Kwa watu kwenye kile kikundi cha kwanza ambao kitaingia humu ndani, niko tayari kushare maelezo zaidi kuhusu hizo zawadi ikifika mnamo saa 7:40 au 35. So please make sure you're back in this room. Kuna zawadi kede kutoka Latra, na nitaweza kushare matangazo kuhusu hizo zawadi ni nini baadaye ikifika saa 7:35. So please make sure you're back in this room, na nikuambie sio zawadi ndogo. So please mwambie jirani yako, hebu rudi humu ndani tuweze kujumuika kwa pamoja tupate mambo mazuri kutoka Latra. Mabibi na mabwana, karibuni chakula cha mchana. Welcome to lunch. Bon appetit. Tafadhali tusimame tuanze moja kwa moja lunch venue. We are back here in the next 30 minutes. Karibuni sana. Ndio, acha hapa mbele tafadhali. Sehemu za kutumia kupanda kwenda ghorofa ya 3 ni lift za upande wa kulia na kushoto wa jengo. Hakikisha kwamba unapata kuponi yako kutoka timu ya protocol kabla ya kwenda kupata chakula. Lakini pia tafadhali tufate maelekezo yao, wanajaribu kuhakikisha kwamba wote tunapata experience nzuri. So please make sure you listen to the protocol team. They're trying very hard to make sure that all of us get a good experience. It is very important that we follow their guidance and their lead. So tafadhali tusiwe wabishi, tusikilize timu yetu ambayo imeandaliwa kutuongoza ili tuhakikishe kwamba tunaenda vizuri. Kwa mara nyingine tena, karibuni chakula cha mchana. Mabibi na mabwana, welcome back into the hall. We're about to begin. Our speakers are situating themselves. Kama nilivyosema, tukirudi nitashare announcements za zawadi, especially to the first 20 in the room. Naona, I feel that my 20 is already here. Yes, naona kama my 20 imekaa vizuri. Aha. Sasa kwenye hiyo my 20 kuna watu wengi kutoka Latra humo pia. Lakini sasa considering umetoka Latra, you're naturally disqualified from participating. But thank you for being in the room. Hongera sana kwa kuonyesha mfano kutokana kwamba hii ni shughuli yako. So tutasubiri kwamba wale wageni wadau waendelee kujaa ukumbini ili niweze nikatoa instructions. Let's give it 5 more minutes. Wonderful. Congratulations for coming back in on time. Mabibi na mabwana, welcome back into the hall. Hongereni sana kwa kuonyesha mfano na kwa wale wa kwanza kabisa kurudi ukumbini, ukumbi wa SIKU at the beautiful JNICC. Hongereni sana. Congratulations for coming back on time. Kwa kweli tumeonyesha kwamba tuko vizuri. Nadhani Latra unaweza kabisa kuona unaweza kuona kwamba wadau wako vizuri sana. Nilisema kwamba tuna zawadi za kugawa. And I said the first 20 in the hall. Na ndani ya ukumbi kulikuwa kuna wengi zaidi ya 20. Tulipofika ile saa 7 na dakika 45 nikasema wale wote ambao wako Latra, na nirudie kwa mujibu wa kwamba uko Latra inamaanisha hii ni shughuli yako. So you are naturally, beautifully disqualified. You're disqualified from participating, lakini kwa wageni wote wengine you're all involved. We have 3 beautiful presentations this afternoon kabla ya kwenda kwenye resolutions, na kama tulivyosema kwamba tunahakikisha kwamba tuna finish on time as quick as possible. Ya kwanza itakuwa from Ritungu Travels and Tours, na ya pili na ya tatu nitakuja ku announce hivi karibuni. So kwenye instructions ninaenda moja kwa moja jukwani. Kwenye instructions kitu cha kwanza cha kufanya Kabla ya kushare instructions, kuna mtu amesahau funguo za gari au amezidondosha au kuzipoteza. Kama hauko na funguo zako za gari, tafadhali utaenda pale mapokezi lost and found kuhakikisha kwamba unachukua funguo zako za gari, usije ukagota ukashindwa kuondoka. Please make sure, in case you have forgotten your car keys and you know somebody who has forgotten their car keys, so please make sure tafadhali utaenda pale mapokezi lost and found to make sure that you get your gifts. All right, so basically kitu cha haraka kabisa, nilisema kuna zawadi 20 zimeandaliwa na Latra na tumezifanyia kazi, zimenona, zimefana kabisa kuweza kupata wale our lucky 20. Ninatoa maelekezo. Tuko tayari? Au bado tuko tumeshiba sana? Au zawadi niondoke nazo mimi because nao wako wapatia. Kule nyuma kuna watu wanazisubiria zawadi, mmekenua meno. Nasema nipe tu hizo zote 20. Tuko tayari jamani? Au bado? Okay. Hawako tayari.
Hawako tayari?
Hawataki zawadi kwa kweli. Tunaondoka nazo. Jamani tuko tayari? Umeona yani ukikaa huko mbele kuna kitu kinaitwa yani wanasema communication, kuna encoding na decoding, tunazungumza. Umeona? Sasa mimi tuko tayari ili niweze kujua kama tuna share instructions or not. Right? Are we ready for the instructions? Maana usiniambie nirudie, sitarudia. Ninazitoa mara moja na tunaendelea. Ni sawa? So kitu cha kwanza ambacho tutakifanya very simply, utaenda kwenye kurasa ya Latra on Instagram. You'll open your Instagram page. Utafungua kurasa ya Latra. Latra TZ, L-A-T-R-A T-Z. Hiyo iko clear? Iko sawa? Alafu ukifika pale hit follow. Ukisha hit follow, utaenda kwenye page yako wewe. Either utapost kwenye main page au utapost kwenye stories, whatever it is. Nitaomba utachokifanya utapost kitu ambacho kime stand out to you. Yani kitu ambacho umekiona kina umuhimu sana, kitu ambacho kimekufikirisha, kitu ambacho umekibeba na unaenda nacho, labda unaenda kuwapatia watu challenge, umekuwa inspired, whatever it is. Naomba utakiweka pale either kwenye your stories au kwenye your post. Ukishakiweka pale utahakikisha kwamba una tag Latra TZ. Na ndio maana nilikwambia uifollow. Utatag Latra TZ and utaweka hashtag. Hashtag ni Usafiri Endelevu 2025. Hashtag Usafiri Endelevu 2025. Na utaipost. So nina kikosi kizuri kimeandaliwa, kiko vizuri kabisa. Kinasubiri kuangalia the first post that go up. Na kwa zile post ambazo zinapanda, ambazo umeweka kitu cha maana. Kwa sababu kwa mfano unaweza ukapiga picha ya dari alafu ka hashtag. Sasa hapo ni kama utakuwa unanitania. Lakini kama umeweza kupost kitu ambacho kimenyooka na kimeendana na maelezo yangu, zile zawadi zinakusubiri. Nitarudi part 2 kushare more instructions. Hii considering kulingana na unono wa zawadi, instructions au maelekezo nayatoa kwa awamu. Ni sawa? Lakini kwa hiyo ya kwanza is very clear. Sawa sawa. Baada ya hapo mabibi na mabwana, naomba niwaombe msimame. Studio tuko tayari. Naomba tusimame. Unajua tukitoka tukula chakula, tumekuja kwenye session ya mchana. Very simple. I won't ask you to do anything heavy. Ni very simple. Naomba utatafuta watu 5, utawapatia high five, utawaambia get ready, get ready, get ready. Ndio watafuta watu 5, utawapatia high five. Dr. Mashoke, wapatie high five. High five. Get ready. Mimi sisikii, naomba nisikie. Get ready. Mwambie get ready. Manake Latra imeandaa, yani this is the conference ambao mchana sessions zimenona pia ni nzuri. Get ready. Mbona hamtaki? Kama hampendani. Get ready. Mwambie are you ready? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We start with power, we finish with power. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Mbona basi high five-ini wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Sawa sawa. Nice, nice, nice. All right. So hapo uliposimama, where you're standing, right where you're standing, Okay, I'm going to ask you to put a fist. So there we go. Unakunja mkono tu hivi. Tunaweza? Tunakunja mkono. Let's go. Kwa pamoja. Tumekunja mkono. Mkono haukunjiki. Ni mkono. Fold your hand. What is this? Sawa sawa. Tunasema let's go. Kwa pamoja. 1 2 3. Let's hear you. 1 2 3. Yani kwa namna hii ndugu yangu, kama una go hivyo au go anywhere. Hata kitandani hautoki. Yani hata panya hashtuki. Yani hata mende hafurukuti. Umeona? Kwa namna hiyo maendeleo yanagota ile hata gari halisogei. Tunajaribu mara mbili. Mimi najua mlikuwa mnanitania. Twende kazi. 1 2 3. Unajua kwenye masuala maendeleo inabidi you show up. As Africans we show up because wanasema you tell the world Tanzania is ready. Watch out. Twende kazi. 1 2 3. Kuna mtu anataka, yani kama nikupe zote 20 kwa pamoja wewe mwenyewe tu. Jipigie makofi. Yani kuna mtu hapa amefanya kitu fulani amazing. Yani ngoja nikuone tena. Yani mimi naomba turudi mimi nakutafuta. Let's go. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Let's go. Have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Give yourselves a round of applause. Tunaenda kwenye sessions za mchana. Moja kwa moja, we are finishing with power. We started with power. We are finishing with power. Nimetoa instructions za zawadi zangu. Sitaki kuondoka nazo. Please hakikisha kwamba unafanya hiko nilichokuambia. Cha pili, naomba nikumbushe kwamba kuna site visits kesho. Kuna site visit kesho upande wa BRT phase 2, lakini pamoja na SGR. Kuna timu yetu ya protocol ambayo inazungusha karatasi. Please make sure unajiandikisha. Kwa sababu gani? Zawadi za leo utazipokea kesho asubuhi. Unajua kuna vitu vizito hauwezi ukavileta hapa ndugu yangu. Umeona? Na naomba sio kitu kidogo. Be ready. So lakini tomorrow's trip is a great trip. So please make sure that you sign up. Ni kama tunataka maneno yote ambayo yanazungumzwa hapa, we're putting it into practice. Na kuna pia nilisema kwamba nitatoa feedback. Kuna maelezo yalitoka kutoka Latra kujibu lile swala au ile mada ya renewal ya license. Nitakuja kuisoma baadaye. But ladies and gentlemen, sasa hivi tunaenda moja kwa moja kwenye the first of the 3 presentations this evening, this afternoon. Makofi kwake kutoka Ritungu Travels and Tours, mabibi na mabwana. Tumpigie makofi bwana Engineer Max. Yes? Makofi kwake mabibi na mabwana. Tuende kazi. Let's go. Yes, wonderful. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So I welcome you in my presentation, as you see ahead, on cable transport, a new pillar for green transportation and sustainability. My good name is Engineer Maximilian Sereka. I'm together with my colleague here, Catherine Loy. Just say hi. Yeah, I will go direct now to my presentation. As technology change, transportation change, everything is changed, so I come with a new idea that's not common in Tanzania, but we started practicing this investment of cable transport. So my content for today will be for introduction, understanding cable transport system, environmental and social impacts, economic and social impacts, technology, innovation, and safety, policy and regulation, and the vision for the future. The overview of the cable transport system and their relevance in modern sustainable transportation. As urban, we are aware the issue of urban population growth continue to expand and the transportation emission lies, the need for clean, efficient, and inclusive mobility system has never been greater. So it's clear that we need now to have the green transportation that will go to overcome this overpopulation, especially on the transport issue. Cable transport, once thought mainly as a tourist attraction, is now recognized as the strategic mobility solution that reduces congestions, support decarbonizations, and offer sustainable connectivity. As our company Litungu now is operating in Arusha at the Meru camp. Meru camp is one of the camp of Litungu. So currently we have some cable way transport, but we are as based as just a leisure and a recreation purpose. But now the company is planning to go to the idea now in changing from recreation or the leisure to transportation. Cable transport system such as zip lines, cable cars, gondolas, and the aerial trams use suspended cable to move people and goods across challenging terrain or topographical challenge areas. They require minimum land disturbance, produce very low emissions, and integrate easily on the natural landscape with their challenges. So this transport or cable transport is one of the eco-friendly in terms of transportation, but also in terms of tourism. I will talk about zipline. That's now we are operating in Arusha. Zipline, a gravity-driven cable system where users travel along the slopes cable using a pole. They are widely used for ecotourism, adventure recreations, and nature viewing. Zipline require limited infrastructure, preserve surrounding vegetation, and attract tourism, and generate revenue with minimum environmental impact. So currently, we are doing this. We already on the market. We are almost the third year of practicing this zipline. And our company now is struggling to invest on cableway. That's cable cars and the other system of the cableway. As you see in the picture, my point doesn't show. As you see in the picture, in the top there is a zip line. That's the safety gears. And that boy is hanging, just transport from one point to another. And that guy's already been prepared for taking the zip line. And currently, for these 3 years, we already save more than 11,000 tourists. That's a local and international tourist. And good enough, because we have some records, it shows that most of Kenyan, they are reading on this activity, coming to Arusha for practice this. So when they're coming in the zip line or adventure activity, they have opportunity now to go to the national parks and the other recreation or destination for tourists. The company is still growing, and they are still identifying potential sites for investment. As I said earlier, that we are moving now from the leisure now to transportation way. So one of the biggest projects that are coming on the way, that maybe will be among the best project in East Africa. So now in the same area in Meru Forest is the forest along the slope of Mount Meru, down there. There is a river known as Temi River. So we want to close that river. As you see the valley, there is a river in the Arusha, they call Temi. So we close it with the 3 lines cable project. So approximately 1 kilometer cable will be installed. So it will be easy now, even for the village around there, to use that cable. We also, in the valley, we have the waterfall, and we have a good view for Mount Meru. As you invest in this cableway, also, you need to see some attraction points, at least to have good reference point for tourists. Because for now, we are doing as for leisure and tourists. And as he said, now we are moving, now we are thinking about the cableway for investment on cable cars. We started and we are ready now. We have a good proposal. We have in a good step. So, and we expect our first project will be also in Arusha, along the slope of Mount Meru, down there to the river, and from Meru Forest to town, somewhere to town. We want to take people from the mountain area to town. That's our main objective for now. That car you see, the small car we call cable cars. So cable cars, or some they call gondolas, are enclosed cabins. Yeah, we call gondola or cabins that's open and suspended, moving on the cable for carrying people, goods, and passengers. So for doing this project, you will go with some procedures like environmental impact assessment. You need to do the ESIA in order to make sure that the project is going to be sustainable with environment and meet all the standards needed through the regulations of the government. And this project also, it have a very good impact for economical and the social impact. As I said, we already save a number of tourists, so it's have a good revenue generation too. And technology. As our company now already doing a good ground, we already visit some countries for technology transfer. We visited in France, we visited in South Africa, we visited in South Korea to see how they are practicing. So we have a good base for making sure that our operations is going with the safety features. We do the basic practice at the global way they are doing, and the smart system, especially for, if you want to do this, you must have a good ticketing and the system flows to make sure that we have a good records. We already developed the zipline registration form, but now we are transferred to we already now in the process of buying the system to be registered online. You can be in Dar es Salaam and register here. When you come to Arusha, then directly go to the activity. But also we have the safety plans. We already developed the safety plan for the company. That's our tools of daily working. We have the operation guideline too for our company. So whatever now we are doing, we have a good practice. And that's one have been developed with a local expert, and we hire the foreign expert from Germany to help to light these operations. As I said, the policy regulations. Yeah, we are working closely with Latra, and already Latra visited us. So we are getting a good support from the government. So we hope our project is still on a good hand as we keep generating the revenue, jobs, and compliance. So I can say also we have still the future plans. We almost having 6 potential sites, and we also encourage partnership. If someone interested, so we can give together the hands, then we can continue working. There is site in Arusha, Morogoro, Kwanza, and the 3 sites in Dar es Salaam, including one of the, we started in the one of the island, we call Mbudia. We want to install there the zip line. So if you have the good investment capital, maybe we can take people from the land to the island. So thank you, and that's my end of my presentation today. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Engineer. Kama mlivyosikia kuna fursa hapo in terms of partnerships. If you've got good investment capital, tafadhali connect with Ritungu Travel and Tours, really innovating in that space. Hongera sana. We're going to see it across Tanzania very soon. Makofi kwake kwa mara nyingine tena. Hatuachwi nyuma. Mabibi na mabwana, kwa wale wote ambao wameingia humu ndani, I do believe that some people came in after I already shared the instructions. The instructions for the gifts ambazo nilisema ziko tayari. Nilitoa instructions very clearly. Just very quickly, nilisema what you have to do is 1, look for Latra TZ on your Instagram page. So you will go on social media, open Instagram, look for Latra TZ, uta click follow pale. After following, what you will do, you will go to your own page. Yani utaenda kwenye kurasa yako mwenyewe ya kijamii na utaweza kupost kitu ambacho kime stand out to you, kitu ambacho unaondoka nacho, right? Kitu ambacho umekuwa inspired nacho, kitu ambacho unaona kwamba ni muhimu sana kuhakikisha kwamba wale ambao hawamo humu ndani pia wanakifahamu, right? So ni either ni kitu ambacho wewe utakifanya, either ni mafunzo ambayo umepata, one thing or the other, utaweza ukaweka mle ndani, please post it, alafu lazima make sure una tag hiyo Latra TZ, na ndio maana nilikuomba uifollow, lakini please also hashtag, utaweka hashtag, tuko tayari? Sitarudia tena, maana nilishaambia nirudie mara nyingi. Right? Tunasikilizana? Hashtag Usafiri Endelevu 2025. Neno moja. Hashtag Usafiri Endelevu 2025. Na pia unaweza ukaona, mimi sio kijana, hiko kitu hakinihusu, lakini I'm pretty sure una watoto na hizi zawadi, au even people around you zinawahusu sana. We have some really good gifts prepared for you. Also niwakumbushe kwamba kesho kuna site visit, na site visit inaanza gerezani saa 2 kamili asubuhi. Kuna site visit kwenda kwenye BRT phase 2 pamoja na SGR, na SGR itatoka kuanzia Dar es Salaam kwenda Kwala, na hakikisha kwamba unajiandikisha. Timu yetu ya protocol ambao mnazungusha karatasi, naomba niwaone, maana awali nilivyotoa haya maelekezo walikuwa hawamo humu ndani. Team ya protocol, tafadhali naomba tuhakikishe kwamba team ya protocol iko tayari kuzungusha hizo karatasi, because then hamna haja ya kufanya matangazo kama karatasi hazijazwi. Kuna yoyote ambao hajapata karatasi na nataka kujaza? Tukuone. Okay? Naona kuna karatasi nazunguka pale. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, tunaenda moja kwa moja kwenye our next session for the day. But before I move into that, nataka nilisema kwamba kuna responses kutoka Latra regarding swali lililoulizwa on renewal ya license na vibali vya Latra. Number 1, maelekezo ni kwamba unaweza kurenew at least 28 days before expiration. Itasoma tarehe ya kwanza kama kawaida. Unaweza kurenew at least siku 28 kabla ya expiration. Itasoma tarehe ya kwanza kama kawaida. Ya pili ni maombi yanafanyika online masaa 24 siku 7 the wiki, 24 hours 7 days a week. Inamaanisha weekend haijalishi whether ni weekend au sio weekend, public holiday au sio public holiday, maombi yanapokelewa online. Ya tatu, ofisi zinazofanya kazi masaa 24 zipo kufanya kazi maombi yanayotumwa siku za weekend au usiku. Ofisi za Latra, kuna ofisi zinazofanya kazi masaa 24 kupokea maombi ambayo yanatumwa either weekend au usiku. So hakikisheni kwamba tunafahamu, na kama kuna yeyote ambao hana uhakika na hajui hivyo, hakikisheni kwamba unaenda kumfikishia ujumbe kwamba ofisi za Latra zinafanya kazi. Kuna ofisi zinafanya kazi masaa 24 siku 7 kwa wiki kuhakikisha kwamba huduma inafikia wananchi na wadau. Makofi kwa Latra tafadhali, tuwapigie makofi. Makofi kwa Latra yake. Mbona mnaonea vipi? Pigeni makofi. Hongereni sana Latra. Mabibi na mabwana, the second panel, second session for this afternoon ni a panel discussion. Nilisema kwamba tulikuwa tunatakiwa kuwa na breakout rooms sessions, lakini hatutakuwa na breakout sessions. Tutafanya hapa ili tumalize kila kitu haraka iwezekanavyo in this room together. The first session ina focus on sustainable freight and logistics corridors. Nitawaita wazungumzaji alafu nitawamwita mwendesha mada wetu na tutamkaribisha kwa makofi yaliyoshiba kabisa. Kutoka CCTFFA, kutoka CCTFA, kutoka CCTFA ni Engineer Zaituni Nakonde. Engineer Zaituni Nakonde, karibu sana for this panel. Tumpigie makofi mabibi na mabwana. Also kuja jukwani mzungumzaji wetu kwenye hii mada ya sustainable freight and logistic corridors ni kutoka NIT. Tumekuwa naye, tumesikia kutoka kwake, tumejifunza kutoka kwake. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause to Dr. Mary Mashoke. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Anakuja full nondo. Mabibi na mabwana, kutoka Tazara ni Engineer Fuad Abdallah. Engineer Fuad Abdallah kutoka Tazara, makofi kwake tafadhali. Engineer Fuad Abdallah. And then, of course, lastly but not least, from Moesna, our fourth panelist is from Moesna. Utajitambulisha kwa jina. Do we have our panelists from Moesna? Yes, karibu tafadhali, makofi kwake mabibi na mabwana. And then in a very special way, ladies and gentlemen, our panel moderator for this session, Sustainable Freight and Logistics Corridors. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Alphonse Mwingira, President, Tanzania Logistics and Transport Association. Makofi kwake, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him a hand of applause as he comes to lead this panel. Mr. Alphonse Mwingira, President, Tanzania Logistics and Transport Association. Karibu sana, karibu sana, karibu sana. Ladies and gentlemen, kama ilivyo jada yetu, utaweza kuweka comments, maswali ambao uko nayo na utaweza kuconnect with the panel directly. Karibu sana. Also, just to remind wote ambao mnauliza, presentations zote will be available, made available to your email addresses.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really honored to chair this breakout panel session on sustainable freight, logistics, and corridors for Tanzania. We are going to discuss very pertinent issue which supports socio-economic development of our country. It is worthwhile to mention that Tanzania's strategic location makes it a key player in regional trade because of several major logistics and transport corridors passing through the country. What we will do during this panel discussion is to discuss about 6 areas of focus, and we'll be having 19 questions, but depending on the panelists. The first question will be directed to Central Corridor Transport Facilitation Agency, and because of time limitation, please be very brief. The question is related to focus area, which is green corridor planning and infrastructure development. Specifically, the question is, which infrastructure upgrades would have the biggest impact on cutting freight delays? And the infrastructures include dry ports, way bridges, rest stops, road quality, truck terminals, railways, infrastructure. Please, representative from CCTFA.
Sorry, Mr. Moderator, samani kukukatisha. I've been notified that there's another panelist who's coming onto your panel. Naomba nimkaribishe so you can proceed with the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, makofi kwake kutoka TPA, Mr. Joseph Lukindo, ambaye ni Ports Operations Coordinations Manager. Tafadhali tumpigie makofi Mr. Joseph Lukindo anapokuja kutoka TPA Port Operations Coordination Manager. Karibu sana. Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. You've mentioned a number of infrastructure that are equally important, but when you're looking at how can we reduce the transit time, I think the most important right now is the dry ports and the inland depot, inland container depot. These ones can reduce the clearance time. It can help decentralize clearance so that the port is decongested. Then secondly, could look at weighing station. If we could reduce the number from so many to maybe one per transit route, then it will reduce the time taken for a transit vehicle from the port to the destination. Then also the harmonized border crossing facilities like OSBPs, which could also help to reduce the time from crossing the border to the destination. Then lastly, we could also look at the rest areas. This is in promotion of safety for the drivers. They could rest. If we could do these well-serviced rest stations along our routes, we could provide safety as well as an efficient route along our corridors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, representative from TTFA. We now have the second question, which is directed to Tanzania Ports Authority, which says, how can ports be better integrated to create seamless multimodal freight corridors? As you are aware, in year 2024, major ports contributed to about 28.01 million tons of cargo passing through, either as exports or imports. Can you please give us your oversight about how the ports can be better integrated to create seamless multimodal freight corridors?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. On behalf of TPA management, I'm going to respond on how the port can seamlessly integrate multimodal transport. As we all know that the port operations, the efficiency of port operations is highly dependent on efficient handling services. So the strong, the reliable, and the resilience, the multimodal transport is efficient the port operations. You may have base infrastructures which are very modern. You may have an equipment which are very modern at the port, but without having a seamless multimodal transport, you cannot have an efficient port services. So how can port integrate this multimodal? So normally we used to integrate our planning, means port planning, port development planning with other multimodal transport players, including rail, roads, so as to have a seamless multimodal transport. You may take a note of recent progress made by Tanzania of construction of SGR rail lines, whereby the Ports Authority, in collaboration with Tanzania Railway Corporations, have jointly planned together to have a SGR rail line inside the port. Even the recent improvement of Tazara rail lines, which are expected to be conducted by our fellow Chinese, the TPA was fully involved in planning, as well as discussions so as to have a seamless transport model.
Thank you, Representative from TPA. Now we are going to the second area of focus, which is environment, safety, and sustainability. And the first question is directed to Tazara. Mzee wangu forward. What best practices have worked in improving driver welfare and road safety along long-haul freight routes? You are an experienced person, and we are expecting much from you.
Thank you very much, moderator. The locomotive driver. In some other countries, they are termed as locomotive engineers. The people entrusted to run rolling stocks forms train worth minimum of $20 million per train running on multi-billion-dollar infrastructure. So looking on the value of the asset they are running, the value and the importance of the cargo they move, and the value of the infrastructure they are running the train, these are the people who are supposed to be looked for very, very careful. And to make them work to the standards, Tazara, like many other railways in the world, have a training school. Tazara Training School is at Mpika. It offers 3 continuous years of class training and 2 years of field training before the driver is designated to work as assistant train driver. Assistant train driver normally work under the leading locomotive driver. And to make them work properly, actually they're supposed to work 8 hours a day only. And after those 8 hours, in case they finish, normally we provide rest houses where we accommodate and provide meals and other services to them. In case it happened that they work beyond 8 hours, because sometimes 8 hours might elapse before reaching a station, then they're entitled to be paid overtime. But we don't encourage that because we don't want them to be tired and get fatigued. Besides that, these locomotive drivers are paid salaries and allowances like any other employee of the railway. But on top of that, they are paid for each and every kilometer they cover, just to make sure that they are fully compensated for the work they do. And all that is done because of the value of the asset they are operating, the value of the infrastructure they are relying on, and the value and importance of the cargo of the customers they are moving, so that at the end, each part receives the benefit of all what they're looking for. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you, Mzee wangu forward. And now we are going to the third focus area. It will be having 2 questions, and the focus area is regional and cross-border connectivity, urban logistics, and last mile sustainability. The first question is, what immediate steps must be taken in the next 2 to 3 years to achieve greener, safer, and more efficient freight corridors? CCTTFA, please. Can you give us your oversight?
Thank you. What we could start with within the shortest time will be digitalization of the corridor operations. That is implementing the regional electronic seals for end-to-end tracking from Dar es Salaam to various destinations. Then secondly, introducing cashless payment systems, which may be at the border post to cut delays and reduce informal costs. Then also expand the corridor monitoring platforms to provide real-time analytics to be able to identify challenges and non-tariff barriers along the corridor. Also maybe the green freight initiatives, maybe low emission trucks, solar powered roadside facilities, which may also improve the efficiency of the corridor in green terms. Then harmonized regulatory enforcement, whereby here we're looking at axle roads, looking at driver working hours, and also looking at vehicle worthiness between the two regions. We have SADC and ESC. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And before I get seated, there's again another question directed to you in the same focus area, which is, given the current fragmentation of railway operators across East Africa, we have SGR, we have Cape Gauge, and we have meter gauge. How has the absence of a unified regional railway association contributed to inefficiencies in cross-border connectivity, standards, harmonization, and operational performance? And what practical steps should be taken to sustain such an association?
Thank you. Maybe I will kind of talk about what steps can be taken to bridge the gaps which has brought that. Thinking if we could have harmonization of the operating standards, maybe the safety, signaling, and scheduling. Then also might be having enable through running of trains. Maybe we reduce the transshipment at the borders. Then also if we could coordinate asset sharing and maintaining some planning to minimize downtime. And also developing a roadmap towards the future integration, where you could have East and Central Africa Railways Association, which can bring all the agencies together to be able to have a regional regional transport, smooth regional rail transport.
Thank you, madam. Now we are moving to the fourth focus area, which is workforce development and skills for green logistics. And the question that is directed to a National Institute of Transport representative. And the question is, what skills gaps need to be addressed in order to effectively enhance green logistics?
Thank you, moderator. The first issue is the skills which are needed for these transporters and which they are lacking is digital and data analysis skills. In the world which we have, without having digital analysis skills, you cannot move and having greener logistics. Greener logistics depends mainly on these digital tools that we can unlock the area where it's blocked. The second issue which they are missing is environmental and greener technical knowledge. A number of our curricula are taking this issue of environmental, greener technical knowledge as optional. It's not compulsory. It's not, they are not putting it in our curriculum. So it's very essential for institutions and the training colleges to make sure that they are providing this technical knowledge to make sure that transporters and other staffs, they are receiving this information. Thank you.
Thank you, representative from NIT. The second question in the same focus area is now directed to Moesna, which says, which small solutions could eliminate unnecessary stops along cross-border freight corridors?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe before I respond to the question, I was asked to introduce myself. I think the MC didn't know me. So On that note, Aderic Kagenzi, Director Ports, Shipping and Maritime Services with Moesna. And maybe Moesna is the maritime organization for Eastern, Southern, and Northern Africa, mandated to promote, protect, and coordinate the maritime interests of its member states. And maybe member states also, we have Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, DRC, Ethiopia, Malawi, and Burundi, as well as Botswana, and also other member states in the region of East, Southern, Northern Africa at different levels of joining the organization. Now, back to the question. You're talking of delays. As we say, for us, we advocate for seamless flow of cargo. That is from origin to its destination. So what we want is the solution, the IT solution that can solve the problem of stoppage. So what we need is the system which can eliminate or reduce the human interactions. And I think this can be witnessed with the Latra in their systems now. As the presenter in the morning shows that the human interaction is no longer experienced, I think, with the Latra. And that's why they are saying that they can work 24/7. So also we need the solution that is simple and user-friendly. As you know, crossing borders, we normally have these drivers crossing the border. So if the solution is so complicated to drivers, that may not be a solution, but may be an hindrance to the flow of goods. But also we need a solution which is also supported by the infrastructure. Taking an example, crossing the Tunduma-Nakonde border. Whether you have a solution that can help you quickly, but you find that the infrastructure are not mirroring each other. You find in one side there are enough infrastructure to accommodate any incoming cargo, but the other side, if there are bottlenecks, then that solution may not be useful to the flow of cargo. And as we talk of green corridors, so idling, or you stop, then you reignite the engine. That is where now you create more, you produce more carbon. That also now defeats the idea of having a green corridor. So the best thing we want is the solution that can eliminate or can provide visibility. So there is pre-arrival visibility and action. So when the vehicle is approaching the border, it should be able to go through after being worked on where it is on the way going to its direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, representative from Moesna. Now we have a second question in the same focus area, workforce development and skills for green logistics. We have heard from all panelists their contributions about sustainability of freight and transport logistics corridors. Summary, in terms of what has been contributed, is leading to what should be done in order to have sustainable corridors in Tanzania. We know our corridors, which are Northern Corridor, Central Corridor, Dar es Salaam Corridor, and Southern Corridor, are competing with other corridors going to very strategic areas in Zambia, DRC, Burundi, and Rwanda. And up to now, what is not known among most of us is that the corridors which we are operating in Tanzania are saving about 200 people in terms of population from within Tanzania and in the region. Now, in order to adequately tap the potential which we have, for example, DRC has an excess of 17 million tons, which is not passing through Tanzania. 17 million tons, Eastern DRC alone. Burundi has about 3 million tons, which will be passing through the new SGR railway, which is being constructed now between Musongati and Uvinza up to Dar es Salaam port. And again, there is a kind of a certain percentage from Rwanda mining areas. We also have what is being mined in Zambia. All this, if we do sustainably undertake certain projects in Tanzania, in our corridors, they can pass through Dar es Salaam port. Now, the government of Tanzania, looking at what is coming in the next 10 years, have now started to gather financing in order to construct the new Bagamoyo port. Dar es Salaam port alone, having more than 20 million tons in the next 10 years coming through Dar es Salaam port cannot be sustainable. So what is needed is to strengthen what is currently being undertaken, but with a view of ensuring that it is going to be sustainable in terms of operations, in terms of human resources, in terms of maintaining the environment. We need to implement smart logistics such that cargo is going to be tracked in terms of real time, where it is and where it is going. We have to have data analysis in terms of people who are operating, and also we have to reduce waste in terms of time, and also we have to do seamless transportation. If someone is importing cargo from Guangzhou and it is going to, say, Kigoma, there should be no kind of, I cannot explain, yani kusiwe na namna mbili za kufanya kazi. Akishaagiza kitu Guangzhou anakipata Kigoma.
Sasa.
That is seamless transportation. Doing so, we will be facilitating our economy, and tutakuwa tunakimbizana na pengine tutawapita na wenzetu majirani. Jamani, nawashukuru sana. Nawashukuru sana.
Asante sana mabibi na mabwana. A massive hand of applause to our moderator, Mr. Alphonse Mwingira. Makofi kwake mabibi na mabwana, President Tanzania Logistics and Transport Association, and also to the panel. Makofi kwa mabibi na mabwana. Mada ni nzito, lakini we've tried to summarize as much as possible. Please do stand right in the middle of the stage for your group photo. Taomba wasimame katikati ya jukwaa ili kupata picha ya pamoja. Mabibi na mabwana, ningependa kuchukua muda huu kutoa maelezo tena. Nilisema kwamba tuna zawadi, na hizi zawadi tunazitoa kwa mfumo ulioandaliwa. Kitu ambacho nahitaji tufanye, nilisema kwamba ninaomba uende kurasa ya Instagram, kurasa yako ya Instagram, utaenda pale, utatafuta Latra TZ. Utatafuta Latra TZ, ukishatafuta Latra TZ na kuipata, uta-click follow. And then utachokifanya, utaenda kwenye page yako, either utapost au utaweka kwenye stories. Na kitu cha kuweka pale, utaweka mawazo, utaweka mawazo, utaweka mafunzo, utaweka chochote ambacho umekipata kutoka kwenye huu mkutano wetu. Utaweka chochote ambacho umekipata kwenye hii convening, utaweka pale. Aidha utasema kwamba nimejifunza kwamba 1 2 3. Utasema kwamba Tanzania inapiga hatua kufanya 1 2 3. Sasa usiandike 1 2 3, na kuejazia tu kwamba utajaza mwenyewe. Utasema kwamba kitu ambacho nilikifurahia ni hiki na hiki. Latra wanafanya hiki na hiki. Utaweka kijana, kuna fursa nyingi sana kwenye sekta ya uchukuzi, kwenye upande wa hiki na hiki. Utaweka kwenye masuala ya ICT. Nadhani kuanzia mwanzo tumeanza kuzungumza humu ndani juzi mpaka leo, ni mada nyingi sana ambazo zimezungumziwa, ni maoni mengi sana ambayo yametolewa. Tumekuwa na wakufunzi, wataalam wakubwa kabisa kwenye hii sekta ndani na nje ya nchi, na tumesikia mambo mengi sana kadha wa kadha, na utaweza hata ukiangalia ukipita nyuma kuna mambo mengi sana ambayo unaweza ukaweka pale. So utachukua kile kitu ambacho kime stand out kwako, kisha ndo utaweka pale kwenye page yako au kwenye story zako. So ukienda kwenye kitu ambacho wajanja wa mjini nimeona mnafanya, hongereni sana, manake nyie ni front benches kabisa. Nimeona mmeenda kwenye page ya Latra, alafu mkachukua zile posts za Latra mkaweka kwenye story yako. Hiyo haicount. Hiyo chabo hiyo hairuhusiwi. Hiyo ni chabo. Hiyo chabo hapana. Mwambie jirani wako chabo hapana. Hiyo no kwa kweli. Inabidi uweke kitu ambacho kime stand out to you. Maana ukiweka post unapiga chabo kwenye kazi ya designer. Maana inamaanisha zawadi apewe designer. Sawa. Sasa nitaomba ufanye hivyo, alafu of course utahakikisha kwamba una tag @LatraTZ ili waione, lakini pia tag nini? Usafiri? Mbona kama tupo pamoja? Alafu utatag nini? Usafiri endelevu. Utatag nini? Usafiri endelevu. Asante sana 2025. Usafiri endelevu 2025. Asante sana. Baada ya hapo tunaenda kwenye panel yetu ya mwisho siku hii ya leo. Kabla hatujaenda kwenye mapendekezo, mabibi na mabwana, panel yetu ya mwisho siku hii ya leo inaendeshwa na mzungumzaji ambao tumeshasikia kutoka kwake kipindi cha mchana kabla kwenda lunch, na iko titled Manpower for Land Transport Sustainability. Manpower for Land Transport Sustainability, Challenges and Opportunity of Drivers and Crews within the East African Community and SADC. Yes, Manpower for Land Transport Sustainability, Challenges and Opportunities of Drivers and Crews within EAC and SADC. Sasa kama ulikuwa hauchukui notes kuanzia mwanzo mpaka mwisho, unaweza ukaamua kwamba kwenye hii panel ndio ile ambayo uchukue notes afu uweke pale kwenye mtandao wako wa kijamii ili tuone kwamba ulikuwa unafuatilia. Nimekupatia mbinu ya kutoboa. Mabibi na mabwana wanaokuja kwenye panel hii ya sasa hivi, kutakuwa kuna mzungumzaji kutoka Latra. Siko na majina yenu, lakini naomba kama unafahamu unatoka kwenye hii taasisi na nitauita jina lako, utakuja moja kwa moja jukwani. Or kitu ambacho nitakifanya, actually let me do this. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call the moderator for this session, and he will call up his panel. CEO and founder of KP Motors Limited, Masood Ali Nyomwa, or famously known as Masood Kipanya. Makofi kwake tafadhali. This is the final panel for the day. We're going to finish strong. Karibu sana.
And it's going to take only 20 minutes. Is it possible to get the second microphone? This one, okay. And this one is also working? Good. Okay. Chap. Kama ambavyo topic imetajwa, ya Manpower for Land Transport Sustainability, focusing on the drivers and crew opportunities and challenges within East African community. Mabibi na mabwana, naomba niwalete Mr. Geoffrey Silanda. Geoffrey Silanda kutoka Latra, please. Makofi kwake. Godfrey Silanda kutoka Latra. Naomba pia nimwite Dr. Mary Makiao kutoka NIT. Alafu nimwite Mr. Agustino Fungo kutoka RSA. Haya, samsikai upande mmoja ndege itaanguka huko. Naomba dada Mary kaa katikati wewe. Okay? Sawa. Karibuni sana. Nimeambiwa niendeshe session kwa Kiswahili ingawa maswali yameandikwa kwa Kiingereza. Mimi nitayasoma kwa Kiingereza alafu tena tutapita umo. Karibuni sana. Tunaangalia nguvu kazi kwenye eneo letu hili la usafiri. Nitaomba haraka sana nianze na Mr. Geoffrey Selanda kutoka Latra. Natamani tuangalie. Pembeni yako kuna microphone, eh? Please, you can grab one and switch it on. Yes, that one works. The other one, Dada Mary, try, yes, It also works. Ipige kidogo kama tuko kwenye harusi. Asante. Hai, nianze na Geoffrey. Naomba tuambie what are the current trends in workforce, supply and demand for drivers and crew in the East African community, na SADC regions, and how do these trends impact transport sustainability? Karibu sana.
Asante sana ndugu mwezeshaji. Kweli, it is true that we have a gap between the supply and the demand of drivers as well as crew. We Latra, we are under Section 5E of Latra Act, Cap 413, provides a mandate to register crew and drivers. In the process, right now, the process is started back to June 2022, and so far, we have managed to recruit 37,000 drivers, and we have managed to certify 5,000 drivers. So we still have a big gap as we have to ensure that all 35,000 drivers are well registered. Also, the process of crew registration, and we started in 2024, and as I'm talking, it's more than 2,500 crews has been registered. The objective of certifying drivers and crew registration, the authority is aimed at getting safety assurance. If you train and you certify these, drivers as well as crew, and you will ensure that all crew members as well as drivers, they have a minimum competence. And it really reduced accidents, because if the driver is competent to drive certain type of vehicle, then it will enhance safety on the road. Other benefits is the regulatory compliance, as it will these drivers and the crews will align with the licensing and the operations requirement for the authority. The other thing is professionalism, as these crew and drivers, they can get employment not only in Tanzania, but they can get employment and recognized internationally to get opportunities in East Africa, SADC, and all others, all the world at large.
Okay.
Thank you.
How do we fare in terms of if we are to compare to other countries? How are we doing? Are we in a better position, or we still have to work hard in terms of the registration, for example?
What I can assure you at this junction, Tanzania is doing well, and you can. We have already sent some drivers to Qatar for driving those trucks in Qatar. So internationally wise, we are recognized and we are doing well. Thank you.
Hapa stedi makofi. Asante. Dr. Mary Makiao, tuambie kuhusiana na skills development programs ambazo pamoja na technical training kwenye and professionalization initiatives addressing the gaps in transport manpower. Tupitishe huko kidogo.
Asante moderator. Nikiangalia kwenye swala la training na professionalism, especially kwenye transport work manpower, ningeweza nikasema kwamba we are putting more emphasis, we're using different initiatives to ensure that we are covering the gap on the skills and competence, which is a key to sustainability in transport. And we are looking at the situation in our country. The main challenge is we have the informalities than formalities. So when you look on the training, we are aiming at having the formal training so that we can enhance the competence of the transport operators. And when you look on the transport operators, we have various transport operations and services. And for the country to enhance the development and the competitiveness in terms of economy, we need the skills, we need the competences. And the other area that we are looking at is bridging the gap between the professionals in transport that we supply to the industry to ensure that they meet the needs of the industry. So we are going on the way we formulate our trainings. This is basically formed on the foundations of the curriculums. The curriculums that we are using in the training institutions, are they meeting these needs in the industries? So on the way, on the formulation on the development of these curriculums, we are ensuring that before we develop this kind of curriculums, to make sure that we give out this manpower, we engage the industries. We conduct feasibility and need analysis to ensure that what we are going to impact, the skills and the competence that we are giving to these professionals, they meet what is needed in the industries. This is very important because there are various changes. The 10 years is not like today. So the changes that are in the industry need to be accommodated by the professionals that we are sending to the industries. And also we have the gaps in the soft skills for our transport professionals. So we tailor our trainings in a way that we are no longer training them to master the tools. We are training them to master the system. You have a driver, not only to operate the vehicle, but there are systems that they are involved with the vehicle. You have a customer, you have the goods, and the goods are of different natures. How is this driver or how is this crew in the bus is going to handle the whole system? How is this logistics operator is going to handle all components in the supply chain than focusing on one component in the supply chains? So this is what I can contribute on this aspect of the professional training. Thank you.
I love the soft skills part. Are we able to match the emergence of technology? Nina mifano kadhaa hapa kwako bado dada Mary ya dunia inabadilika, inakwenda kasi sana. Siku hizi unaweza ukaingizwa kwenye gari ukafikiri uko kwenye ndege. Na mifano miwili, mmoja nilisikia Bahrain, I think some of our drivers went there and they were not able to drive those trucks. Lakini recently nilimuombea mtu kazi, akapata kazi katika one of the companies here in Tanzania, lakini alipoingia alishindwa hata kuona gia iko wapi. Yani sio tena gia ziko hapo unazishika. Sasa tunafanyaje kama NIT kuhakikisha tuna match, tunaenda sambamba na the change of technology in terms of kwenye transport na kila kitu?
Thank you very much for this question, and I agree with you. This is one of the gaps when it comes to manpower in transport. And as a training institutions, we are working on this, on how in our trainings we are using training aids, including simulators. But apart from that, we know the simulators there is a fact of resources to achieve them in a short time. But currently, we have attachment of our students. We have private companies which have these modern facilities and modern vehicles, and you have various MOUs that enhance the training institution to collaborate with private sectors who have those kind of modern technologies. So our students are attached to those companies, and places where they can have access to get familiarized on these new technologies. And this is a ongoing initiative, and we are working hard on achieving that.
Okay, asante sana. Kaka Agostino, kutoka RSA, how do working conditions, safety protocols and career sustainability affect workforce retention and overall transport system reliability?
Thank you very much, Masood. Reliability in terms of transportation is so much affected by working conditions because our drivers and the crew still face poor working conditions. And this is due to the fact that our legal framework does not really adequately address the issues of drivers. For instance, currently the employment law in Tanzania, the Employment and Labor Relations Act, was amended to the effect that only a written type of employment contract is needed so that you can prove that somebody has got a contract of employment, is an employee. But we see that's not the reality on the ground. Most of the bus drivers and the crew do not have the written contracts. They work on oral contracts. They just work on promises. But again, our departments or people responsible to make sure that they have got a contract that would ensure their job satisfaction, even reduce the stress while they are on journey. Well, they have not done enough in this area. But again, you see the same drivers facing inconsistency in terms of the laws. For instance, in the SADC region, we have different laws in Tanzania, different laws in Zambia, different laws in Malawi. We need to have consistent or harmonized laws across the country. But another challenge that we have is that most of the operators do not have safety protocols. They only rely on the protocols statutorily established by Latra. So one may say, for instance, in Tanzania, that we have got very few transporters. We have got owners rather than transporters, in the sense of transporters.
Okay.
So we need to transform the mindset that they should not just be owners, but they should be transporters who have got protocols in place. So if they have got safety protocols in place, that means even the drivers will feel safe, but even Latra and the police will only do a very minimal work because the safety states, it starts just from the organization itself. So all this overall, it affects even the sustain, because the employment in itself, even the way, in the condition that they are working in, makes them like they are not sure that tomorrow they'll be at work. So it's like unemployment which is temporary, but sometimes it's permanent. It depends really on what tomorrow comes. But so at the end of the day, we are that's why we still experience a lot of accidents, but there is also inconsistency in terms of travel time. You are not sure if you take a bus or you transport your cargo from Tanzania to Malawi, whether it will take 10 days or less than that. Thank you.
Okay. You said that we have owners and not transporters. Sasa nimejikuta napata hili swali na nadhani kaka Geoffrey anaweza akatusaidia au nyote mkatusaidia. In construction companies, they have classes, I think 1 to 7. Can't we copy that in transportation, kaka Geoffrey? Yani kiasi kwamba mtu kuwe kuna levels za mtu sasa kufaa kuitwa transporter. Karibu. Kwa ajili ya kuboresha mazingira, kwa sababu ani anatuambia hapa, Agustino anatuambia kwamba kuna watu hawana contracts, yani ni kama ni kazi ambayo haina uhakika. Tunaweza tukakopi kile ambacho kinapatikana kwenye construction companies, kwa kuna class 1 mpaka 7 mpaka 1. Naweza kukupa hii. Au dada Mary naomba mwazima. Yes.
Presenter, ni sahihi kabisa kwamba tunaweza tukaiga huo mfano. Lakini kama Latra tumeonesha mfano huo jana wakati hapa tunatoa zawadi zetu. tulikuwa tumetoa classification kwamba kwa mujibu wa idadi ya magari kwa upande wa mabasi na kwa upande wa malori. Kwa hiyo sina shaka kabisa kwamba hilo linawezekana, na kama Latra tayari imeshalifanyia kazi. Labda niseme kidogo kwenye swali letu tulilokuwa tumeliform, limeanza na neno manpower. Manpower kule kwenye evolution, hizi kazi zilikuwa zinaonekana za wanaume peke yake, kwa sababu human resource imepitia evolution mbalimbali. Imepitia evolution ukianzia manpower ikaitwa hapa katikati iliitwa human resource, na ikaingia human capital. Kwa hiyo ningependa kidogo pale tungeweza ili kuleta kitu kinachoitwa inclusive,
tuondoe man,
tuweke human.
Nataka niweke people power hapa, nikagundua itakuwa sio nzuri sana. Haya, nikirudi kwako dada Dr. Mary, najua umesafiri sana. Kabla usiende tanchi Ulaya, najua ni mbali, lakini kwa wenzetu ukanda wa kusini mwa Afrika, transporters, magari yao na namna wanavyofanya madereva, yani unaona namna ambavyo wako vizuri sana. Tutafika kule, kwa sababu naiona kama kazi hii ya udereva kwa watu wetu tunaichukulia poa sana. Mimi kufanya kazi kwenye media nimekuwa nikipata malalamiko mengi sana ya madereva. How do we get there?
Niseme comparison inaruhusiwa na ni nzuri pale ambako inakupa positive impacts, na kwa mantiki hiyo niseme kwamba tulikotoka kulikuwa si kuzuri sana, lakini hapa tulipo na tunakoelekea niseme kwamba tunaanza kufanya vizuri. Na nichukue mfano mmoja kwamba before, kwa mfano kwenye mabasi yetu tulikuwa hatuoni nafasi dereva anajali ile, anathamini ile kazi yake, au tuseme wale crew, wale makondakta hatuoni nafasi wanaithamini ile kazi yao. Lakini kupitia professional training and certification tumeanza sasa kuona kwamba they are recognized in the systems kama ni nafasi ambayo ni professional kama nyingine. Na watu wanaanza kugain sasa kwamba being a driver si kwamba tu ni mtu wa kawaida. When you see them in the uniforms, they are now recognize themselves like anavyomuona pilot, anavyomuona mtu anayefanya kwenye meli. Kwa hiyo kwa nchi yetu tumeanza, na niwapongeze Latra kwamba tunafanya. Last week nilikuwa kwenye training moja ambao nilifunga, ilikuwa ni cabin cruise ni cabin cruise kwenye mabasi mkoa wa Tanga. Na unaona tofauti ya zile batches. They are so proud of themselves kwa jinsi ambavyo wamekuwa certified. Yani wanaona kama ni kitu ambacho hakikuwa cha kawaida, lakini sasa hivi wako recognized, wako certified, na nafasi yao kwenye jamii imeongezeka. Niseme nafasi ambayo tumeelekea ya kurecognize hawa watu ambao ni maoperators kwenye magari au kwenye malori haitaishia tu kuwaonyesha wao kwamba wamekuwa wametambulika, lakini itatuboreshea sisi, si kwa huduma sisi ambao tunazitumia, lakini hata kwa uchumi wa nchi. Kwa sababu kama nitaendesha vizuri, nitatoa huduma nzuri, mtu akawa satisfied, ninakoenda nitafika salama nikiwa na right mind, bidhaa zangu zitafikishwa kwa wakati, why not the economic development?
Okay, tumebaki na dakika moja kwa sababu tulitakiwa tumalize saa 9 na dakika 13, ndio dakika 20 zinakamilika. Mwishoni tukiangalia eneo la regulatory pamoja na institutional framework, naomba mniambie tu what policies, regulations and institutional frameworks support the development of a skilled, safe and sustainable transport workforce in the region. Naomba najua hii hasa NIT pamoja na Latra inawahusu zaidi. Unaweza ukaanza kaka Geoffrey kwa kumalizia.
Niseme ndugu Masudi, niseme kwamba kwa upande wetu tunafikiria kwamba tuangalie zile barriers ambazo zinatufanya mambo yetu yasiende vizuri. Lakini iwapo tutaweza explore explore possibility of establish a legal framework that enables the authority to operate under the same umbrella, whereby there is no bureaucracy at all. Nichukue mfano wenzetu wa mamlaka ya Zanzibar Road Transport and Safety Authority. Wao kila kitu kiko under one umbrella. Pale unafika kuna vehicle inspection center iko pale. Leseni za madereva wanatoa pale. One institution. Kwa hiyo zote hizo functions zikifanyika under one umbrella, inakuwa rahisi kuweza kutrack hizi kama kuna setback yoyote, inakuwa ni rahisi kuzifahamu. Na nyingine ni kutoa elimu kwa umma. Sometimes kumekuwa na unnecessary, yani wanakuwa operators wanahitaji wapate elimu ili kuhakikisha kwamba madereva wao wanapata elimu ya usalama barabarani, ili operation zao ziende vizuri. Sometimes wamekuwa wana resist to new change. Kwa hiyo ikifanyika wakipata elimu na mabadiliko yanapokuwa effected, basi tunakuwa na mafanikio. Asante.
Asante. Dada Mary, kama unataka kuongezea kwa dakika moja.
Mimi siko mbali na aliyopita, lakini nilikuwa nataka kusema kwamba kufanya kama team itatusaidia, lakini pia kuwa na organ itakayosimamia itarahisisha zaidi. Na ripoti ya WHO iliainisha kwamba kwa Tanzania tunakwama kwa sababu kila mtu anavuta kwake, kwamba this is mine. Kwa maana kwamba huyu anasimamia kule, yule anasimamia kule, lakini zingekuwa zina organ moja inayowaambia kwamba policy yetu ni hii na tutaachieve this for this certain period, na ikasimamiwa na tukaangalia output na tukafanya measurement, tutafika mbali. Lakini kutoka kwenye institutional framework niseme kwamba tufike mahali sisi ambao tunasimamia wafanyakazi katika transport sector, tusiishie kusema tunataka qualified transport professionals. Let's be part of producing those qualified professions. Ni wapongeze private sector ambazo kwa mfano kwenye watu wa mining, kwenye watu wa tourism, lakini na mashirika mbalimbali wanashirikiana na sisi kwa kutupa kwamba wao wana sponsor, anaajiri alafu wana train. Hiyo ni njia nzuri sana ya kurahisisha kwa sababu resources ziko limited. Kwa hiyo wanaajiri, wana train, na kwa sababu facility hazitoshi wanatuambia tunaombeni trainers waje kwetu field, kila kitu ambacho mnahitaji kukitumia kwa kuoffer the best au quality training tutakiprovide on site. So this could be the way to go kwa taasisi mbalimbali ambazo zina recruit, lakini tusiangalie upande mmoja kwamba let the training institution deliver professional. They will do their part, they do research, they'll produce curriculum, they'll meet those standards, but it will not be to the maximum. Ku-maximize private institution na wale wengine, tuchukue hii njia. Let's take this road, let us recruit and train to increase the professional and competent transport professionals and manpower.
So to sum up what you've said, you're saying let's be serious. Kila mtu aplay part yake. Naomba niwashukuru sana kaka Agustino Fungo kutoka RSA, mabalozi hawa, lakini pia Dr. Mary Makiao, lecturer kutoka NIT, na Mr. Geoffrey Silanda kutoka Latra. Niwashukuru sana. Kuna picha pia. Naomba tusimame, wanapiga picha wao peke yao. Na mimi pia. Yes.
Mabibi na mabwana.
Makofi tafadhali.
Makofi kwake kwa mara nyingine tena. Mwongoza mada. Ladies and gentlemen. Mabibi na mabwana, kama nilivyosema, hii ilikuwa ni panel yetu ya mwisho siku hii ya leo, lakini tunasema kwamba tumeanza vizuri, lazima tuhakikishe tunamaliza vizuri. Na kwenye kumaliza kuna mapendekezo ambayo yamekuwa yakitolewa kuanzia mwanzo mpaka sasa hivi, kuna maoni na kadha wa kadha, na secretariat ilikuwa ina team ya rapporteurs tunaita, wamekuwa wakichukua hayo maoni, wamekuwa wakiandika na kudraft mapendekezo, na hizi ni resolutions inaitwa. So we have resolutions that have been drafted from day one until today, and we have the secretariat represented by Engineer Moses Nyoni, who will be taking us through the resolutions. Bwana Engineer Moses Nyoni atakuwa anatupitisha kupitia resolutions au mapendekezo ambayo yametolewa na wadau. Na mabibi na mabwana, wakati tunajitayarisha na haya mapendekezo, ningependa kusema na kutukumbusha kwamba kesho tuko na safari inayoanza pale gerezani asubuhi saa 2 kamili. Kuna wengi wenu mmeshajiandikisha. Kama kuna yoyote bado hajajiandikisha, tafadhali uweke mkono juu ili tuhakikishe kwamba unafikiwa. Kuna yoyote hajajiandikisha na angependa kujiandikisha, au wote tuko vizuri? Okay, nadhani wote tuko vizuri. Kuna wengi wenu umejiandikisha, lakini kuna team ya protocol ambayo iko tayari. Naomba yule ambao anaandikisha majina, labda utaweka mtu mkono juu, naomba usimame. Kuna dada pale ambaye anachukua majina, so tafadhali hakikisha kwamba kama unataka kwenda kwenye hiyo safari ambayo ni muhimu sana kuhakikisha kwamba unaenda, hakikisha kwamba umejiandikisha. Safari inaanza gerezani saa 2 kamili asubuhi. We start at gerezani at 8 a.m. Baada ya hapo tutakutana pale SGR. Tutafika SGR mida ya saa 3:30. So tunakutana gerezani na tunaanza safari kutoa BRT phase 2 saa 2 kamili. Tutakuwa tumefika maeneo ya SGR saa 3:30. So kama ile ya asubuhi ya saa 2 kamili gerezani itakuwa imekupita, hakikisha tunakutana na wewe SGR pale saa 3:30 on the dot, right? Saa 3:30 on the dot. Baada ya hayo nimkaribishe Engineer Nyoni, yuko tayari. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Makofi kwa Engineer Nyoni na kwa secretariat kwa pamoja. Asante sana.
Asante MC, na mimi sitochukua muda mwingi. Kwanza nawashukuru, na kwa niaba ya secretariat naomba ni wasilishe kile ambacho tumeandaa kwa uharaka na kwa nafasi tuliyopata, lakini kwa angalizo tu ni kwamba hii sio final. Tumejaribu kuandaa tu kwa vile ambavyo tumevipata. Tutakuwa tunaendelea kupokea maoni na kuboresha, kwa sababu haya issues zilizokuwa raised hapa, kuna ambazo zitakwenda kwenye taasisi na wadau mbalimbali kwa ajili ya utekelezaji na ufuatiliaji. Kwa hiyo tulichofanya, tumeangalia kwenye kila session iliyokuwa imeendelea, kuanzia zile keynotes na zile breakout sessions, tumejaribu ku summarize vitu ambavyo vilikuwa vimeonekana. Tukianza kama ambavyo inaonekana kwenye jedwali letu, session ya kwanza ilikuwa inahusu Green Transport and Innovation, a key to sustainable and efficient transportation. Hii ilikuwa ni keynote address, ambapo issue iliyojitokeza hapa ni kwamba kuna changamoto, there is a challenge in transforming to green energy for land transport to eliminate greenhouse gases and conserve the environment. Na tunaona wadau ambao wanaweza kusaidia katika kukabiliana na changamoto hii ni pamoja na Latra, NIT upande wa elimu, DAT, TRC, National Carbon Monitoring Center na National Planning Commission. Baada ya hapo, issue ya pili ilikuwa ni kwenye ile session ilikuwa inazungumzia the role of blue economy in multimodal transport, linking ports with land transport. Kulikuwa kuna threats on rise of sea levels that eventually affect land transport infrastructure due to climate change. Kama mnakumbuka, ilionekana kwamba kuna kuongezeka kwa kina cha maji ambacho kinaathiri sasa upande wa nchi kavu kwa wale wenzetu wa TASAC kwenye presentation yao. Kwa hiyo hapo kulikuwa kuna wadau kama Latra, TASAC, TPA na National Planning Commission. Session ya tatu ilizungumzia smart and resilient transport infrastructure. It was about designing climate resilient, multimodal and inclusive transport system. Kulikuwa kuna issue ya a need to have integrated logistics as a strategy priority to enhance climate resilient, multimodal and inclusive transport systems. Hapo kuna TANROADS, TARURA, Latra, TILTEC na NIT. Nadhani TTech hapa kuna issue kidogo, tuta improve. Let me declare this. Issue ya 4 ilikuwa ni kwenye governance, regulation and institutional setups, addressing capacity gaps to facilitate safe and reliable lane transport. Ilikuwa ni issue ya to harmonize railway training curriculum to address incompetence to safety critical workers. Hapo kuna NIT, TTech, Ministry of Transport, lakini vile vile ataingia na Tazara Mpika College kwa upande wa Tazara, tuta improve pia. Lakini issue nyingine ilikuwa ni integration of drivers database system between Latra Transport Association, Tanzania Police Forces, TRA and Commissioner for Labor for clear identification of driver and monitoring the behavior control. Hapo alikuwa anakuja Latra, traffic, TRA, Commissioner of Labor, lakini vile vile kuna watu wa Tamstoa, Tatoa na Talta. Kulikuwa kuna panel ya standardization of protocols and logistics handling at border post, comparison and contrasting the SADC and EAC context. Ilikuwa ni issue ya unstandardized cross-border protocols between SADC and EAC caused by inactive adoption and implementation, ambao wadau kuna Latra, Central Corridor, Latra, TRA, TASAC. Kuna unintegrated legal systems across regional blocks, EAC and SADC for enhancing efficient cross-border cargo movement. Kulikuwa kuna Central Corridor, Latra, TRA, TBS na TASAC. Kuna difference in working hours at border posts across countries which affect freight flow and causes delays. Kulikuwa kuna Ministry of Foreign Affairs and East African Community, Central Corridor, Latra, Migration and TRA. Alafu issue nyingine ilikuwa kwenye session ya legal and enforcement of legislation governing land transport. Na mambo yaliyobainika ni pamoja na the legal system and enforcement of legislation for land transport need to be applied equally to both government and non-government road users. Hii inakwenda kwa TANROADS, TARURA, local governments na road fund board. Kuna engagement of stakeholders for review of the legal systems and legislations governing land transport sector for improvement on safety issues. Inakwenda kwa TANROADS, TARURA, local government na road fund board. Baada ya hapo inakuja session ya public private partnership and sustainable urban transport, mobilizing resources for sustainable mobility financing. Issue ilikuwa raised hapa ilikuwa ni engagement of PPP projects to enhance sustainable land transport due to knowledge gaps of PPP procedures. Anayehusika ni PPP Center, Tanzania Investment Center, Ministry of Industry and Trade, National Planning Commission. Session iliyofuata ilikuwa ni celebrating women in land transport. Issue ilikuwa ni inadequate number of women engaged in transport sector. Wadau hapo ni Commissioner for Labor, Latra and Transport Associations. Session ya 8 ilikuwa ni availability of ICT solutions and technological advancement achieved in regulating land transport services. Na issue ilikuwa ni need for service system integration between Latra and other stakeholders in delivering land transport services. Hapo wanaingia VTS vendors, authorized agents, Latra na IGA. Na a need for automation of transport facilities such as traffic lights for sustainable land transport services. Kulikuwa kuna IGA, TPF na Latra. Na mwisho ilikuwa ni technological investment in land transport services, ambao kuna issue ya absence of investment and subsidizing scheme for enhancing importation and manufacturing of green energy transport facilities. Wadau ni TRA, National Planning Commission na Latra. So kwa kifupi wahudhuriaji wa kongamano letu, hayo ni mambo ambayo tulikuwa tumerekodi mpaka kufikia leo, lakini kama nilivyosema hapo awali tunaendelea kuimprove, na utaona hata hii session ya mwisho hizi mbili bado tujaziingiza. Kwa hiyo tutaziingiza na tutashare document na wale wote ambao wanatakiwa kufanya hizo actions kwa utaratibu ambao tutaelekezwa kwa mujibu wa miongozo iliyopo. Baada ya kusema hayo, mwezeshaji naomba kuwasilisha na nirudishe mic kwako. Asante.
Asante sana mabibi na mabwana. Naomba tumpigie makofi yaliyoshiba kabisa, lakini pia tupigie makofi kamati nzima ya shughuli hii yetu ya wiki hii kwa kweli wamefanya kazi kubwa, na kama tulivyosikia wanaendelea kupokea mapendekezo, wanaendelea kupokea. Session za mwisho bado walikuwa hawajaweza kupata muda, maana tumetoka kuzisikiliza sasa hivi, hawajapata muda wa kuziongeza pale, lakini wataenda kufanya hivyo. So kama uko na mapendekezo, tafadhali usisite kuikaribia secretariat na kuzungumza nao, kama mmemsikia engineer Nyoni, lakini pia kuna wamekaa pale nyuma, wako wengi tu, lakini pia kuna rapporteurs ambao wako pale. Tafadhali mnaweza mkageuka mkaangalia nyuma, unaweza ukawa labda ulisita kutoa maoni yako wakati tunazungumza huku, na unalo dukuduku, unalo zito la kutoa, unalo maoni, una mapendekezo, secretariat iko pale wamesimama. So tafadhali utakaribia. Latra kama tulivyosikia kuanzia mwanzo mpaka sasa hivi wako tayari kutusikiliza na kuhakikisha kwamba wanatupatia suluhu na mapendekezo yanapokelewa. Kabla sijamwita kutufungia siku hii ya leo mwenyekiti wa kamati iliyofanya kazi kubwa kabisa, ningependa kukumbusha mambo matatu. Ya kwanza, tafadhali, nilitoa hii clarification hapo awali, nilitoa haya maelezo hapo awali, lakini naelewa kwamba sio kila mmoja wetu alikuwa humu ndani, lakini ni muhimu wote tuondoke tukijua hili. Kuna mdau mmoja alisema kwamba ukiwa unajaribu kurenew leseni wakati wa weekend unapata changamoto, na alitoa mapendekezo kwamba Latra waweze wakasoti hiyo, na jibu lilitoka moja kwa moja kwa kusema kwamba Latra maombi ya kurenew license yanapokelewa mtandaoni, yanapokelewa online, na hii service iko available. Hii huduma inapatikana masaa 24 kila siku ya wiki, 24 hours 7 days a week. So all you have to do is go online. Na pia tumesikia kwamba pia ina ofisi ambayo inafanya kazi masaa 24 kufanyia kazi maoni yanayotumwa siku za weekend na usiku. So kama labda umesikia kwamba ni ngumu kuwapata Latra siku ya weekend, ni ngumu kurenew leseni siku ya weekend, tafadhali, au usiku, tafadhali uondoke hapa ukijua na uwe na uhakika kabisa kwamba huduma zinapatikana na Latra wamerahisisha upatikanaji wa huduma. Makofi kwa Latra tafadhali. Kitu kingine nikumbushe pia kwa wale ambao wanataka kujumuika nasi kesho asubuhi kwenye ile tour, tunakutana pale gerezani saa 2 kamili asubuhi na tutafika SGR saa 3:30 asubuhi. So hakikisha umejiandikisha ili usiachwe nyuma. Cha tatu ni baada ya hapa kuna wengine ambao tungependa kwenda Mnazi Mmoja. Kuna maonyesho yanaendelea kuanzia Jumatatu, yamekuwa yakiendelea. Kuna maonyesho yanaendelea na kuna mabasi ambayo yameandaliwa, kuna usafiri ulioandaliwa. So kama kuna yoyote ambaye anataka kwenda pale Mnazi Mmoja, najua wengi tutaelekea pale. Kwa yoyote ambao anataka kuelekea pale na umekosa usafiri, tafadhali fahamu kwamba Latra imewezesha tena, na kutakuwa kuna usafiri ambao umeandaliwa, utakuwa pale nje. Tutakapotoka tu utaweza ukapanda usafiri na tutaenda pale Mnazi Mmoja kuangalia ni vitu gani ambavyo vimeandaliwa pale. Baada ya kusema hayo, mabibi na mabwana, naomba kabla ya kumwita jukwaani, naomba nijue tu kwamba tunaweza tukamkaribisha na makofi yaliyoshiba kabisa. Na ninamuita mwenyekiti wa kamati, kwa mikogo iliyoneemeka kwa ruhusa yake kabisa, mwenyekiti wa bodi ya Latra, ya wakurugenzi wa Latra, pamoja of course tunamuona DG yuko na sisi, CPA Habibu Suluhu. Mabibi na mabwana, naomba makofi yaliyoshiba. Hajashiba bado hapo, yani hayo makofi hajala chakula cha mchana, hayo makofi hajashiba. Hatuwezi kumleta mwenyekiti wa kamati namna hiyo. Ninaomba tujitahidi tufanye tena, maana pale najua mmekuwa mkinitania kuanzia siku ya kwanza mpaka sasa hivi. Mabibi na mabwana, kwa pamoja naomba tumpigie makofi yaliyoshiba kabisa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya maandalizi kutufungia shughuli yetu hii ya leo. Mabibi na mabwana, hand of applause. Asante sana mwenyekiti wetu. Tumpigie tena makofi tafadhali. Nadhani atazungumza mwenyewe na sina haja ya kusema mengi sana, lakini mabibi na mabwana, once again makofi kwake tafadhali na kwa kamati nzima.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Tumechoka? Tuendelee? Basi Profesa Mohamed Ame, mwenyekiti wa bodi ya Latra, ndugu CPA Daktari Suluo Habibu, mkurugenzi wa Latra, viongozi wote wa taasisi ya sekta binafsi na serikali mliopo ukumbini, wadhamini wa maadhimisho yetu, washiriki wote wa kongamano, wakiwepo wanafunzi. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, wanafunzi, kazi na utu. Ndugu washiriki, kwa niaba ya Katibu Mkuu wa Wizara ya Uchukuzi, Profesa Godius Kayarara, napenda kuwapongeza washiriki wote mlioshiriki kwenye maadhimisho mwaka huu. Wote mmekuja kutunga mkono serikali, wote mmekuja kuiunga mkono Latra, lakini kwa namna ya kipekee wote tumekuja kuadhimisha nini? Maadhimisho ya nini wanafunzi? Mnakumbuka? Ni maadhimisho ya wiki ya usafiri endelevu ardhini. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Tunashukuru sana. Tunafahamu wote maadhimisho yetu ya mwaka huu yalikuwa na neno moja tu au kauli mbiu ambayo ilikuwa inasema nini wanafunzi? Mnakumbuka? Mmesahau? Basi nitawakumbusha, ni nishati safi na ubunifu katika usafirishaji. Ndugu washiriki, katika siku hizi zote za kongamano tumekaa pamoja hapa ukumbini, lakini tumekuwa pamoja kwenye maonyesho Mnazi Mmoja kuzungumza maneno mbalimbali. Tunafahamu tumegusa sekta kadhaa, ikiwemo sekta ya uchukuzi, sekta ya ujenzi, sekta ya nishati, lakini pia vijana, ajira na kazi, ili kuzungumza pamoja katika kufanikisha kauli mbiu yetu ya mwaka huu. Kwa niaba ya Wizara ya Uchukuzi tunawashukuru sana, lakini kipekee kwa niaba ya kamati ya maandalizi tunapenda kuwashukuru kwa kuwa nasi, kwa maana tunafahamu siku 3 za kongamano ni siku nyingi. Tangu tumeanza siku ya kwanza tarehe 25 tulikuwa tumejaa. Jana kwa namna ya pekee mlijaza ukumbi chini na juu, na tuna takwimu yetu ya jana tulikuwa washiriki 950. Makofi kwetu. Hapa tunatoa idadi ya sisi kamati tendaji, Latra na viongozi wa usalama. Kwa jana kwa ujumla tulikuwa watu 1100. Makofi kwetu. Tunawashukuru wote ambao mmeshiriki katika kongamano letu hapa katika ukumbi huu. Kama nilivyosema, na kiukweli mmetenda haki kubwa sana kwa Tanzania na kwa dunia kwa ujumla. Lakini kama tunavyofahamu, kuisha kwa kongamano la mwaka huu ni kuanza kwa kongamano gani? La mwaka ujao. Kwa sababu katika spichi zote zilizozungumzwa, maadhimisho haya ni ya kila mwaka. Ni ya kila nini? Na kilele chetu ni tarehe ngapi? Tarehe ngapi? Kwa hiyo mwakani tarehe 26 Novemba tutakuwa tena kwenye maadhimisho yetu. Asanteni sana. Sasa kuna mambo mawili MC amezungumza. Kwanza, kesho tutakuwa na safari au ziara. Tutatembelea mradi wa BRT upande wa Posta kwenda Mbagala, lakini pia tutatembelea mradi wa SGR. Tutapanda treni ya SGR. Wanafunzi mpo? Mmejiandikisha? Wangapi wameshapanda Samia Express? Wanyoshe mikono. DG na kupongeza kwa kufanikisha hili jambo. Basi kesho mtapanda Samia Express bure. Lakini jambo la pili la kuzingatia, wiki yetu bado haijaisha. Haijafanya nini? Maonyesho yanaendelea Mnazi Mmoja. Tutakuwa kule kesho, tutakuwa pia kesho kutwa. Kwa tarehe 29 ndio wiki yetu inaisha rasmi. Tutamaliza maonyesho yetu Mnazi Mmoja. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Hapo vipi wanafunzi? Ipo vizuri Nashukuru sana. Basi ndugu washiriki, mwisho ni imani yetu kwamba wote mmeridhika na kongamano hili. Lakini kwa wale ambao kwa namna moja au nyingine hatukufikia malengo yenu, tunaomba mtusamee kwa niaba ya kamati ya maandalizi. Tulikuwa na changamoto za hapa na pale. Tunajua wengine tumewapa kazi. Wengi niliona mlikuwa mnafanya kazi ya kutafsiri kwa wageni wetu. Safari ya tulikuwa na interpretation, lakini haya ni maonyesho ya kwanza. Tunaamini mwakani tutakuja sasa na nguvu mpya. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Basi niwashukuru wote kwa kunisikiliza. Mungu ibariki Tanzania, Mungu ibariki Afrika. Asante sana.
Mabibi na mabwana, kwa mara nyingine tena makofi kwake Bwana Andrew Mwakembe, mwenyekiti ya bodi ya mwenyekiti wa kamati ya maandalizi. Mabibi na mabwana, ladies and gentlemen, wanafunzi, si ndo mpo? Tulisema kwamba kuna zile zawadi na niliwapatia maelekezo na mlienda moja kwa moja Instagram. Asanteni kwa kufollow zile instructions. Ambaye amepost chochote naomba uweke mkono juu. Aha, cha kwanza niliwaomba muingie, safi sana, muingie kurasa ya Latra ambayo ni @LatraTZ pale Instagram. Nikakwambia ukishaingia pale utabonyeza follow. Ukishabonyeza follow utaenda mwenyewe kwenye kurasa yako mwenyewe ya kijamii, alafu wewe Instagram page yako wewe mwenyewe, na utapost kitu ambacho unaondoka nacho kutoka kwenye mkutano huu. Kitu ambacho kimekupatia hamasa, kitu ambacho unataka kushare na wengine ambao hawamo humu ndani. Alafu baada ya hapo nikakwambia kwamba utaweka @LatraTZ, utatag LatraTZ, na pia utaweka hashtag Usafiri Endelevu 2025. Naomba nimkaribishe Bwana Deus. Tunasoma kwa haraka majina ya wale ambao wameshinda. Wameshinda zile zawadi ambazo nilizungumzia awali, na kwa pamoja nina uhakika kwamba wote ambao majina yenu yatasomwa hapa, pia mmejiandikisha kwenda kwenye Samia Express, kwenda kwenye tour ya kesho asubuhi. Bwana Deus, karibu sana.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kazi na utu. Kazi na utu. Asante. Kwa mujibu wa maelekezo, waliofuata na kushinda ni kama ifuatavyo. Kwanza nataja username za Instagram, kwa baada ya hapa mtatuona. honmaswa_2025 wa kwanza.
Nitaomba asimame. Jamani tusema aha, safi sana. Tumpige makofi. Maana wewe mwenyewe haukufanya. Hongera sana.
Wa pili Karoli Elia.
Karoli Elia, safi sana.
Wa tatu Zefania 1424. Anayefuata Rajmat 53.
Rajmat 53.
Anayefuata T Deo Class. Anayefuata ni Pauli Anthony. Anayefuata ni Mbegele_. Mwingine ni Jovic Boy. Mwingine ni Good Hope Tanzania. Huyu anaitwa Lizzy Samuel. Na mpaka sasa wa mwisho ni Eric Alois.
Asante sana, makofi kwa pamoja kwa wao wote walioweza kushinda zile zawadi zilizoandaliwa na Latra, na kama nilivyowaambia tuwapige makofi. Hongereni sana, hongereni sana, na please msisahau kuna habari njema inaendelea pale kwenye karasa ya Latra. Bado kuna zawadi 5 ninarudi nazo. So tafadhali make sure, hakikisha unaweza kuwaambia watu wengine ambao hawamo humu ndani habari njema zinazoendelea Latra, si ndio? Manake zawadi bado zipo, si ndio? Yes? Asante sana. Baada ya kusema hayo, mabibi na mabwana, siwezi kusema zaidi kwa sababu Mwenyekiti wa kamati ya maandalizi kashazungumza na kashamaliza. Baada ya hayo nikumbushe tu kwamba kuna mabasi usafiri umeandaliwa pale nje wa kutupeleka moja kwa moja Mnazi Mmoja kuendelea kuangalia maonyesho ambayo yameendelewa, na of course pale Mnazi Mmoja tuko mpaka tarehe 29 mwezi wa 11. Baada ya hayo niseme asanteni sana. Kwa jina naitwa Khalila Mbowe, nilikuwa mmoja wa MCs wenu kwenye shughuli yetu hii ya First Sustainable Land Transport Week 2025 iliyoandaliwa na Latra pamoja na Bwana Taji Liundi. Nitasema asante sana kwa mwenyekiti wa bodi na wajumbe wa bodi pamoja na of course kwa Director General Bwana Suluhu. Asante sana, nashukuru kwa nafasi hii. Asante pia kwa kamati. Mabibi na mabwana, naombeni tupige Latra makofi yaliyoshiba kabisa. Jamani tuwapigie, mwenye kigelegele akipige pia. Kwa Latra kwa kufanya kazi kubwa sana. Pia makofi kwa kamati ya maandalizi, mabibi na mabwana. Absolutely. Baada ya hayo asanteni sana. Have a wonderful afternoon. Tuwe na mchana mwema wakati tunaendelea kutazama maonyesho. Asanteni sana. Pale ndo studio, back to you. Tusisahau @LatraTZ, @LatraTZ. #Usafiri Endelevu 2025.